Section 69 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5. Count Guido Franceschini continued. Then I proceed a step. Come with clean hands thus far. Retell the tale told 8 months since. The wife, you allow so far I have not wronged, has fled my roof, plundered me and decamped in company with the priest, her paramour. And I gave chase, came up with, caught the two at the wayside inn, where both had spent the night, found them in flagrant fault, and found as well, by documents with name and plan and date, the fault was furtive then, that's flagrant now. Their intercourse, a long-established crime. I did not take the licence law self gives to slay both criminals o' the spot at the time, but held my hand, preferred play prodigy of patience, which the world calls cowardice, rather than seem anticipate the law, and cast discredit on its organs, you. So, to your bar I brought both criminals, and made my statement, heard their countercharge, nay, their corroboration of my tale, nowise disputing its alledgments, not i' the main, not more than nature's decency compels men to keep silence in this kind, only contending that the deeds avowed would take another colour and bear excuse. You were to judge between us, so you did. You disregard the excuse, you breathe away the colour of innocence, and leave guilt black. Guilty is the decision of the court, and that I stand in consequence untouched. One white integrity from head to heel. Not guilty? Why, then did you punish them? True. Punishment has been inadequate. 'Tis not I only, not my friends that joke, my foes that jeer, who echo inadequate. For by a chance that comes to helpful once, the same case simultaneously was judged at Arezzo, in the province of the court where the crime had beginning but not end. They then, deciding on but half of the crime, the effraction, robbery, features of the fault I never cared to dwell upon at Rome. What was it they adjudged as penalty to Pompilia? The one criminal of the pair amenable to their judgment, not the priest who is Rome's? Why, just imprisonment for life I' the Stinche. There was Tuscany's award to a wife that robs her husband. You at Rome, having to deal with adultery in a wife and in a priest, breach of the priestly vow, give gentle sequestration for a month in a manageable convent, then release, you call imprisonment, in the very house of the very couple, the sole aim and end of the culprit's crime was, there to reach and rest, and there take solace and defy me. Well, this difference twixt their penalty and yours is immaterial. Make your penalty less. Merely that she should henceforth wear black gloves and white fan, she who wore the opposite, Why, all the same, the fact of the thing subsists. Reconcile to your conscience as you may, be it on your own heads, you pronounced 1/2 of the penalty for heinousness like hers and his. That's for a fault at carnival of comfit pelting past discretion's law. Or accident to handkerchief in Lent, which falls perversely as a lady kneels abruptly and but half conceals her neck. I acquiesce for my part, punished, though by a pinpoint scratch, means guilty. Guilty means, what have I been but innocent hitherto? Anyhow, here the offence, being punished, ends. Ends? For you deemed so, did you not, sweet lords? That was throughout the veritable aim of the sentence, light or heavy, to redress recognized wrong? You righted me, I think. Well then, what if I, at this last of all, demonstrate you, as my whole pleading proves, no particle of wrong received thereby 1 atom of right? That cure grew worse disease? That in the process you call justice done, all along you have nipped away, just inch by inch, the creeping, climbing length of plague, breaking my tree of life from root to branch, and left me, after all, and every act of your interference, lightened of what load? At liberty wherein? Mere words and wind. Now I was saved, now I should feel no more the hot breath, find a respite from fixed eye and vibrant tongue. Why, scarce your back was turned, there was the reptile that feigned death at first, renewing its detested spire and spire around me, rising to such heights of hate that, so far from mere purpose now to crush and coil itself on the remains of me, body and mind, and their flesh fang content. Its aim is now to evoke life from death, make me anew, satisfy in my son the hunger I may feed but never sate, tormented on to perpetuity, my son whom dead I shall know, understand, feel, hear, see, never more escape the sight in heaven that's turned to hell, or hell returned, so rather say, to this same earth again, moulded into the image and made one, fashioned of soul as featured like in face, first taught to laugh and lisp, and stand and go by that thief, poisoner and adulteress I call Pompilia, he calls sacred name, be unpronounced, be unpolluted here, and last led up to the glory and prize of hate by his foster father, Caponsacchi's self, the perjured priest, pink of conspirators, tricksters and knaves, yet polished, superfine, manhood to model adolescence by. Lords, look on me, declare, when what I show is nothing more nor less than what you deemed and doled me out for justice. What did you say? For reparation, restitution and more. Will you not thank, praise, bid me to your breasts for having done the thing you thought to do, and thoroughly trampled out sin's life at last? I have heightened phrase to make your soft speech serve, doubled the blow you but essayed to strike, carried into effect your mandate here that else had fallen to ground, mere duty done, oversight of the master just supplied by zeal i' the servant. I, being used to serve, have simply, what is it they charge me with? Blackened again, made legible once more your own decree, not permanently writ, rightly conceived but all too faintly traced. It reads efficient now, comminatory, a terror to the wicked, answers so the mood of the magistrate, the mind of law. Absolve then me, law's mere executant, protect your own defender, save me, sirs. Give me my life, give me my liberty, my good name, and my civic rights again. It would be too fond, too complacent, play into the hands of the devil. Should we lose the game here, I for God, a soldier be that yields his life, exenterate with the stroke of the sting that saves the hive? I need that life, oh, never fear, I'll find life plenty use, though it should last 5 years more, aches and all. For, first thing, there's the mother's age to help. Let her come break her heart upon my breast, not on the blank stone of my nameless tomb. The fugitive brother has to be bidden back to the old routine, repugnant to the tread, of daily suit and service to the church, through gibe and jest, those stones that Shimei flung. I and the spirit-broken youth at home, the awe-struck altar ministrant, shall make amends for faith now palsied at the source, shall see truth yet triumphant, justice yet a victor in the battle of this world. Give me, for last, best gift, my son again, whom law makes mine. I take him at your word, mine be he, by miraculous mercy, Lord's. Let me lift up his youth and innocence to purify my palace, room by room purged of the memories, lend from his bright brow light to the old proud paladin, my sire, shrunk now for shame into the darkest shade of the tapestry, showed him once and shrouds him now. Then may we, strong from that rekindled smile, go forward, face new times, the better day. And when, in times made better through your brave decision now, might but Utopia be, Rome rife with honest women and strong men, manners reformed, old habits back once more, customs that recognize the standard worth, the wholesome household rule in force again, husbands once more God's representative, wives like the typical spouse once more, and priests no longer men of Belial, with no aim at leading silly women captive, but of rising to such duties as yours now. Then will I set my son at my right hand and tell his father's story to this point, adding, the task seemed superhuman, still I dared and did it, trusting God and law, and they approved of me. Give praise to both. And if, for answer, he shall stoop to kiss my hand, and peradventure start thereat, I engage to smile. That was an accident in the necessary process, just a trip of the torture irons in their search for truth. Hardly misfortune, and no fault at all. End of section 69. End of chapter 5. Section 70 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6. Giuseppe Ca. Answer you, sirs. Do I understand aright? Have patience. In this sudden smoke from hell, so things disguise themselves. I cannot see my own hand held thus broad before my face and know it again. Answer you. Then that means tell over twice what I, the first time, told 6 months ago. 'Twas here, I do believe, fronting you same three in this very room, I stood and told you. Yet now no one laughs, who then... Nay, dear my lords, but laugh you did, as good as laugh, what in a judge we style laughter. No levity, nothing indecorous, lords. Only, I think I apprehend the mood. There was the blameless shrug, permissible smirk, the pen's pretence at play with the pursed mouth, the titter stifled in the hollow palm which rubbed the eyebrow and caressed the nose, when I first told my tale. They meant, you know, the sly one. All this we are bound to believe. Well, he can say no other than what he says. We have been young too. Come, there's greater guilt. Let him but decently disembroil himself, scramble from out the scrape, nor move the mud. We solid ones may risk a finger stretch. And now you sit as grave, stare as aghast as if I were a phantom. Now 'tis, friend, collect yourself, no laughing matter more. Counsel the court in this extremity, tell us again. Tell that for telling which I got the jocular piece of punishment, was sent to lounge a little in the place whence now of a sudden here you summon me to take the intelligence from just your lips, you, Judge Tomati, who then tittered most, that she I helped 8 months since to escape her husband is retaken by the same 3 days ago, if I have seized your sense. I being disallowed to interfere, meddle, or make in a matter none of mine, for you and law were guardians quite enough of the innocent, without a pert priest's help, and that he has butchered her accordingly, as she foretold, and as myself believed, and so foretelling and believing so, we were punished, both of us, the merry way. Therefore, tell once again the tale. For what? Pompilia is only dying while I speak. Why does the mirth hang fire and miss the smile? My masters, there's an old book you should con for strange adventures applicable yet. 'Tis stuffed with, do you know that there was once this thing? A multitude of worthy folk took recreation, watched a certain group of soldiery intent upon a game. How first they wrangled, but soon fell to play, threw dice, the best diversion in the world. A word in your ear, they are now casting lots, ay, with that gesture quaint and cry uncouth, for the coat of one murdered an hour ago. I am a priest, talk of what I have learned. Pompilia is bleeding out her life belike, gasping away the latest breath of all, this minute while I talk, not while you laugh? Yet, being sobered now, what is it you ask by way of explanation? There's the fact. It seems to fill the universe with sight and sound. From the four corners of this earth tells itself over, to my sense at least. But you may want it lower set i' the scale. Too vast, too close it clangs in the ear, perhaps. You'd stand back just to comprehend it more? Well then, let me, the hollow rock, condense the voice of the sea and wind, interpret you the mystery of this murder. God above! It is too paltry, such a transference of the storm's roar to the cranny of the stone. This deed you saw begin, why does its end surprise you? Why should the event enforce the lesson we ourselves learned, she and I, from the first of the fact, and taught you, all in vain? This Guido, from whose throat you took my grasp, was this man to be favoured now, or feared, let do his will, or have his will restrained in the relation with Pompilia? Say! Did any other man need interpose? Oh, though first comer, though as strange at the work, as fribble must be coxcomb, fool that's near to knave as, say, a priest who fears the world. Was he bound brave the peril, save the doomed, or go on, sing his snatch and pluck his flower, keep the straight path and let the victim die? I held so. You decided otherwise, saw no such peril, therefore no such need to stop song, loosen flower, and leave path. Law was aware and watching, would suffice, wanted no priest's intrusion, palpably pretence, too manifest a subterfuge. Whereupon I, priest, coxcomb, fribble, and fool, ensconced me in my corner, thus rebuked, a kind of culprit, overzealous hound kicked for his pains to kennel. I gave place to you, and let the law reign paramount. I left Pompilia to your watch and ward, and now Section 71 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. Men, for the last time, what do you want with me? Is it you acknowledge, as it were, a use, a profit in employing me? At length I may conceivably help the august law? I am free to break the blow, next hawk that swoops on next dove, nor miss much of good repute? Or what if this your summons, after all, be but the form of mere release, no more, which turns the key and lets the captive go? I have paid enough in person at Civita, am free. What more need I concern me with? Thank you. I am rehabilitated then, a very reputable priest. But she, the glory of life, the beauty of the world, the splendour of heaven, well, sirs, does no one move? Do I speak ambiguously? The glory, I say, and the beauty, I say, and splendour, still say I, who, a priest trained to live my whole life long on beauty and splendour solely at their source, God, have thus recognised my food in one, you tell me is fast dying while we talk, Pompilia. How does lenity to me remit one death-bed pang to her? Come, smile! The proper wink at the hot-headed youth who lets his soul show through transparent words, the mundane love that's sin and scandal too. You are all struck acquiescent now, it seems. It seems the oldest, gravest signor here, even the redoubtable Tomati, sits chop-fallen, understands how law might take service like mine, of brain and heart and hand in good part. Better late than never, law. You understand of a sudden, gospel too has a claim here, may possibly pronounce consistent with my priesthood, worthy Christ, that I endeavoured to save Pompilia? Then you were wrong, you see. That's well to see, though late. That's all we may expect of man this side the grave. His good is knowing he is bad. Thus will it be with us when the books ope and we stand at the bar on Judgment Day. Well then, I have a mind to speak, see cause to relume the quenched flax by this dreadful light, burn my soul out in showing you the truth. I heard last time I stood here to be judged, what is priest's duty? Labour to pluck tares and weed the corn of Molinism. Let me make you hear this time how, in such a case, man, be he in the priesthood or at plough, mindful of Christ or marching step by step with what's his style? The other potentate who bids have courage and keep honour safe, nor let minuter admonition tease, how he is bound, better or worse, to act. Earth will not end through this misjudgment, no, for you and the others like you sure to come, fresh work is sure to follow, wickedness that wants withstanding. Many a man of blood, many a man of guile will clamour yet, bid you redress his grievance. As he clutched the prey, forsooth a stranger stepped between, and there's the good gripe in pure waste. My part is done. I' the doing it, I pass away out of the world. I want no more with earth. Let me, in heaven's name, use the very snuff o' the taper in one last spark shall show truth for a moment, show Pompilia who was true. Not for her sake, but yours. If she is dead, O sirs, she can be loved by none of you most or least priestly. Saints, to do us good, must be in heaven, I seem to understand. We never find them saints before, at least. Be her first prayer then presently for you. She had done the good to me. What is all this? There, I was born, have lived, shall die a fool. This is a foolish outset, might with cause give colour to the very lie o' the man, the murderer, make as if I loved his wife. In the way he called love, he is the fool there. Why, had there been in me the touch of taint, I had picked up so much of knave's policy as hide it. Keep one hand pressed on the place suspected of a spot would damn us both. Oh no, not her. Not even if any of you dares think that I, in the face of death, her death that's in my eyes and ears and brain and heart, lie, if he does, let him. I mean to say, so he stop there, stay thought from smirching her, the snow-white soul that angels fear to take untenderly. But all the same, I know I too am taintless, and I bare my breast. You can't think, men as you are, all of you, but that to hear thus suddenly such an end of such a wonderful white soul that comes of a man and murderer calling the white black must shake me, trouble and disadvantage. Sirs, only 17! Why, good and wise you are. You might at the beginning stop my mouth, so none would be to speak for her that knew. I talk impertinently, and you bear all the same. This it is to have to do with honest hearts. They easily may err, but in the main they wish well to the truth. You are Christians. Somehow no one ever plucked a rag, even from the body of the Lord, to wear and mock with, but despite himself he looked the greater and was the better. Yes, I shall go on now. Does she need or not I keep calm? Calm I'll keep as monk that croons, transcribing battle, earthquake, famine, plague from parchment. Section 72 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. I begin. Yes, I am one of your body and a priest. Also I am a younger son of a house oldest now, greatest once, in my birth town Arezzo. I recognize no equal there. I want all arguments, all sorts of arms that seem to serve. Use this for a reason. Wait. Not therefore thrust into the church, because of the piece of bread one gets there. We were first of Fiesole, that rings still with the fame of Capo in Sacco our progenitor. When Florence ruined Fiesole, our folk migrated to the victor city and there flourished. Our palace and our tower attest. In the old Mercato, this was years ago, 400 full. No, it wants 14 just. Our arms are those of Fiesole itself, the shield quartered with white and red. A branch are the Salviati of us, nothing more. That were good help to the Church, but better still. Not simply for the advantage of my birth I' the way of the world was I proposed for priest, but because there's an illustration, late I' the day, that's loved and looked to as a saint still in Arezzo. He was bishop of 60 years since. He spent to the last doit his bishop's revenue among the poor, and used to tend the needy and the sick barefoot because of his humility. He it was, when the Grand Duke Ferdinand swore he would raise our city, plough the place and sow it with salt, because we Aretines had tied a rope about the neck to hale the statue of his father from its base for hate's sake. He availed by prayers and tears to pacify the Duke and save the town. This was my father's father's brother. You see, for his sake, how it was I had a right to the self-same office, bishop in the egg. So, grew in the garb and prattled in the school, was made expect from infancy almost the proper mood o' the priest, till time ran by and brought the day when I must read the vows, declare the world renounced, and undertake to become priest and leave probation, leap over the ledge into the other life, having gone trippingly hitherto up to the height o'er the wan water, just a vow to read. I stopped short, awestruck. How shall holiest flesh engage to keep such vow inviolate? How much less mine? I know myself too weak, unworthy. Choose a worthier, stronger man. And the very bishop smiled and stopped the mouth in its mid-protestation, incapable, qualmish of conscience. Thou ingenuous boy, clear up the clouds and cast thy scruples far. I satisfy thee there's an easier sense wherein to take such vow than suits the first rough rigid reading. Mark what makes all smooth, nay, has been even a solace to myself. The Jews, who needs must, in their synagogue, utter sometimes the holy name of God, a thing their superstition boggles at, pronounce aloud the ineffable sacrosanct. How does their shrewdness help them? In this wise. Another set of sounds they substitute, jumble so consonants and vowels. How should I know? That there grows from out the old quite a new word that means the very same, and o'er the hard place slide they with a smile. Giuseppe Maria Caponsacchi mine? Nobody wants you in these latter days to prop the church by breaking your backbone, as the necessary way was once, we know, when Dioclesian flourished and his like. That building of the buttress work was done by martyrs and confessors. Let it bide, add not a brick, but where you see a chink, stick in a sprig of ivy, or root a rose shall make amends and beautify the pile. We profit as you were the painfullest o' the martyrs, and you prove yourself a match for the cruellest confessor ever was. If you march boldly up and take your stand where their blood soaks, their bones yet strew the soil, and cry, "Take notice, I, the young and free, and well-to-do i' the world, thus leave the world, cast in my lot thus, with no gay young world, but the grand old church, she tempts me of the two. Renounce the world? Nay, keep and give it us. Let us have you, and boast of what you bring. We want the pick of the earth to practise with, not its off-scouring, halt and deaf and blind in soul and body. There's a rubble stone unfit for the front of the building, stuff to stow in a gap behind and keep us weather tight. There's porphyry for the prominent place. Good lack! St. Paul has had enough, and to spare, I trow, of ragged runaway Onesimus. He wants the right hand with the signet ring of King Agrippa now to shake and use. I have a heavy scholar cloistered up, close under lock and key, kept at his task of letting Fenelon know the fool he is, in a book I promise Christendom next spring. Why, if he covets so much meat, the clown, as a lark's wing next Friday, or any day, diversion beyond catching his own fleas, he shall be properly swinged, I promise him. But you, who are so quite another paste of a man, do you obey me? Cultivate assiduous that superior gift you have of making madrigals. Who told me? Ha! Get done a Marinesque Adoniad straight, with a pulse o' the blood a-pricking here and there. Section 73 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6. Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. So I became a priest. Those terms changed all. I was good enough for that, nor cheated so. I could live thus and still hold head erect. Now you see why I may have been before a fribble and coxcomb, yet, as priest, break word no wise to make you disbelieve me now. I need that you should know my truth. Well, then, according to prescription did I live, conformed myself, both read the breviary and wrote the rhymes, was punctual to my place I' the Pieve, and as diligent at my post where beauty and fashion rule. I throve apace, subdeacon, canon, the authority for delicate play at tarocks, and arbiter of the magnitude of fan mounts, all the while wanting no whit the advantage of a hint benignant to the promising pupil. Thus, enough attention to the Countess now, the young one, 'tis her mother rules the roast. We know where, and puts in a word, go pay devoir tomorrow morning after Mass. Break that rash promise to preach Passion Week. Has it escaped you? The Archbishop grunts and snuffles when one grieves to tell his Grace no soul dares treat the subject of the day since his own masterly handling it 5 years ago, when somebody could help and touch up an odd phrase in time of need. And somebody helps you, my son. Therefore, don't prove so indispensable at the Pieve. Sit more lucid a seat, nor grow a fixture by attendance morn and eve. Arezzo's just a haven, midway Rome. Rome's the eventual harbour. make for port, crowd sail, crack cordage, and your cargo be a polished presence, a genteel manner, wit at will, and tact at every pore of you. I sent our lump of learning, brother Clout and father Slouch, our piece of piety, to see Rome and try suit the cardinal. Thither they clumped, beads and book in hand, and ever since 'tis meet for man and maid how both flopped down, prayed blessing on bent pate, bald many an inch beyond the tonsure's need, never once dreaming, the two moony dolts, there's nothing moves his eminence so much as, far from all this awe at sanctitude, heads that wag, eyes that twinkle, modified mirth at the closet lectures on the Latin tongue a lady learns so much by, we know where. Why, body o' Bacchus, you should crave his rule for pauses in the elegiac couplet, chasms permissible only to Catullus. There. Now go do duty, brisk break Priscian's head by reading the day's office, there's no help. You've Ovid in your poke to plaster that. Amens at the end of all, then sup with me. Well, after 3 or 4 years of this life, in prosecution of my calling, I found myself at the theatre one night with a brother canon in a mood and mind proper enough for the place, amused or no. When I saw enter, stand and seat herself a lady, young, tall, beautiful, strange and sad. It was as when in our cathedral once, as I got yawningly through matin song, I saw Facchini bear a burden up, base it on the high altar, break away a board or two, and leave the thing inside lofty and lone, and lo, when next I looked, there was the Raphael. I was still one stare when, "Nay, I'll make her give you back your gaze," said Canon Conti, and at the word he tossed a paper twist of comfits to her lap, and dodged, and in a trice was at my back, nodding from over my shoulder. Then she turned, looked our way, smiled the beautiful, sad, strange smile. "Is she not fair? 'Tis my new cousin," said he. The fellow lurking there I' the black o' the box is Guido, the old scapegrace. She's his wife, married 3 years since. How his countship sulks! He has brought little back from Rome beside, after the bragging, bullying. A fair face, and, they do say, a pocket full of gold when he can worry both her parents dead. I don't go much there, for the chamber's cold and the coffee pale. I got a turn at first, paying my duty. I observed they crouched, the 2 old frightened family spectres, close in a corner, each on each like mouse on mouse I' the cat's cage. Ever since I stay at home. Hallo, there's Guido, the black, mean and small, bends his brows on us. Please to bend your own on the shapely nether limbs of light skirts there by way of a diversion. I was a fool to fling the sweetmeats. Prudence, for God's love. Tomorrow I'll make my peace, e'en tell some fib, try if I can't find means to take you there. That night and next day did the gaze endure, burnt to my brain as sunbeam through shut eyes, and not once changed the beautiful, sad, strange smile. At vespers, Conti leaned beside my seat I' the choir, part said, part sung. In excelsis, all's to no purpose. I have louted low, but he saw you staring. Quia sub, don't incline to know you nearer. Him we would not hold for Hercules. The man would lick your shoe if you and certain efficacious friends managed him warily. But there's the wife, spare her, because he beats her as it is. She's breaking her heart quite fast enough. Iam tu, so be you rational, and make amends with little light skirts yonder. In saecula saeculorum. Ah, you rogue! Every one knows what great dame she Section 74 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Ca, continued. Sirs, ere the week was out, I saw and said to myself, light skirts, hides teeth would make a dog sick. The great dame shows spite should drive a cat mad. 'Tis but poor work this, counting one's fingers till the sonnet's crowned. I doubt much if Marino really be a better bard than Dante after all. 'Tis more amusing to go pace at eve i' the Duomo, watch the day's last gleam outside turn as into a skirt of God's own robe, those lancet windows, jewelled miracle, than go eat the Archbishop's ortolans, digest his jokes. Luckily Lent is near. Who cares to look will find me in my stall at the Pieve, constant to this faith at least, never to write a canzonet any more. So, next week, 'twas my patron spoke abrupt in altered guise. Young man, can it be true that after all your promise of sound fruit, you have kept away from Countess young or old and gone play truant in church all day long? Are you turning Molinist? I answered quick, Sir, what if I turned Christian? It might be. The fact is, I am troubled in my mind, beset and pressed hard by some novel thoughts. This your Arezzo is a limited world. There's a strange pope, 'tis said a priest who thinks. Rome is the port, you say? To Rome I go. I will live alone. One does so in a crowd. And look into my heart a little. Lent ended, I told friends, I shall go to Rome. One evening I was sitting in a muse over the opened Summa, darkened round by the mid-March twilight, thinking how my life had shaken under me, broke short indeed and showed the gap twixt what is, what should be. And into what abysm the soul may slip, leave aspiration here, achievement there, lacking omnipotence to connect extremes, thinking moreover, thinking if you like, how utterly dissociated was I, a priest and celibate, from the sad, strange wife of Guido, just as an instant to the point, not more. How I had a whole store of strengths eating into my heart, which craved employ, and she, perhaps, need of a finger's help, and yet there was no way in the wide world to stretch out mine and so relieve myself. How when the page o' the Summa preached its best, Her smile kept glowing out of it, as to mock the silence we could break by no one word. There came a tap without the chamber door, and a whisper, when I bade who tapped speak out, and, in obedience to my summons, last in glided a masked muffled mystery, laid lightly a letter on the opened book, then stood with folded arms and foot demure, pointing as if to mark the minute's flight. I took the letter, read to the effect that she I lately flung the comfits to had a warm heart to give me in exchange, and gave it, loved me and confessed it thus, and bade me render thanks by word of mouth, going that night to such a side of the house where the small terrace overhangs a street blind and deserted, not the street in front, her husband being away, the surly patch at his villa of Vittiano. "And you," I asked, "what may you be?" "Count Guido's kind of maid. Most of us have two functions in his house. We all hate him. The lady suffers much. 'Tis just we show compassion, furnish aid, specially since her choice is fixed so well. What answer may I bring to cheer the sweet Pompilia?" Then I took a pen and wrote, "No more of this. That you are fair, I know, but other thoughts now occupy my mind. I should not thus have played the insensible once on a time. What made you, may one ask, marry your hideous husband? 'Twas a fault, and now you taste the fruit of it. Farewell." "There," smiled I, as she snatched it and was gone, "there, let the jealous miscreant, Guido's self, whose mean soul grins through this transparent trick, be baulked so far, defrauded of his aim. What fund of satisfaction to the knave had I kicked this his messenger downstairs, trussed to the middle of her impudence, setting his heart at ease so? No, indeed. There's the reply which he shall turn and twist at pleasure, snuff at till his brain grow drunk, as the bear does when he finds a scented glove that puzzles him, a hand and yet no hand, of other perfume than his own foul paw. Last month I had doubtless chosen to play the dupe, accepted the mock invitation, kept the sham appointment, cudgel beneath cloak, prepared myself to pull the appointer's self out of the window from his hiding place behind the gown of this part messenger, part mistress, who would personate the wife. Such had seemed once a jest permissible. Now I am not i' the mood. Back next morn, brought the messenger, a second letter in hand. "You are cruel, Thyrsis, and Myrtilla moans neglected, but adores you, makes request for mercy. Why is it you dare not come? Such virtue is scarce natural to your age. You must love someone else. I hear you do, the baron's daughter or the advocate's wife, or both. All's one, would you make me the third? I take the crumbs from table gratefully, nor grudge who feasts there. Faith, I blush and blaze. Yet if I break all bounds, there's reason sure. Are you determinedly bent on Rome? I am wretched here, a monster tortures me. Carry me with you, come and say you will. Concert this very evening, do not write. I am Section 75 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Ca, continued. I questioned, lifting half the woman's mask to let her smile loose. "So, you gave my line to the merry lady?" She kissed off the wax and put what paper was not kissed away in her bosom to go burn, but Mary, no. She wept all night when evening brought no friend, alone, the unkind missive at her breast. Thus Philomel, the thorn at her breast too, sings. Writes this second letter. Even so. Then she may peep at vespers forth? What risk do we run o' the husband? No risk at all. He is more stupid even than jealous. That was the reason. Why, the man's away. Beside, his bugbear is that friend of yours, fat little Canon Conti. He fears him. How should he dream of you? I told you truth. He goes to the villa at Vittiano. 'Tis the time when spring sap rises in the vine, spends the night there, and then his wife's a child. Does he think a child outwits him? A mere child? Yet so full grown, a dish for any duke. Don't quarrel longer with such cates, but come. I wrote. In vain do you solicit me. I am a priest, and you are wedded wife. Whatever kind of brute your husband prove. I have scruples, in short. Yet should you really show sign at the window? But nay, best be good. My thoughts are elsewhere. Take her that. Again, let the incarnate meanness, cheat and spy, mean to the marrow of him, make his heart his food, anticipate hell's worm once more. Let him watch, shivering at the window, and let this hybrid, this his light of love and lackey of lies, a sage economy, paid with embracings for the rank brass coin, let her report and make him chuckle o'er the breakdown of my resolution now, and lour at disappointment in good time. So tantalize and so enrage by turns, until the two fall each on the other like two famished spiders, as the coveted fly that toys long leaves their net and them at last. And so the missives followed thick and fast for a month, say. I still came at every turn on the soft sly adder, endlong 'neath my tread. I was met i' the street, made sign to in the church. A slip was found i' the door-sill, scribbled word 'twixt page and page o' the prayer book in my peace. A crumpled thing dropped even before my feet, pushed through the blind, above the terrace rail, as I passed, by day, the very window once. And ever from corners would be peering up the messenger, with the self-same demand, obdurate still? No flesh but adamant? Nothing to cure the wound, assuage the throe o' the sweetest lamb that ever loved a bear? And ever my one answer in one tone: Go your ways, temptress, let a priest read, pray unplagued of vain talk, visions not for him. In the end you'll have your will and ruin me. One day a variation. Thus I read. You have gained little by timidity. My husband has found out my love at length. Sees cousin Conti was the stalking horse, and you the game he covered. Poor fat soul! My husband is a formidable foe, will stick at nothing to destroy you. Stand prepared, or better run till you reach Rome. I bade you visit me, when the last place my tyrant would have turned suspicious at, or cared to seek you in, was, why say where? But now all's changed. Beside, the season's past at the villa, wants the master's eye no more. Anyhow, I beseech you, stay away from the window, he might well be posted there. I wrote, "You raise my courage, or call up my curiosity, who am but man. Tell him he owns the palace, not the street under. That's his and yours, and mine alike. If it should please me pad the path this eve, Guido will have two troubles: first to get into a rage, and then get out again. Be cautious, though, at the Ave." You of the court, when I stood question here and reached this point o' the narrative, search notes and see, and say if someone did not interpose with smile and sneer, and prithee why so confident that the husband must of all needs, not the wife, fabricate thus? What if the lady loved? What if she wrote the letters? Learned sir, I told you there's a picture in our church. Well, if a low-browed verger sidled up bringing me, like a blotch on his prod's point, a transfixed scorpion, let the reptile writhe, and then said, "See a thing that Raphael made! This venom issued from Madonna's mouth," I should reply, "Rather the soul of you has issued from your body, like from like, by way of the ordure corner." But no less I tired of the same black teasing lie obtruded thus at every turn. The pest was far too near the picture, anyhow. One does Madonna service, making clowns remove their dung heap from the sacristy. "I will to the window, as he tempts," said I. "Yes, whom the easy love has failed allure, this new bait of adventure may, he thinks. While the imprisoned lady keeps afar, there will they lie in ambush, heads alert, kith, kin, and count mustered to bite my heel. No mother nor brother viper of the brood Section 76 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. So I went, crossed street and street. The next street's turn I stand beneath the terrace, see above the black of the ambush window. Then, in place of hand's throw of soft prelude over lute and cough that clears way for the ditty last, I began to laugh already. He will have out of the hole you hide in, on to the front, Count Guido Franceschini, show yourself. Hear what a man thinks of a thing like you, and after, take this foulness in your face. The words lay living on my lip. I made the one turn more, and there at the window stood, framed in its black square length, with lamp in hand, Pompilia. The same great, grave, griefful air as stands I' the dusk on altar that I know, left alone with one moonbeam in her cell, Our Lady of all the sorrows. Ere I knelt, assured myself that she was flesh and blood, she had looked one look and vanished, I thought, just so, it was herself. They have set her there to watch station to see some wedding band go by, on fair pretence that she must bless the bride, or wait some funeral with friends wind past, and crave peace for the corpse that claims its due. She never dreams they used her for a snare, and now withdraw the bait has served its turn. Well done, the husband, who shall fare the worse? And on my lip again was, "Out with thee, Guido!" when all at once she reappeared, but this time on the terrace overhead, so close above me she could almost touch my head if she bent down. And she did bend, while I stood still as stone, all eye, all ear. She began, "You have sent me letters, sir. I have read none. I can neither read nor write. But she you gave them to, a woman here, one of the people in whose power I am, partly explained their sense, I think, to me obliged to listen while she inculcates that you, a priest, can dare love me, a wife, desire to live or die as I shall bid. She makes me listen if I will or no. Because you saw my face a single time, it cannot be she says the thing you mean. Such wickedness were deadly to us both. But good true love would help me now so much. I tell myself, you may mean good and true. You offer me, I seem to understand, because I am in poverty and starve, much money, where one piece would save my life. The silver cup upon the altar cloth is neither yours to give nor mine to take, but I might take one bit of bread therefrom, since I am starving, and return the rest, yet do no harm. This is my very case. I am in that strait. I may not abstain from so much of assistance as would bring the guilt of theft on neither you nor me, but no superfluous particle of aid. I think, if you will let me state my case, even had you been so fancy-fevered here, not your sound self, you must grow healthy now, care only to bestow what I can take. That it is only you in the wide world, knowing me nor in thought nor word nor deed, who, all unprompted save by your own heart, come proffering assistance now, were strange, but that my whole life is so strange, as strange it is my husband whom I have not wronged should hate and harm me. For his own soul's sake, hinder the harm. But there is something more, and that the strangest. It has got to be somehow for my sake too, and yet not mine. This is a riddle. For some kind of sake not any clearer to myself than you, and yet as certain as that I draw breath. I would fain live, not die, oh no, not die. My case is, I was dwelling happily at Rome with those dear Comparini, called father and mother to me, when at once I found I had become Count Guido's wife, who then, not waiting for a moment, changed into a fury of fire, if once he was merely a man. His face threw fire at mine. He laid a hand on me that burned all peace, all joy, all hope, and last all fear away, dipping the bough of life, so pleasant once, in fire which shrivelled leaf and bud alike, burning not only present life but past, which you might think was safe beyond his reach. He reached it though, since that beloved pair, my father once, my mother all those years, that loved me so, now say I dreamed a dream, and bid me wake, henceforth no child of theirs, never in all the time their child at all. Do you understand? I cannot, yet so it is. Just so I say of you that proffer help. I cannot understand what prompts your soul. I simply needs must see that it is so. Only one strange and wonderful thing more. They came here with me, those two dear ones, kept all the old love up, till my husband, till his people here so tortured them, they fled. And now, is it because I grow in flesh and spirit one with him, their torturer, that they, renouncing him, must cast off me? If I were graced by God to have a child, could I one day deny God graced me so? Then, since my husband hates me, I shall break no law that reigns in this fell house of hate, by letting have effect so much of hate as hides me from that whole of hate would take my life, which I want and must have, just as I take from your excess of love enough to save my life with all I need. The Archbishop said to murder me were sin. My leaving Guido were a kind of death with no sin. More death he must answer for. Hear now, what death to him and life to you I wish to pay and owe. Take me to Rome. You go to Rome, the servant makes me hear. Take me as you would take a dog, I think, masterless, left for strangers to maltreat. Take me home like that. Leave me in the house where the father and the mother are, and soon they'll come to know and call me by my name, their child once more, since child I am, for all they now forget me, which is the worst of the dream, and the way to end dreams is to break them, stand, walk, go, then help me to stand, walk, and go. The governor said the strong should help the weak. You know how weak the strongest women are. How could I find my way there by myself? I cannot even call out, make them hear. Just as in dreams, I have tried and proved the fact. I have told this story and more to good great men. The Archbishop and the governor, they smiled. Stop your mouth, fair one. Presently they frowned. Get you gone, disengage you from our feet. I went in my despair to an old priest, only a friar, no great man like these two, but good, the Augustinian, people name Romano. He confessed me 2 months since. He fears God, why then needs he fear the world? And when he questioned how it came about that I was found in danger of a sin, despair of any help from Providence, since, though your husband outrage you, said he, that is a case too common. The wives die or live, but do not sin so deep as this. Then I told what I never will tell you. How worse than husband's hate I had to bear the love, soliciting to shame called love, of his brother, the young idle priest of the house with only the devil to meet there. This is grave. Yes, we must interfere. I counsel, write to those who used to be your parents once, of dangers here, bid them convey you hence. But, said I, when I neither read nor write? Then he took pity and promised, I will write. If he did so, why, they are dumb or dead. Either they give no credit to the tale, or else, wrapped wholly up in their own joy of such escape, they care not who cries, still o' the clutches. Anyhow, no word arrives. All such extravagance and dreadfulness seems incident to dreaming, cured one way. Wake me! The letter I received this morn said, if the woman spoke your very sense, you would die for me. I can believe it now, for now the dream gets to involve yourself. First of all, you seemed wicked and not good. In writing me those letters, you came in like a thief upon me. I this morning said in my extremity, entreat the thief, try if he have in him no honest touch. A thief might save me from a murderer. 'Twas a thief said the last kind word to Christ. Christ took the kindness and forgave the theft. And so did I prepare what I now say. But now that you stand and I see your face, though you have never uttered word yet, well, I know. Here too has been dream work, delusion too, and that at no time you with the eyes here ever intended to do wrong by me, nor wrote such letters therefore. It is false, and you are true, have been true, will be true. To Rome then, when is it you take me there? Section 77 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. I answered, it shall be when it can be. I will go hence and do your pleasure, find the sure and speedy means of travel, then come back and take you to your friends in Rome. There wants a carriage, money, and the rest, a day's work by tomorrow at this time. How shall I see you in a sure escape? She replied, pass tomorrow at this hour. If I am at the open window, well, if I am absent, drop a handkerchief and walk by. I shall see from where I watch and know that all is done. Return next eve and next, and so till we can meet and speak. Tomorrow at this hour I pass, said I. She was withdrawn. Here is another point I bid you pause at. When I told thus far, someone said subtly, here at least was found your confidence in error. You perceived the spirit of the letters, in a sort, had been the lady's, if the body should be supplied by Guido. Say he forged them all. Here was the unforged fact. She sent for you, spontaneously elected you to help. What men call loved you. Guido read her mind, gave it expression to assure the world the case was just as he foresaw. He wrote, she spoke. Sirs, that first simile serves still. That falsehood of a scorpion hatched, I say, nowhere i' the world but in Madonna's mouth. Go on. Suppose that falsehood foiled, next eve pictured Madonna, raised her painted hand, fixed the face Raphael bent above the babe on my face as I flung me at her feet. Such miracle vouchsafed and manifest, would that prove the first lying tale was true? Pompilia spoke, and I at once received, accepted my own fact, my miracle, self-authorized and self-explained. She chose to summon me and signify her choice. Afterward, oh, I gave a passing glance to a certain ugly cloud shape, goblin shred of hell smoke hurrying past the splendid moon, out now to tolerate no darkness more. and saw right through the thing that tried to pass for truth and solid, not an empty lie. So he not only forged the words for her, but word for me, made letters he called mine. What I sent, he retained, gave these in place, all by the mistress messenger, as I recognized her at potency of truth, so she, by the crystalline soul, knew me, never mistook the signs. Enough of this. Let the wraith go to nothingness again. Here is the orb. Have only thought for her. Thought? Nay, sirs, what shall follow was not thought. I have thought sometimes, and thought long and hard. I have stood before, gone round a serious thing, tasked my whole mind to touch and clasp it close. As I stretch forth my arm to touch this bar, God and man, and what duty I owe both, I dare to say I have confronted these in thought, but no such faculty helped here. I put forth no thought. Powerless all that night I paced the city. It was the first spring. By the invasion I lay passive too. In rushed new things. The old were rapt away. Alike abolished. The imprisonment of the outside air. The inside weight of the world that pulled me down. Death meant to spurn the ground, soar to the sky, die well, and you do that. The very immolation made the bliss. Death was the heart of life, and all the harm my folly had crouched to avoid now proved a veil hiding all gain my wisdom strove to grasp. As if the intense centre of the flame should turn a heaven to that devoted fly, which hitherto, sophist alike and sage, Saint Thomas with his sober grey goose quill, and sinner Plato by Cephesian reed, would fain, pretending just the insect's good, whisk off, drive back, consign to shade again. Into another state, under new rule, I knew myself was passing swift and sure, whereof the initiatory pang approached, felicitous annoy, as bittersweet as when the virgin band, the victors chased, feel at the end the earthly garments drop, and rise with something of a rosy shame into immortal nakedness. So I lay, and let come the proper throe would Section 78 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Ca continued. I' the grey of dawn, it was I found myself facing the pillared front of the Pieve, mine, my church. It seemed to say for the first time, but am not I the bride, the mystic love of the Lamb, who took thy plighted troth, my priest, to fold thy warm heart on my heart of stone and freeze thee nor unfasten any more? This is a fleshly woman. Let the free bestow their life blood. Thou art pulseless now. See, day by day I had risen and left this church at the signal waved me by some foolish fan, with half a curse and half a pitying smile for the monk I stumbled over in my haste, prostrate and corpse-like at the altar foot intent on his corona. Then the Church was ready with her quick, if word conduced, to quicken my pace nor stop for prating. There, be thankful you are no such ninny. Go rather to teach a black-eyed novice cards Than gabble Latin and protrude that nose Smooth to a sheep's, through no brains and much faith. That sort of incentive. Now the Church changed tone. Now, when I found out first that life and death are means to an end, that passion uses both, indisputably mistress of the man whose form of worship is self-sacrifice. Now, from the stone lungs, sighed the scrannel voice, leave that passion, come be dead with me, as if, i' the fabled garden, I had gone on great adventure, plucked in ignorance hedge-fruit and feasted to satiety, laughing at such high fame for hips and haws, and scorned the achievement. Then come all at once o' the prize o' the place, the thing of perfect gold, the apple's self, and scarce my eye on that was ware as well o' the sevenfold dragon's watch. Sirs, I obeyed. Obedience was too strange. This new thing that had been struck into me by the look o' the lady, to dare disobey the first authoritative word. 'Twas God's. I had been lifted to the level of her, could take such sounds into my sense. I said, we too are cognizant o' the Master now. It is she bids me bow the head. How true! I am a priest. I see the function here. I thought the other way self-sacrifice. This is the true, seals up the perfect sum. I pay it, sit down, silently obey. So I went home. Dawn broke, noon broadened. I sat stone still, let time run over me. The sun slanted into my room, had reached the west. I opened book. Aquinas blazed with one black name only on the white page. I looked up, saw the sunset. Vespers rang. She counts the minutes till I keep my word and come say all is ready. I am a priest, duty to God is duty to her. I think God, who created her, will save her too some new way, by one miracle the more, without me. Then prayer may avail perhaps. I went to my own place i' the Pieve, read the office. I was back at home again, sitting in the dark. Could she but know that were there good in this distinct from God's, really good as it reached her, though procured by a sin of mine, I should sin. God forgives. She knows it is no fear withholds me. Fear? Of what? Suspense here is the terrible thing. If she should, as she counts the minutes, come on the fantastic notion that I fear the world now, fear the Archbishop, fear perhaps Count Guido, he who, having forged the lies, may wait the work, attend the effect. I fear the sword of Guido? Let God see to that. Hating lies, let not her believe a lie. Again the morning found me. I will work, tie down my foolish thoughts. Thank God so far, I have saved her from a scandal, stopped the tongues had broken else into a cackle and hiss around the noble name. Duty is still wisdom. I have been wise. So the day wore. At evening. But, achieving victory, I must not blink the priest's peculiar part, nor shrink to counsel, comfort. Priest and friend, how do we discontinue to be friends? I will go minister, advise her seek help at the source, above all, not despair. There may be other happier help at hand. Section 79 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Ca continued. There she stood, leaned there for the second time over the terrace, looked at me, then spoke. Why is it you have suffered me to stay breaking my heart 2 days more than was need? Why delay help your own heart yearns to give? You are again here in the selfsame mind. I see here steadfast in the face of you. You grudge to do no one thing that I ask. Why then is nothing done? You know my need. Still, through God's pity on me, there is time and 1 day more. Shall I be saved or no? I answered, Lady, waste no thought, no word, even to forgive me. Care for what I care, only. Now, follow me as I were fate. Leave this house in the dark tomorrow night, just before daybreak. There's new moon this eve, it sets, and then begins the solid black. Descend, proceed to the Torrione, step over the low dilapidated wall, take San Clemente, there's no other gate unguarded at the hour. Some paces thence an inn stands, cross to it, I shall be there. She answered, If I can but find the way, but I shall find it. Go now. I did go, took rapidly the route myself prescribed, stopped at Torrione, climbed the ruined place, proved that the gate was practicable, reached the inn, no eye, despite the dark, could miss, knocked there and entered, made the host secure. With Caponsacchi it is ask and have. I know my betters. Are you bound for Rome? I get swift horse and trusty man, said he. Then I retraced my steps, was found once more in my own house for the last time. There lay the broad pale opened Summa. Shut his book, there's other showing. 'Twas a Thomas too obtained, more favoured than his namesake here. A gift tied faith fast, foiled the tug of doubt. Our Lady's girdle, down he saw it drop as she ascended into heaven, they say. He kept that safe and bade all doubt adieu. I too have seen a lady and hold a grace. I know not how the night passed. Morning broke. Presently came my servant. "Sir, this eve, do you forget?" I started. "How forget? What is it you know?" "With due submission, sir, this being last Monday in the month but one, and a vigil, since tomorrow is Saint George, and feast day, and moreover day for copse, and Canon Conti now away a month, and Canon Crispi sour because, forsooth, you let him sulk in stall and bear the brunt of the octave. Well, sir, 'tis important." "True. Hearken, I have to start for Rome this night. No word, lest Crispi overboil and burst. Provide me with a laic dress. Throw dust i' the canon's eye. Stop his tongue's scandal so. See, there's a sword in case of accident. I knew the knave knew me. And thus through each familiar hindrance of the day Did I make steadily for its hour and end, Felt time's old barrier growth of right and fit Give way through all its twines and let me go. Use and wont recognise the accepted man, let speed the special service, and I sped Till, at the dead between midnight and morn, There was I at the goal before the gate, With a tune in the ears, low leading up to loud, A light in the eyes, faint that would soon be flare, Ever some spiritual witness, new and new In faster frequence, crowding solitude To watch the way o' the warfare, till at last, When the ecstatic minute must bring birth, Began a whiteness in the distance, waxed whiter and whiter, near grew and more near, till it was she. There did Pompilia come, the white I saw shine, through her was her soul certainly, for the body was one black from head down to foot. She did not speak, glided into the carriage. So a cloud gathers the moon up. By San Spirito, to Rome, as if the road burned underneath. Reach Rome, then hold my head in pledge. I pay the run and the risk to heart's content. Just that I said, then in another tick of time sprang, was beside her, she and I alone. So it began, our flight through dusk to clear, Through day and day again to night once more, And to last dreadful dawn of all. Sirs, how should I lie quiet in my grave Unless you suffer me wring drop by drop My brain dry, make a riddance of the drench of minutes With a memory in each, recorded motion, breath or look of hers, Which poured forth would present you one pure glass, Mirror you plain, as God see glassed in gold His saints, the perfect soul, Pompilia. Men, you must know that a man gets drunk with truth Stagnant inside him. Oh, they've killed her, sirs! Can I be calm? Calmly. Each incident proves, I maintain, That action of the flight for the true thing it was. The first faint scratch of the stone will test its nature, Teach its worth to idiots who name Parian coprolite. After all, I shall give no glare. At best only display you certain scattered lights Lamping the rush and roll of the abyss. Nothing but here and there a fire. Section 80 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Ca continued. For the first hour we both were silent in the night, I know. Sometimes I did not see nor understand. Blackness engulfed me, partial stupor, say. Then I would break way, breathe through the surprise, and be aware again, and see who sat in the dark vest with the white face and hands. I said to myself, I have caught it. I conceive the mind o' the mystery. 'Tis the way they wake and wait, two martyrs somewhere in a tomb, each by each as their blessing was to die. Some signal they are promised and expect, when to arise before the trumpet scares. So, through the whole course of the world they wait the last day, but so fearless and so safe. No otherwise in safety and not fear I lie, because she lies too by my side. You know this is not love, sirs, it is faith, the feeling that there's God, He reigns and rules out of this low world. That is all, no harm. At times she drew a soft sigh. Music seemed always to hover just above her lips, not settle. Break a silence, music too. In the determined morning, I first found her head erect, her face turned full to me, her soul intent on mine through two wide eyes. I answered them. You are saved hitherto. We have passed Perugia, gone round by the wood, not through, I seem to think, and opposite, I know, Assisi. This is holy ground. Then she resumed. How long since we both left Arezzo? Years, and certain hours beside. It was at, but I forget the names. 'Tis a mere post-house and a hovel or two. I left the carriage and got bread and wine and brought it her. Does it detain to eat? They say perforce change horses, therefore eat. We lose no minute, we arrive, be sure. She said, I know not where, there's a great hill close over, and the stream has lost its bridge, one fords it. She began. I have heard say of some sick body that my mother knew, 'twas no good sign when in a limb diseased all the pain suddenly departs, as if the guardian angel discontinued pain because the hope of cure was gone at last. The limb will not again exert itself. It needs be pain no longer. So with me, my soul, whence all the pain is past at once, all pain must be to work some good in the end. True, this I feel now, this may be that good. Pain was because of, otherwise I fear. She said, a long while later in the day, when I had let the silence be, abrupt. Have you a mother? She died when I was born. A sister then? No sister. Who was it? What woman were you used to serve this way, be kind to, till I called you and you came? I did not like that word. Soon afterward, tell me, are men unhappy in some kind of mere unhappiness at being men, as women suffer being womanish? Have you, now, some unhappiness, I mean, born of what may be man's strength overmuch, to match the undue susceptibility, the sense at every pore when hate is close? It hurts us if a baby hides its face or child strikes at us punily, calls names or makes a mouth, much more if stranger men laugh or frown, just as that were much to bear. Yet rocks split, and the blow-ball does no more, quivers to feathery nothing at a touch, and strength may have its drawbacks, weakness 'scapes. Once she asked, what is it that made you smile at the great gate with the eagles and the snakes, where the company entered? 'Tis a long time since. Forgive, I think you would not understand. But you ask me, therefore it was this. That was a certain bishop's villa gate. I knew it by the eagles, and at once remembered this same bishop was just he people of old were wont to bid me please if I would catch preferment. So I smiled because an impulse came to me, a whim. What if I prayed the prelate leave to speak? began upon him in his presence hall. What, still at work, so grey and obsolete? Still rocheted and mitred more or less? Don't you feel all that out of fashion now? I find out when the day of things is done. At eve we heard the Angelus. She turned. "I told you I can neither read nor write. My life stopped with the playtime. I will learn, if I begin to live again. But you who are a priest, wherefore do you not read the service at this hour? Read Gabriel's song, the lesson, and then read the little prayer to Raphael, proper for us travellers." I did not like that neither, but I read. When we stopped at Foligno, it was dark. The people of the post came out with lights. The driver said, "This time tomorrow may saints only help, relays continue good, nor robbers hinder, we arrive at Rome." I urged, "Why task your strength a second night? Trust me, alight here and take brief repose. We are out of harm's reach, past pursuit. Go sleep if but an hour. I keep watch, guard the while, here in the doorway." But her whole face changed. The misery grew again about her mouth. The eyes burned up from faintness like the fawn's tired to death in the thicket, when she feels the probing spear o' the huntsman. "Oh, no stay!" she cried in the fawn's cry. Section 81 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6. Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. We did go on all night, but at its close she was troubled, restless, moaned low, talked at whiles to herself, her brow on quiver with the dream. Once wide awake, she menaced at arm's length, waved away something. "Never again with you! My soul is mine, my body is my soul's. You and I are divided evermore in soul and body. Get you gone!" Then why, in my whole life I have never prayed. Oh, if the God that only can would help! Am I his priest with power to cast out fiends? Let God arise and all his enemies be scattered. By morn there was peace, no sigh out of the deep sleep. When she woke at last, I answered the first look. Scarce 12 hours more, then Rome. There probably was no pursuit. There cannot now be peril. Bear up brave. Just some 12 hours to press through to the prize. Then no more of the terrible journey. Then no more of the journey. If it might but last. Always, my life long, thus to journey still. It is the interruption that I dread. With no dread, ever to be here and thus. Never to see a face nor hear a voice. Yours is no voice, you speak when you are dumb. Nor face, I see it in the dark. I want no face, nor voice that change and grow unkind. That I liked, that was the best thing she said. In the broad day I dared entreat, descend. I told a woman at the garden gate by the post house, white and pleasant in the sun, "It is my sister, talk with her apart. She is married and unhappy, you perceive. I take her home because her head is hurt. Comfort her as you women understand." So there I left them by the garden wall, paced the road, then bade put the horses to, came back, and there she sat. Close to her knee a black-eyed child still held the bowl of milk, wondered to see how little she could drink. And in her arms the woman's infant lay. She smiled at me. How much good this has done! This is a whole night's rest, and how much more! I can proceed now, though I wish to stay. How do you call that tree with the thick top that holds in all its leafy green and gold the sun now like an immense egg of fire? It was a million-leaved mimosa. Take the babe away from me, and let me go. And in the carriage, still a day, my friend, and perhaps half a night, the woman fears. I pray it finish, since it cannot last. There may be more misfortune at the close, and where will you be? God suffice me then. And presently, for there was a roadside shrine, when I was taken first to my own church, Lorenzo in Lucina, being a girl, and bid confess my faults, I interposed, but teach me what fault to confess and know. So the priest said, you should bethink yourself. Each human being needs must have done wrong. Now be you candid, and no priest, but friend. Were I surprised and killed here on the spot, a run away from husband and his home, do you account it were in sin I died? My husband used to seem to harm me, not on pretence he punished sin of mine, nor for sin's sake, and lust of cruelty, but as I heard him bid a farming man at the villa take a lamb once to the wood and there ill-treat it, meaning that the wolf should hear its cries, and so come, quick be caught, enticed to the trap. He practised thus with me, that so, whatever were his gain thereby, others that I might become prey and spoil. Had it been only between our two selves, his pleasure and my pain, why pleasure him by dying, nor such need to make a coil? But this was worth an effort, that my pain should not become a snare, prove pain threefold to other people, strangers or unborn. How should I know? I sought release from that, I think, or else from, dare I say, some cause such as is put into a tree, which turns away from the north wind with what nest it holds. The woman said that trees so turn. Now, friend, tell me, because I cannot trust myself, you are a man, what have I done amiss? You must conceive my answer, I forget. Taken up wholly with the thought, perhaps, this time she might have said, might, did not say, you are a priest. She said, my friend. Day wore, we passed the places. Somehow the calm went. Again the restless eyes began to rove in new fear of the foe mine could not see. She wondered in her mind, addressed me once Gaetano. That is not my name. Whose name? I grew alarmed. My head seemed turning too. I quickened pace with promise now threat. Bade drive and drive, nor any stopping more. Too deep i' the thick o' the struggle through. Then drench her in repose, though death's self. Section 82 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. Suddenly I saw the old tower, and the little white-walled clump of buildings, and the cypress tree or two. Already Castelnuovo Rome, I cried. As good as Rome. Rome is the next stage. Think, this is where travellers' hearts are wont to beat. Say you are saved, sweet lady. Up she woke. The sky was fierce with colour from the sun setting. She screamed out, "No, I must not die! Take me no farther! I should die! Stay here! I have more life to save than mine!" She swooned. We seemed safe. What was it foreboded so? Out of the coach into the inn I bore the motionless and breathless, pure and pale Pompilia, bore her through a pitying group and laid her on a couch, still calm and cured by deep sleep of all woes at once. The host was urgent. "Let her stay an hour or two. Leave her to us. All will be right by morn." Oh, my foreboding! But I could not choose. I paced the passage, kept watch all night long. I listened. Not one movement, not one sigh. "Fear not, she sleeps so sound," they said. But I feared, all the same, kept fearing more and more, found myself throb with fear from head to foot, filled with a sense of such impending woe, that, at first pause of night, pretence of grey, I made my mind up it was morn. Reach Rome, lest hell reach her. 12 miles to make, another long breath, and we emerge. I stood i' the courtyard, roused the sleepy grooms. "Have out carriage and horse. Give haste, take gold," said I. While they made ready in the doubtful morn, 'Twas the last minute, needs must I ascend And break her sleep. I turned to go, and there faced me Count Guido. There posed the mean man as master, took the field, encamped his rights, challenged the world, there leered new triumph, there scowled the old malice in the visage bad and black of the scamp. Soon triumph supplied the tongue a little, malice glued to his dry throat, and he part howled, part hissed. Oh, how he kept well out of the way, at arm's length and to spare! "My salutation to your priestship! What? Matutinal? Busy with book so soon of an April day That's damp as tears that now deluge Arezzo at its darling's flight? 'Tis unfair, wrongs femininity at large, to let a single dame monopolize a heart the whole sex claims, should share alike. Therefore I overtake you, Canon, come! The lady, could you leave her side so soon? You have not yet experienced at her hands my treatment. You laid down undrugged, I see. Hence this alertness, hence no death in life Like what held arms fast when she stole from mine. To be sure, you took the solace and repose That first night at Foligno. News abound o' the road by this time, men regaled me much. As past them I came halting after you, Vulcan pursuing Mars, as poets sing. Still at the last here pant I, but arrive, Vulcan, and not without my Cyclops too, the commissary and the unpoisoned arm o' the civil force, should Mars turn mutineer. Enough of fooling. Capture the culprits, friend. Here is the lover in the smart disguise with a sword. He is a priest, so mine lies still. There upstairs hides my wife, the runaway, his leman. The two plotted, poisoned first, plundered me after, and eloped thus far. Where now you find them, do your duty quick. Arrest and hold him? That's done. Now catch her. During the speech of that man, well, I stood away, as he managed. Still, I stood as near the throat of him, with these two hands my own, as now I stand near yours, sir. One quick spring, one great good satisfying gripe, and lo! There had he lain abolished with his lie, creation purged o' the miscreant, man redeemed, a spittle wiped off from the face of God. I, in some measure, seek a poor excuse for what I left undone, in just this fact that my first feeling at the speech I quote was not of what a blasphemy was dared, not what a bag of venomed purulence was split and noisome, but how splendidly mirthful, what ludicrous a lie was launched. Would Moliere's self wish more than hear such a man call, claim such woman for his own, his wife, even though, in due amazement at the boast, he had stammered she moreover was divine? She to be his were hardly less absurd than that he took her name into his mouth, licked, and then let it go again, the beast, signed with his slaver. Oh, she poisoned him, plundered him, and the rest. Well, what I wished was that he would but go on, say one more so to the world, and get his meed of men. The fists reply to the filth. And while I mused, the minute, oh the misery, was gone. On either idle hand of me there stood really an officer, nor laughed i' the least. They rendered justice to his reason, laid logic to heart, as 'twere submitted them, twice two makes four. "And now catch her!" he cried. That sobered me. Let myself lead the way, ere you arrest me, who am somebody, and as you hear, a priest and privileged. To the lady's chamber. I presume you, men expert, instructed how to find out truth, familiar with the guise of guilt, detect guilt on her face when it meets mine, then judge between us and the mad dog howling there. Up we all went together. In they broke o' the chamber late my chapel. There she lay, composed as when I laid her, that last eve, o' the couch still breathless, motionless, sleep's self, wax white, seraphic, saturate with the sun o' the morning that now flooded from the front and filled the window with a light like blood. Behold the poisoner, the adulteress, and feigning sleep. Section 83 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. She started up, stood erect, face to face with the husband. Back he fell, was buttressed there by the window, all aflame with morning red. He, the black figure, the opprobrious blur against all peace and joy and light and life. "Away from between me and hell!" she cried. "Hell for me, no embracing any more! I am God's, I love God, God whose knees I clasp, whose utterly most just award I take, but bear no more love-making devils hence!" I may have made an effort to reach her side from where I stood i' the doorway. Anyhow, I found the arms I wanted pinioned fast, was powerless in the clutch to left and right o' the rabble pouring in, rascality enlisted, rampant on the side of hearth, home, and the husband, pay in prospect too. They heaped themselves upon me. "Ha! And him also you outrage? Him too, my sole friend, guardian and saviour? That I balk you of, since see how God can help at last and worst!" She sprung at the sword that hung beside him, seized, drew, brandished it. the sunrise burn for joy o' the blade. "Die!" cried she, "devil, in God's name!" Ah, but they all closed round her, 12 to 1, the unmanly men, no woman, mother, maid, spawned somehow. Dead white and disarmed she lay. No matter for the sword, her word sufficed to spike the coward through and through. He shook, could only spit between the teeth. "You see, you hear, bear witness then, write down, but no. Carry these criminals to the prison house for first thing. I begin my search meanwhile after the stolen effects, gold, jewels, plate, money and clothes they robbed me of and fled, with no few amorous pieces, verse and prose, I have much reason to expect to find." When I saw that no more than the first mad speech made out the speaker mad and a laughing stock, so neither did this next device explode one listener's indignation, that a scribe did sit down, set himself to write indeed, and sundry knaves began to peer and pry in corner and hole, that Guido, wiping brow and getting him a countenance, was fast losing his fear, beginning to strut free o' the stage of his exploit, snuff here, sniff there. I took the truth in, guessed sufficiently the service for the moment. "What I say, slight at your peril. We are aliens here, my adversary and I, called noble both. I am the nobler, and a name men know. I could refer our cause to our own court in our own country, but prefer appeal to the nearer jurisdiction, being a priest, though in a secular garb. For reasons good I shall adduce in due time to my peers. I demand that the church I serve decide between us. Right the slandered lady there. A Tuscan noble, I might claim the duke. A priest, I rather choose the church. Bid Rome cover the wronged with her inviolate shield." There was no refusing this. They bore me off, they bore her off, to separate cells of the same ignoble prison, and separate thence to Rome. Pompilia's face then and thus looked on me the last time in this life, not one sight since, never another sight to be, and yet I thought I had saved her. I appealed to Rome. It seems I simply sent her to her death. You tell me she is dying now, or dead. I cannot bring myself to quite believe this is a place you torture people in. What if this your intelligence were just a subtlety, an honest wile to work on a man at unawares? 'Twere worthy you. No, sirs, I cannot have the lady dead. That erect form, flashing brow, fulgurant eye, that voice immortal, oh, that voice of hers, that vision in the blood-red daybreak, that leap to life of the pale electric sword angels go armed with, that was not the last of the lady. Come, I see through it, you know the manoeuvre. Also herself said I had saved her. Do you dare say she spoke false? Let me see for myself if it be so. Though she were dying, a priest might be of use, the more when he's a friend too. She called me far beyond friend. Come, let me see her. Indeed, it is my duty, being a priest. I hope I stand confessed, established, proved a priest. My punishment had motive that, a priest I, in a lay garb, a mundane mode, did what were harmlessly done otherwise. I never touched her with my finger-tip except to carry her to the couch, that eve, against my heart, beneath my head, bowed low, as we priests carry the paten. That is why, to get leave and go see her of your grace, I have told you this whole story over again. Do I deserve grace? For I might lock lips, laugh at your jurisdiction. What have you to do with me in the matter? I suppose you hardly think I donned a bravo's dress to have a hand in the new crime, on the old, judgments delivered, penalty imposed. I was chained fast at Civita, hand and foot. She had only you to trust to, you and Rome and the Church, and no pert meddling priest 2 days ago, when Guido with the right hacked her to pieces. One might well be wroth. I have been patient, done my best to help. I come from Civita and punishment as a friend of the court, and for pure friendship's sake have told my tale to the end. Nay, not the end. Section 84 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Ca continued. When we were parted, shall I go on there? I was presently brought to Rome. Yes, here I stood opposite yonder very crucifix. And there sat you, and you, sirs, quite the same. I heard charge, and bore question, and told tale noted down in the book there. Turn and see if by one jot or tittle I vary now. I' the colour the tale takes, there's change perhaps. 'Tis natural, since the sky is different. Eclipse in the air now. Still, the outline stays. I showed you how it came to be my part to save the lady. Then your clerk produced papers, a pack of stupid and impure banalities called letters about love. Love indeed! I could teach who styled them so. Better, I think, though priest and loveless both. How was it that a wife, young, innocent, and stranger to your person, wrote this page? She wrote it when the Holy Father wrote the bestiality that posts through Rome, put in his mouth by Pasquin. Nor perhaps did you return these answers, verse and prose, signed, sealed, and sent the lady? There's your hand. This precious piece of verse I really judge is meant to copy my own character, a clumsy mimic, and this other, prose, not so much even, both rank forgery. Verse, quotha! Bembo's verse, when St. John wrote the tract De Tribus. I wrote this to match. How came it, then, the documents were found at the inn on your departure? I opine because there were no documents to find in my presence. You must hide before you find. Who forged them, hardly practised in my view. Who found them, waited till I turned my back. And what of the clandestine visits paid, nocturnal passage in and out the house with its lord absent? 'Tis alleged you climbed, flew on a broomstick to the man of the moon. Who witnessed or will testify this trash? The trusty servant, Margherita's self, even she who brought you letters, you confess, and you confess took letters in reply. Forget not, we have knowledge of the facts. Sirs who have knowledge of the facts, defray the expenditure of wit I waste in vain, trying to find out just one fact of all. She who brought letters from who could not write, and took back letters to who could not read. Who was that messenger of your charity? Well, so far favours you the circumstance that this same messenger, how shall we say, sub imputatione meretricis laborat, which makes accusation null. We waive this woman's, naught makes void the next. Borsi, called Venerino, he who drove the first night when you fled away, at length deposes to your kissings in the coach, frequent, frenetic. When deposed he so? After some weeks of sharp imprisonment. Granted by friend the Governor, I engage, for his participation in your flight. At length his obduracy melting made the avowal mentioned. Was dismissed forthwith to liberty, poor knave, for recompense. Sirs, give what credit to the lie you can. For me, no word in my defence I speak, and God shall argue for the lady. So did I stand question, and make answer, still with the same result of smiling disbelief, polite impossibility of faith in such affected virtue in a priest, but a showing fair play, an indulgence even to one no worse than others after all, who had not brought disgrace to the order, played discreetly, ruffled gown nor ripped the cloth in a bungling game at romps. I have told you, sirs, if I pretended simply to be pure, honest, and Christian in the case, absurd. As well go boast myself above the needs o' the human nature, careless how meat smells, wine tastes, a saint above the smack. But once abate my crest, own flaws i' the flesh, agree to go with the herd, be hog no more nor less. Why, hogs in common herd have common rights. I must not be unduly borne upon, who had just romanced a little, sown wild oats, but scaped without a scandal, flagrant fault. My name helped to a mirthful circumstance. Joseph would do well to amend his plea, undoubtedly some toying with the wife. But as for ruffian violence and rape, Potiphar pressed too much on the other side. The intrigue, the elopement, the disguise, well charged. The letters and verse looked hardly like the truth. Your apprehension was of guilt enough to be compatible with innocence. So punish best a little and not too much. Had I struck Guido Franceschini's face, you had counselled me withdraw for my own sake, balk him of bravo hiring. Friends came round, congratulated. Nobody mistakes. The pettiness of the forfeiture defines the peccadillo. Guido gets his share. His wife is free of husband. And Hook knows the mouldy viands and the mother-in-law. To Civita with you and amuse the time. Travesty us de raptu Elene. A funny figure must the husband cut when the wife makes him skip. To ticklish, do it in Latin, not the vulgar, then. Scazons will copy and send his eminence. Mind, one iambus in the final foot. He'll rectify it, be your friend for life. O sirs, depend on me for much new light thrown on the justice and religion Section 85 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6. Giuseppe Ca continued. And I was just set down to study these in relegation 2 short days ago, admiring how you read the rules when clap a thunder comes into my solitude. I am caught up in a whirlwind and cast here, told of a sudden, in this room where so late you dealt out law adroitly, that those scales I meekly bowed to, took my allotment from, Guido has snatched at, broken in your hands, metes to himself the murder of his wife, full measure pressed down, running over now. Can I assist to an explanation? Yes, I rise in your esteem, sagacious sirs. Stand up, a renderer of reasons. Not the officious priest would personate Saint George for a mock princess in undragoned days. What? The blood startles you? What? After all, the priest who needs must carry sword on thigh may find imperative use for it? Then there was a princess, was a dragon belching flame, and should have been a Saint George also? Then there might be worse schemes than to break the bonds at Arezzo, lead her by the little hand till she reached Rome, and let her try to live? But you were the law and the gospel. Would one please stand back? Allow your faculty elbow room? You blind guides who must needs lead eyes that see? Fools, alike ignorant of man and God! What was there here should have perplexed your wit for a wink of the owl eyes of you? How miss, then, what's now forced on you by this flare of fact? As if Saint Peter failed to recognize Nero as no apostle, John or James, till someone burned a martyr, make a torch o' the blood and fat to show his features by. Could you fail read this cartulary aright on head and front of Franceschini there, large lettered like hell's masterpiece of print, that he from the beginning pricked at heart by some lust, lech of hate against his wife, plotted to plague her into overt sin and shame, would slay Pompilia body and soul, and save his mean self, miserably caught i' the quagmire of his own tricks, cheats and lies? That himself wrote those papers, from himself to himself, which i' the name of me and her, his mistress messenger gave her and me, touching us with such pustules of the soul that she and I might take the taint, be shown to the world and shuddered over, speckled so? That the agent put her sense into my words, made substitution of the thing she hoped for the thing she had and held, its opposite, while the husband in the background bit his lips at each fresh failure of his precious plot? That, when at the last we did rush each on each, by no chance but because God willed it so, the spark of truth was struck from out our souls, made all of me, descried in the first glance, seem fair and honest and permissible love of the good and true, as the first glance told me there was no duty patent in the world like daring try be good and true myself, leaving the shows of things to the Lord of show and Prince of the power of the air. Our very flight, even to its most ambiguous circumstance, irrefragably proved how futile, false. Why, men and not boys, boys and not babes, babes and not beasts, beasts and not stocks and stones. Had the liar's lie been true, one pinpoint speck, were I the accepted suitor, free o' the place, disposer of the time, to come at a call and go at a wink, as who should say me nay? What need of flight? What were the gain therefrom but just damnation, failure or success? Damnation pure and simple too, her the wife and me the priest, who bartered private bliss for public reprobation, the safe shade for the sunshine which men see to pelt me by. What other advantage, we who led the days and nights alone i' the house, was flight to find? In our whole journey, did we stop an hour, diverge a foot from straight road till we reached or would have reached, but for that fate of ours, the father and mother, in the eye of Rome, the eye of yourselves, we made aware of us at the first fall of misfortune? And indeed you did so far give sanction to our flight, confirm its purpose, as lend helping hand, deliver up Pompilia, not to him she fled, but those the flight was ventured for. Why then could you, who stopped short, not go on one poor step more, and justify the means, having allowed the end? Not see and say, here's the exceptional conduct that should claim to be exceptionally judged on rules which, understood, make no exception here. Why play instead into the devil's hands by dealing so ambiguously as gave Guido the power to intervene like me? Prove one exception more: I saved his wife against law he. Section 86 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Ca continued. I have done with being judged. I stand here guiltless in thought, word and deed, to the point that I apprise you, in contempt for all misapprehending ignorance of the human heart, much more the mind of Christ, that I assuredly did vow was blessed by the revelation of Pompilia. There, such is the final fact I fling you, sirs, to mouth and mumble and misinterpret. There, the priests in love, have it the vulgar way. Unpriest me, rend the regs of the vestment, do degrade deep, disenfranchise all you dare. Remove me from the midst, no longer priest and fit companion for the like of you. Your gay abbati, with a well-turned leg and rose i' the hat rim, cannons, cross at neck, and silk mask in the pocket of the gown, brisk bishops, with the world's musk still unbrushed from the rochet. I'll no more of these good things. there's a crack somewhere, something that's unsounded the rattle. For Pompilia, be advised, build churches, go pray. You will find me there, I know, if you come. And you will come, I know. Why, there's a judge weeping. Did not I say you were good and true at bottom? You see the truth. I am glad I helped you. She helped me just so. But for Count Guido, you must counsel there. I bow my head, bend to the very dust, break myself up in shame of faultiness. I had him one whole moment, as I said, as I remember, as will never out of the thoughts of me. I had him in arm's reach there, as you stand, sir, now you cease to sit. I could have killed him ere he killed his wife, and did not. He went off alive and well, and then effected this last feat through me, not through you. Dismiss that fear. 'Twas you hindered me staying here to save her, not from leaving you and going back to him and doing service in Arezzo. Come, instruct me in procedure. I conceive, in all due self-abasement might I speak, how you will deal with Guido. Oh, not death. Death, if it let her life be. Otherwise, not death. Your lights will teach you clearer. I certainly have an instinct of my own i' the matter. Bear with me and weigh its worth. Let us go away, leave Guido all alone back on the world again that knows him now. I think he will be found, indulged so far, not to die so much as slide out of life. Pushed by the general horror and common hate low, lower, left to the very ledge of things, I seem to see him catch convulsively one by one at all honest forms of life, at reason, order, decency, and use, to cramp him and get foothold by at least. And still they disengage them from his clutch. What, are you he, then, had Pompilia once, and so forewent her? Take not up with us! And thus I see him slowly and surely edged off all the tableland whence life upsprings aspiring to be immortality. As the snake, hatched on hilltop by mischance, despite his wriggling, slips, slides, slitters down hillside, lies low and prostrate on the smooth level of the outer place, lapsed in the veil. So I lose Guido in the loneliness, silence, and dusk, till at the doleful end, at the horizontal line, creation's verge, from what just is to absolute nothingness, lo, what is this he meets, strains onward still? What other man deep further in the fate, who, turning at the prize of a footfall to flatter him and promise fellowship, discovers in the act a frightful face? Judas, made monstrous by much solitude. The two are at one now. Let them love their love that bites and claws like hate, or hate their hate that mops and mows and makes as it were love. There, let them each tear each in devil's fun, or fondle this the other while malice aches. Both teach, both learn detestability. Kiss him the kiss, Iscariot! Pay that back, that snatch o' the slaver blistering on your lip, by the better trick, the insult he spared Christ, lure him the lure o' the letters, aretine, lick him o'er slimy smooth with jelly filth o' the verse and prose pollution in love's guise. The cockatrice is with the basilisk. There let them grapple, denizens o' the dark, foes or friends, but indissolubly bound in their one spot out of the ken of God. Section 87 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. Why, sirs, what's this? Why, this is sorry and strange. Futility, divagation, this from me bound to be rational, justify an act of sober man. Whereas, being moved so much, I give you cause to doubt the lady's mind. A pretty sarcasm for the world. I fear you do her wit injustice, all through me, like my fate all through ineffective help. A poor rash advocate I prove myself. You might be angry with good cause, but sure at the advocate, only at the undue zeal that spoils the force of his own plea. I think my part was just to tell you how things stand, state facts and not be flustered at their fume. But then 'tis a priest speaks. As for love, no. If you let buzz a vulgar fly like that about your brains, as if I loved, forsooth, indeed, sirs, you do wrong. We had no thought of such infatuation, she and I. There are many points that prove it. Do be just. I told you, at one little roadside place I spent a good half hour, paced to and fro the garden, just to leave her free a while. I plucked a handful of spring herb and bloom. I might have sat beside her on the bench where the children were. I wish the thing had been, indeed. The event could not be worse, you know. One more half hour of her saved. She's dead now, sirs. While I was running on at such a rate, friends should have plucked me by the sleeve. I went too much of the trivial outside of her face and the purity that shone there. Plain to me, not to you, what more natural? Nor am I infatuated. Oh, I saw, be sure. Her brow had not the right line. Lean too much, painters would say. They like the straight-up Greek. This seemed bent somewhat with an invisible crown of martyr and saint, not such as art approves. And how the dark orbs dwelt deep underneath, looked out of such a sad sweet heaven on me. The lips, compressed a little, came forward too, careful for a whole world of sin and pain. That was the face. Her husband makes his plea. He sought just to disfigure. No offence beyond that. Sirs, let us be rational. He needs must vindicate his honour, ay, yet shirks, the coward, in a clown's disguise, away from the scene, endeavours to escape. Now, had he done so, slain and left no trace of the slayer, what were vindicated, pray? You had found his wife disfigured or a corpse, for what and by whom? It is to palpable. Then, here's another point involving law. I use this argument to show you meant no calumny against us by that title of the sentence. Liars try to twist it so. What penalty it bore, I had to pay till further proof should follow of innocence. Probationis ob defectum. Proof? How could you get proof without trying us? You went through the preliminary form, stopped there, contrived this sentence to amuse the adversary. If the title ran for more than fault imputed and not proved, that was a simple penman's error, else a slip i' the phrase, as when we say of you charged with injustice, which may either be or not be. 'Tis a name that sticks meanwhile. Another relevant matter, fool that I am, not what I wish true, yet a point friends urge. It is not true, yet since friends think it helps, she only tried me when some others failed, began with Conti, whom I told you of, and Guillichini, Guido's kinfolk both, and when abandoned by them, not before, turned to me. That's conclusive why she turned. Much good they got by the happy cowardice. Conti is dead, poisoned a month ago. Does that much strike you as a sin? Not much, after the present murder, one mark more on the Moor's skin. What is black by blacker still? Conti had come here and told truth, and so with Guillichini. He's condemned, of course, to the galleys, as a friend in this affair. Tried and condemned for no one thing i' the world, a fortnight since, by who but the Governor, the just judge, who refused Pompilia help at first blush, being her husband's friend, you know. There are two tales to suit the separate courts, Arezzo and Rome. He tells you here we fled alone, unhelped, lays stress on the main fault, the spiritual sin Rome looks to. But elsewhere he likes best we should break in, steal, bear off, be fit to brand and pillory and flog. That's the charge goes to the heart of the Governor. If these unpriest me, you and I may yet converse, Vincenzo Mazzi Medici. Oh, sirs, there are worse men than you, I say. More easily duped, I mean. This stupid lie, its liar never dared propound in Rome. He gets Arezzo to receive, nay more, gets Florence and the Duke to authorize. This is their Rota's sentence, their Grand Duke signs and seals. Rome for me henceforward, Rome where better men are. Most of all, that man the Augustinian of the hospital, who writes the letter. He confessed, he says, many a dying person, never one so sweet and true and pure and beautiful. A good man. Will you make him Pope one day? Not that he is not good too, this we have, but old, else he would have his word to speak, his truth to teach the world. I thirst for truth. Section 88 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. Sirs, I am quiet again. You see, we are so very pitiable, she and I, who had conceivably been otherwise. Forget distemperature and idle heat. Apart from truth's sake, what's to move so much? Pompilia will be presently with God. I am, on earth, as good as out of it, a relegated priest. When exile ends, I mean to do my duty and live long. She and I are mere strangers now, but priests should study passion. How else cure mankind, who come for help in passionate extremes? I do but play with an imagined life of who, unfettered by a vow, unblessed by the higher call, since you will have it so, leads it companioned by the woman there, to live and see her learn, and learn by her, out of the low, obscure and petty world. Or only see one purpose and one will evolve themselves i' the world, change wrong to right, to have to do with nothing but the true, the good, the eternal, and these not alone in the main current of the general life, but small experiences of every day, concerns of the particular hearth and home, to learn not only by a comet's rush but a rose's birth, not by the grandeur, God, but the comfort, Christ. All this how far away! Mere delectation, meet for a minute's dream, just as a drudging student trims his lamp, opens his Plutarch, puts him in the place of Roman, Grecian, draws the patched gown close, dreams, thus should I fight, save or rule the world. Then smilingly, contentedly, awakes to the old solitary nothingness. So I, from such communion, pass content. O great, just, good God, miserable me! Section 89 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia. I am just 17 years and 5 months old, and if I lived one day more, 3 full weeks, 'tis writ so in the church's register. Lorenzo in Lucina. All my names at length, so many names for one poor child. Francesca, Camilla, Vittoria, Angela, Pompilia, Comparini. Laughable. Also 'tis writ that I was married there 4 years ago. And they will add, I hope, when they insert my death, a word or two, omitting all about the mode of death. This in its place, this which one cares to know, that I had been a mother of a son exactly 2 weeks. It will be through grace o' the curate, not through any claim I have, because the boy was born at, so baptized close to, the villa in the proper church, a pretty church, I say no word against, yet stranger-like, while this Lorenzo seems my own particular place, I always say. I used to wonder, when I stood scarce high as the bed here, what the marble lion meant, with half his body rushing from the wall, eating the figure of a prostrate man. To the right it is of entry by the door, an ominous sign to one baptized like me, married, and to be buried there, I hope. And they should add, to have my life complete, he is a boy, and Gaetan by name, Gaetano, for a reason. If the Friar Don Celestine will ask this grace for me of Curate Ottoboni, he it was baptized me. He remembers my whole life as I do his grey hair. All these few things I know are true. Will you remember them? Because time flies. The surgeon cared for me, to count my wounds, 22 dagger wounds, 5 deadly. But I do not suffer much, or too much pain, and am to die tonight. Oh, how good God is that my babe was born, better than born, baptized and hid away before this happened, safe from being hurt. That had been sin God could not well forgive. He was too young to smile and save himself. When they took, 2 days after he was born, my babe away from me to be baptized and hidden a while, for fear his foe should find, the countrywoman, used to nursing babes, said, "Why take on so? Where is the great loss? These next 3 weeks he will but sleep and feed, only begin to smile at the month's end. He would not know you, if you kept him here. Sooner than that, so spend 3 merry weeks snug in the villa, getting strong and stout, and then I bring him back to be your own, and both of you may steal to we know where. The month, there wants of it 2 weeks this day. Still, I half fancied when I heard the knock at the villa in the dusk, it might prove she, come to say, "Since he smiles before the time, why should I cheat you out of 1 good hour? Back I have brought him, speak to him and judge. Now I shall never see him. What is worse, when he grows up and gets to be my age, he will seem hardly more than a great boy. And if he asks, what was my mother like? People may answer, like girls of 17. And how can he but think of this and that, Lucias, Marias, Sophias, who titter or blush when he regards them as such boys may do? Therefore, I wish some one will please to say I looked already old, though I was young. Do I not? Say, if you are by to speak, look nearer 20? No more like, at least, girls who look arch or redden when boys laugh, than the poor virgin that I used to know at our street corner in a lonely niche. The babe that sat upon her knees broke off, thin white glazed clay. You pitied her the more. She, not the gay ones, always got my rose. How happy those are who know how to write! Such could write what their son should read in time, had they a whole day to live out like me. Also, my name is not a common name, Pompilia, and may help to keep apart a little the thing I am from what girls are. But then how far away, how hard to find will anything about me have become, even if the boy bethink himself and ask? No father that he ever knew at all, nor ever had, no, never had, I say. That is the truth, nor any mother left, out of the little 2 weeks that she lived, fit for such memory as might assist. As good too as no family, no name, not even poor old Pietro's name, nor hers, poor, kind, unwise Violante, since it seems they must not be my parents any more. That is why something put it in my head to call the boy Gaetano, no old name for sorrow's sake. I looked up to the sky and took a new saint to begin anew. One who has only been made saint, how long? 25 years. So carefuller, perhaps, to guard a namesake than those old saints grow tired out. Section 90 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. On second thoughts, I hope he will regard the history of me as what someone dreamed, and get to disbelieve it at the last, since to myself it dwindles fast to that. Sheer dreaming and impossibility. Just in 4 days, too. All the 17 years. Not once did a suspicion visit me how very different a lot is mine from any other woman's in the world. The reason must be 'twas by step and step it got to grow so terrible and strange. These strange woes stole on tiptoe, as it were, into my neighbourhood and privacy, sat down where I sat, laid them where I lay, and I was found familiarized with fear. When friends broke in, held up a torch and cried, "Why, you, Pompilia, in the cavern thus, how comes that arm of yours about a wolf, and the soft length lies in and out your feet and laps you round the knee? A snake it is," and so on. Well, and they are right enough, by the torch they hold up now. For first, observe, I never had a father, no, nor yet a mother. My own boy can say at least I had a mother whom I kept 2 weeks. Not I, who little used to doubt. I, good Pietro, kind Violante, gave me birth? They loved me always, as I love my babe, nearly so, that is, quite so could not be, did for me all I meant to do for him, till one surprising day, 3 years ago, they both declared, at Rome, before some judge in some court where the people flocked to hear, that really I had never been their child, was a mere castaway, the careless crime of an unknown man, the crime and care too much of a woman known too well, little to these therefore, of whom I was the flesh and blood. What then to Pietro and Violante, both no more my relatives than you or you? Nothing to them. You know what they declared. So with my husband, just such a surprise, such a mistake in that relationship. Everyone says that husbands love their wives, guard them and guide them, give them happiness. 'Tis duty, law, pleasure, religion. Well, you see how much of this comes true in mine. People indeed would fain have somehow proved he was no husband, but he did not hear, or would not wait, and so has killed us all. Then there is, only let me name one more, there is the friend, men will not ask about, but tell untruths of, and give nicknames too, and think my lover most surprise of all. Do only hear, it is the priest they mean, Giuseppe Ca, a priest, love, and love me. Well, yet people think he did. I am married, he has taken priestly vows, they know that, and yet go on, say the same. Yes, how he loves you, that was love, they say. When anything is answered that they ask, or else, no wonder you love him, they say. Then they shake heads, pity much, scarcely blame, as if we neither of us lacked excuse, and anyhow are punished to the full, and downright love atones for everything. Nay, I heard read out in the public court before the judge, in presence of my friends, letters, 'twas said, the priest had sent to me, and other letters sent him by myself, we being lovers. Listen what this is like. When I was a mere child, my mother, that's Violante, you must let me call her so, nor waste time trying to unlearn the word. She brought a neighbour's child of my own age to play with me of rainy afternoons. And, since there hung a tapestry on the wall, we two agreed to find each other out among the figures. Tisbe, that is you, with half-moon on your hair-knot, spear in hand, flying, but no wings, only the great scarf blown to a bluish rainbow at your back. Call off your hound and leave the stag alone. And there are you, Pompilia, such green leaves flourishing out of your 5 finger ends, and all the rest of you so brown and rough. Why, is it you are turned a sort of tree? You know the figures never were ourselves, though we nicknamed them so. Thus, all my life, as well what was as what, like this, was not, looks old, fantastic, and impossible. I touch a fairy thing that fades and fades, even to my babe. I thought, when he was born, something began for once that would not end, nor change into a laugh at me, but stay for evermore, eternally quite mine. Well, so he is, but yet they bore him off. The third day, lest my husband should lay traps and catch him, and by means of him catch me, since they have saved him so, it was well done. Yet thence comes such confusion of what was with what will be, that late seems long ago, and what years should bring round already come, till even he withdraws into a dream as the rest do. I fancy him grown great, strong, stern, a tall young man who tutors me, frowns with the others. Poor imprudent child, why did you venture out of the safe street? Why go so far from help to that lone Section 91 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. 6 days ago, when it was New Year's Day, we bent above the fire and talked of him, what he should do when he was grown and great. Violante, Pietro, each had given the arm I leant on to walk by, from couch to chair and fireside, laughed as I lay safe at last. Pompilia's march from bed to board is made, Pompilia back again, and with a babe, shall one day lend his arm and help her walk. Then we wished each other more New Years. Pietro began to scheme. Our cause is gained. The law is stronger than a wicked man. Let him henceforth go his way, leave us ours. We will avoid the city, tempt no more the greedy ones by feasting and parade. Live at the other villa, we know where, still farther off, and we can watch the babe grow fast in the good air, and wood is cheap and wine sincere outside the city gate. I have 2 or 3 old friends will grope their way along the mere half-mile of road, with staff and lantern, on a moonless night when one needs talk. They'll find me, never fear, and I'll find them a flask of the old sort yet. Violante said, "You chatter like a crow. Pompilia tires of the tattle, and shall to bed. Do not too much the first day, somewhat more to-morrow, and the next begin the cape and hood and coat. I have spun wool enough." Oh, what a happy friendly eve was that! And next day, about noon, out Pietro went. He was so happy, and would talk so much, until Violante pushed and laughed him forth, sight-seeing in the cold. "So much to see the churches, swathe your throat 3 times," she cried. "And above all, beware the slippery ways, and bring us all the news by supper time." He came back late, laid by cloak, staff and hat, powdered so thick with snow it made us laugh, rolled a great log upon the ash of the hearth, and bade Violante treat us to a flask, because he had obeyed her faithfully, gone sight-see through the 7, and found no church to his mind like San Giovanni. There's the fold and all the sheep together, big as cats, and such a shepherd, half the size of life, starts up and hears the angel. When at the door a tap, we started up. You know the rest. Pietro at least had done no harm, I know, nor even Violante, so much harm as makes such revenge lawful. Certainly she erred, did wrong. How shall I dare say otherwise, in telling that first falsehood, buying me from my poor faulty mother at a price, to pass off upon Pietro as his child? If one should take my babe, give him a name, say he was not Gaetano and my own, but that some other woman made his mouth and hands and feet, how very false were that! No good could come of that, and all harm did. Yet if a stranger were to represent, needs must you either give your babe to me, and let me call him mine for evermore, or let your husband get him. Ah, my God, that were a trial I refuse to face. Well, just so here, it proved wrong, but seemed right to poor Violante, for there lay, she said, my poor real dying mother in her rags, who put me from her with the life and all, poverty, pain, shame, and disease at once, to die the easier by what price I fetched. Also, I hope, because I should be spared sorrow and sin, why may not that have helped? My father, he was no one, any one, the worse, the likelier, call him, he who came, was wicked for his pleasure, went his way, and left no trace to track by. There remained nothing but me, the unnecessary life, to catch up or let fall, and yet a thing she could make happy, be made happy with. This poor Violante, who would frown thereat? Well, God, you see, God plants us where we grow. It is not that, because a bud is born at a wild briar's end, full of the wild beast's way, we ought to pluck and put it out of reach on the oak tree top, say, there the bud belongs. She thought, moreover, real lies were lies told for harm's sake, whereas this had good at heart. Good for my mother, good for me, and good for Pietro, who was meant to love a babe, and needed one to make his life of use, receive his house and land when he should die. Wrong, wrong, and always wrong. How plainly wrong! For see, this fault kept pricking, as faults do, all the same at her heart. This falsehood hatched. She could not let it go, nor keep it fast. She told me so, the first time I was found locked in her arms once more after the pain, when the nuns let me leave them and go home. And both of us cried all the cares away. This it was set her on to make amends. This brought about the marriage, simply this. Do let me speak for her, you blame so much. When Paul, my husband's brother, found me out, heard there was wealth for who should marry me, so came and made a speech to ask my hand for Guido. She, instead of piercing straight through the pretence to the ignoble truth, fancied she saw God's very finger point designate just the time for planting me. The wild briar slip she plucked to love and wear, in soil where I could strike real root and grow, and get to be the thing I called myself. For wife and husband are one flesh, God says, and I, whose parents seemed such and were none, should in a husband have a husband now, find nothing this time but was what it seemed, all truth and no confusion any more. I know she meant all good to me, all pain to herself, since how could it be aught but pain to give me up so from her very breast, the wilding flower-tree branch that all those years she had got used to feel for and find fixed? She meant well. Has it been so ill i' the main? That is but fair to ask. One cannot judge of what has been the ill or well of life. The day that one is dying, sorrows change into not altogether sorrow-like. I do see strangeness, but scarce misery. Now it is over, and no danger more. My child is safe. There seems not so much pain. It comes, most like, that I am just absolved, purged of the past, the foul in me, washed fair. One cannot both have and not have, you know. Being right now, I am happy and colour things. Yes, every body that leaves life sees all softened and bettered, so with other sights. To me, at least, was never evening yet but seemed far beautiful. Section 92 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. There was a fancy came, when somewhere in the journey with my friend, we stepped into a hovel to get food. And there began a yelp here, a bark there, misunderstanding creatures that were wroth and vexed themselves and us till we retired. The hovel is life. No matter what dogs bit or cats scratched in the hovel I break from, all outside is lone field, moon, and such peace, flowing in, filling up as with a sea whereon comes some one, walks fast on the white, Jesus Christ's self, Don Celestine declares, to meet me and calm all things back again. Beside, up to my marriage, 13 years were, each day happy as the day was long. This may have made the change too terrible. I know that when Violante told me first the cavalier she meant to bring next morn, whom I must also let take, kiss my hand, would be at San Lorenzo the same eve and marry me, which over, we should go home both of us without him, as before, and till she bade speak, I must hold my tongue, such being the correct way with girl brides, from whom one word would make a father blush. I know, I say, that when she told me this, well, I no more saw sense in what she said than a lamb does in people clipping wool. Only lay down and let myself be clipped. And when next day the cavalier who came, Tisbe had told me that the slim young man with wings at head and wings at feet and sword threatening a monster in our tapestry would eat a girl else, was a cavalier. When he proved Guido Franceschini, old and nothing like so tall as I myself, hook-nosed and yellow in a bush of beard, much like a thing I saw on a boy's wrist, he called an owl and used for catching birds, and when he took my hand and made a smile, why, the uncomfortableness of it all seemed hardly more important in the case than when one gives you, say, a coin to spend, its newness or its oldness, if the piece weigh properly and buy you what you wish, no matter whether you get grime or glare. Men take the coin, return you grapes and figs. Here, marriage was the coin. A dirty piece would purchase me the praise of those I loved. About what else should I concern myself? So, hardly knowing what a husband meant, I supposed this or any man would serve, no whit the worse for being so uncouth. For I was ill once, and a doctor came with a great ugly hat, no plume thereto, black jerkin and black buckles and black sword, and white sharp beard over the ruff in front, and oh, so lean, so sour-faced and austere, who felt my pulse, made me put out my tongue, then oped a phial, dripped a drop or two of a black bitter something. I was cured. What mattered the fierce beard or the grim face? It was the physic beautified the man. Master Malpichi. Never met his match in Rome, they said. So ugly all the same. However, I was hurried through a storm, next dark eve of December's deadest day. How it rained! Through our street and the Lion's Mouth and the bit of Corso, cloaked round, covered close, I was like something strange or contraband, into blank San Lorenzo. Up the aisle, my mother keeping hold of me so tight, I fancied we were come to see a corpse before the altar which she pulled me toward. There we found waiting an unpleasant priest who proved the brother, not our parish friend, but one with mischief-making mouth and eye, Paul, whom I know since to my cost. And then I heard the heavy church door lock out help behind us. For the customary warmth, 2 tapers shivered on the altar. "Quick, lose no time!" cried the priest, and straightway down from what's behind the altar where he hid, hawk-nose and yellowness and bush and all, stepped Guido, caught my hand, and there was I o' the chancel. And the priest had opened book, read here and there, made me say that and this, and after told me I was now a wife, honoured indeed, since Christ thus weds the church, and therefore turned he water into wine, to show I should obey my spouse like Christ. Then the 2 slipped aside and talked apart, and I, silent and scared, got down again and joined my mother, who was weeping now. Nobody seemed to mind us any more, and both of us on tiptoe found our way to the door, which was unlocked by this and wide. When we were in the street, the rain had stopped. All things looked better. At our own house door, Violante whispered, "No one syllable to Pietro. Girl brides never breathe a word." "Well treated to a wedding, draggle tails," laughed Pietro as he opened. "Very near you made me brave the gutter's roaring sea to carry off from roost old dove and young, trussed up in church, the cote, by me the kite. What do these priests mean praying folk to death on stormy afternoons, with Christmas close to wash our sins off nor require the rain?" Violante gave my hand a timely squeeze. Madonna saved me from immodest speech. Section 93 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. When I saw nothing more, the next 3 weeks, of Guido, nor the church sees Christ, thought I. Nothing is changed, however, wine is wine, and water only water in our house. Nor did I see that ugly doctor since the cure of the illness. Just as I was cured, I am married. Neither scarecrow will return. 3 weeks, I chuckled. How would Julius stare and Tecla smile and Tisbe laugh outright were it not impudent for brides to talk? Until one morning, as I sat and sang at the broidery frame alone in the chamber, loud voices, 2, 3 together, sobbings too, and my name, Guido, Paolo, flung like stones from each to the other. In I ran to see. There stood the very Guido and the priest with sly face, formal but nowise afraid, while Pietro seemed all red and angry, scarce able to stutter out his wrath in words. And this it was that made my mother sob, as he reproached her. "You have murdered us, me and yourself, and this our child beside." Then Guido interposed. "Murdered or not, be it enough your child is now my wife. I claim and come to take her." Paul put in, "Consider, kinsman, dare I term you so? What is the good of your sagacity except to counsel in a strait like this? I guarantee the parties man and wife, whether you like or loathe it, bless or ban. May spilt milk be put back within the bowl, the done thing undone? You it is we look for counsel to, you fitliest will advise, since milk, though spilt and spoilt, does marble good. Better we down on knees and scrub the floor, than sigh, the waste would make a syllabub. Help us so turn disaster to account, so predispose the groom, he needs shall grace the bride with favour from the very first, not begin marriage an embittered man." He smiled, the game so wholly in his hands, while fast and faster sobbed Violante. "Ay, all of us murdered, past averting now, oh my sin, oh my secret," and such like. Then I began to half surmise the truth. Something had happened, low, mean, underhand, false, and my mother was to blame, and I to pity, whom all spoke of, none addressed. I was the chattel that had caused a crime. I stood mute. Those who tangled must untie the embroilment. Pietro cried, "Withdraw, my child! She is not helpful to the sacrifice at this stage. Do you want the victim by while you discuss the value of her blood? For her sake I consent to hear you talk. Go, child, and pray God help the innocent." I did go, and was praying God, when came Violante with eyes swollen and red enough, but movement on her mouth for make-believe matters were somehow getting right again. She bade me sit down by her side and hear. "You are too young, and cannot understand, nor did your father understand at first. I wished to benefit all three of us, and when he failed to take my meaning, why, I tried to have my way at unaware, obtained him the advantage he refused, as if I put before him wholesome food instead of broken victual. He finds change i' the viands, never cares to reason why, but falls to blaming me, would fling the plate from window, scandalize the neighbourhood, even while he smacks his lips. Men's way, my child. But either you have prayed him unperverse, or I have talked him back into his wits. And Paolo was a help in time of need. Guido, not much, my child, the way of men. A priest is more a woman than a man, and Paul did wonders to persuade. In short, yes, he was wrong, your father sees and says. My scheme was worth attempting, and bears fruit, gives you a husband and a noble name, a palace and no end of pleasant things. What do you care about a handsome youth? They are so volatile, and tease their wives. This is the kind of man to keep the house. We lose no daughter, gain a son, that's all. For 'tis arranged, we never separate, nor miss in our grey time of life the tints of hue that colour eve to match with morn. In good or ill, we share and share alike, and cast our lots into a common lap, and all three die together as we lived, only at Arezzo. That's a Tuscan town, not so large as this noisy Rome, no doubt, but older far and finer much, say folks, in a great palace, where you will be queen, know the archbishop and the governor, and we see homage done you ere we die. Therefore be good and pardon. Pardon what? You know things. I am very ignorant. All is right if only you will not cry. And so an end, because a blank begins from when, at the word, she kissed me hard and hot, and took me back to where my father leaned opposite Guido, who stood eyeing him as eyes the butcher the cast panting ox that feels his fate is come, nor struggles more, while Paul looked archly on, pricked brow at whiles with the pin-point as to punish triumph there, and said, "Count, Section 94 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. All sense is one blank, over and ended, a terrific dream. It is the good of dreams, so soon they go. Wake in a horror of heart-beats, you may. Cry, the dread thing will never from my thoughts. Still, a few daylight doses of plain life, cock-crow and sparrow chirp, or bleat and bell of goats that trot by, tinkling to be milked. And when you rub your eyes awake and wide, where is the harm o' the horror? Gone! So here. I know I wake, but from what? Blank, I say. This is the note of evil, for good lasts. Even when Don Celestine bade search and find, for your soul's sake, remember what is past, the better to forgive it. All in vain. What was fast getting indistinct before, vanished outright. By special grace, perhaps, between that first calm and this last 4 years vanish. 1/4 of my life, you know. I am held up, amid the nothingness, by 1 or 2 truths only. Thence I hang, and there I live. The rest is death or dream, all but those points of my support. I think of what I saw at Rome once in the square of the Spaniards, opposite the Spanish house. There was a foreigner had trained a goat, a shuddering white woman of a beast, to climb up, stand straight on a pile of sticks put close, which gave the creature room enough. When she was settled there, he, one by one, took away all the sticks, left just the 4 whereon the little hoofs did really rest. There she kept firm, all underneath was air. So, what I hold by are my prayer to God, my hope, that came in answer to the prayer. Some hand would interpose and save me, hand which proved to be my friend's hand, and best bliss, that fancy which began so faint at first, that thrill of dawn's suffusion through my dark, which I perceive was promise of my child, the light his unborn face sent long before. God's way of breaking the good news to flesh. That is all left now of those 4 bad years. Don Celestine urged, but remember more. Other men's faults may help me find your own. I need the cruelty exposed, explained, or how can I advise you to forgive? He thought I could not properly forgive unless I ceased forgetting, which is true, for, bringing back reluctantly to mind my husband's treatment of me, by a light that's later than my lifetime, I review and comprehend much and imagine more, and have but little to forgive at last. For now, be fair and say, is it not true he was ill-used and cheated of his hope to get enriched by marriage? Marriage gave me and no money, broke the compact so. He had a right to ask me on those terms, as Pietro and Violante to declare they would not give me. So the bargain stood. They broke it, and he felt himself aggrieved, became unkind with me to punish them. They said 'twas he began deception first, nor in one point whereto he pledged himself, kept promise. What of that? Suppose it were? Echoes die off, scarcely reverberate forever. Why should ill keep echoing ill, and never let our ears have done with noise? Then my poor parents took the violent way to thwart him. He must needs retaliate. Wrong, wrong, and all wrong. Better say, all blind. As I myself was, that is sure. Who else had understood the mystery? For his wife was bound in some sort to help somehow there. It seems as if I might have interposed, blunted the edge of their resentment so, since he vexed me because they first vexed him. I will entreat them to desist, submit, give him the money and be poor in peace. Certainly not go tell the world, perhaps he will grow quiet with his gains. Yes, say something to this effect, and you do well. But then you have to see first, I was blind. That is the fruit of all such wormy ways, the indirect, the unapproved of God. You cannot find their author's end and aim, not even to substitute your good for bad, your open for the irregular. You stand stupefied, profitless, as cower sheep that miss a man's mind, anger him just twice by trial at repairing the first fault. Thus, when he blamed me, "You are a coquette, a lure owl posturing to attract birds. You look love lures at theatre and church, in walk, at window." That, I knew, was false. But why he charged me falsely, whither sought to drive me by such charge, how could I know? So, unaware, I only made things worse. I tried to soothe him by abjuring walk, window, church, theatre, for good and all, as if he had been in earnest. That, you know, was nothing like the object of his charge. Yes, when I got my maid to supplicate the priest, whose name she read when she would read those feigned false letters I was forced to hear, though I could read no word of, he should cease writing. Nay, if he minded prayer of mine, cease from so much as even pass the street whereon our house looked. In my ignorance I was just thwarting Guido's true intent, which was to bring about a wicked change of sport to earnest, tempt a thoughtless man to write indeed, and pass the house, and more, till both of us were taken in a crime. He ought not to have wished me thus act lies, simulate folly, but, wrong or right, the wish, I failed to apprehend its drift. How plain it follows! If I fell into such fault, he also may have overreached the mark, made mistake, by perversity of brain, in the whole sad strange plot. This same intrigue to make me and my friend unself ourselves, be other man and woman than we were. Think it out, you who have the time. For me, I cannot say less, more I will not say. Leave it to God to cover and undo. Only my dullness should not prove too much. not prove that in a certain other point wherein my husband blamed me, and you blame, if I interpret smiles and shakes of head, I was dull too. Oh, if I dared but speak! Must I speak? I am blamed that I forewent away to make my husband's favour come. That is true. I was firm, withstood, refused. Section 95 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. I felt there was just one thing Guido claimed I had no right to give, nor he to take. We being in estrangement, soul from soul, till, when I sought help, the Archbishop smiled, inquiring into privacies of life, said I was blamable. He stands for God, no wise entitled to exemption there. Then I obeyed, as surely had obeyed were the injunction, since your husband bids, swallow the burning coal he proffers you. But I did wrong, and he gave wrong advice, though he were thrice Archbishop. That I know. Now I have got to die and see things clear. Remember, I was barely 12 years old, a child at marriage. I was let alone for weeks, I told you, lived my child life still even at Arezzo, when I woke and found first. But I need not think of that again. Over and ended. Try and take the sense of what I signify, if it must be so. After the first, my husband, for hate's sake, said one eve, when the simpler cruelty seemed somewhat dull at edge and fit to bear, we have been man and wife 6 months almost. How long is this your comedy to last? Go this night to my chamber, not your own. At which word I did rush, most true the charge, and gain the Archbishop's house. He stands for God. And fall upon my knees and clasp his feet, praying him hinder what my estranged soul refused to bear, though patient of the rest. Place me within a convent, I implored. Let me henceforward lead the virgin life you praise in her you bid me imitate. What did he answer? Folly of ignorance. No, daughter, circumstances make or mar virginity. 'Tis virtue or 'tis vice. That which was glory in the Mother of God had been, for instance, damnable in Eve, created to be mother of mankind. Had Eve, in answer to her Maker's speech, "Be fruitful, multiply, replenish earth," pouted, "But I choose rather to remain single," why, she had spared herself forthwith further probation by the apple and snake, been pushed straight out of paradise. For see, if motherhood be qualified impure, I catch you making God command Eve's sin. A blasphemy so like these Molinists, I must suspect you dip into their books. Then he pursued, "'Twas in your covenant." No, there my husband never used deceit. He never did by speech nor act imply, because of our soul's yearning, that we meet and mix in soul through flesh, which yours and mine wear and impress, and make their visible selves. All which means, for the love of you and me, let us become one flesh, being one soul. He only stipulated for the wealth, honest so far, but when he spoke as plain, dreadfully honest also, since our souls stand each from each, a whole world's width between, give me the fleshy vesture I can reach and rend and live just fit for hell to burn. Why, in God's name, for Guido's soul's own sake, imperilled by polluting mine, I say I did resist. Would I had overcome! My heart died out at the Archbishop's smile. It seemed so stale and worn away o' the world, as though 'twere nature frowning. Here is spring. The sun shines as he shone at Adam's fall. The earth requires that warmth reach everywhere. What, must your patch of snow be saved, forsooth, because you rather fancy snow than flowers? Something in this style he began with me. Last he said, savagely, for a good man,
"This explains why you call your husband harsh, harsh to you, harsh to whom you love, God's bread. The poor Count has to manage a mere child whose parents leave untaught the simplest things their duty was and privilege to teach. Good wives, instruction, gossips, lore. They laugh and leave the Count the task, or leave it me."
Then I resolved to tell a frightful thing. I am not ignorant, know what I say, declaring this is sought for hate, not love. Sir, you may hear things like Almighty God. I tell you that my housemate, yes, the priest, my husband's brother, Canon Girolamo, has taught me what depraved and misnamed love means, and what outward signs denote the sin, for he solicits me and says he loves the idle young priest with naught else to do. My husband sees this, knows this, and lets be. Is it your counsel I bear this beside?
More scandal, and against a priest this time. What? 'Tis the canon now?
Less snappishly.
Rise up, my child, for such a child you are. The rod were too advanced a punishment. Let's try the honeyed cake, a parable. Without a parable spake he not to them. There was a ripe, round, long, black, toothsome fruit, even a flower fig, the prime boast of May, and to the tree said, either the spirit of the fig, or, if we bring in men, the gardener, Archbishop of the orchard. Had I time to try o' the two which fits in best, indeed it might be the Creator's self, but then the tree should bear an apple, I suppose. Well, anyhow, one with authority said, ripe fig, burst skin, regale the fig pecker, the bird whereof thou art a perquisite. Nay, with a flounce, replied the restive fig, I much prefer to keep my pulp myself. He may go breakfastless and dinnerless, supperless of one crimson seed for me. So back she flopped into her bunch of leaves. He flew off, left her, did the natural lord. And lo, 300,000 bees and wasps found her out, feasted on her to the shuck. Such gain the figs that gave its bird no bite. The moral: fools elude their proper lot, tempt other fools, get ruined all alike. Therefore, go home, embrace your husband quick, which, if his canon brother
Section 96 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. So home I did go. So the worst befell. So I had proof the Archbishop was just man, and hardly that, and certainly no more. For, miserable consequence to me, my husband's hatred waxed nor waned at all. His brother's boldness grew effrontery soon, and my last stay and comfort in myself was forced from me. Henceforth I looked to God only, nor cared my desecrated soul should have fair walls, gay windows for the world. God's glimmer that came through the ruined top was witness why all lights were quenched inside. Henceforth I asked God counsel, not mankind. So, when I made the effort, saved myself, they said, "No care to save appearance here! How cynic, when how wanton were enough!" Adding, it all came of my mother's life, my own real mother, whom I never knew, who did wrong if she needs must have done wrong, through being all her life, not my 4 years, at mercy of the hateful. Every beast of the field was wont to break that fountain fence, trample the silver into mud so murk heaven could not find itself reflected there. Now they cry, "Out on her who, plashy pool, bequeathed turbidity and bitterness to the daughter stream where Guido dipped and drank." Well, since she had to bear this brand, let me. The rather do I understand her now, from my experience of what hate calls love. Much love might be in what their love called hate. If she sold, what they call sold, me her child, I shall believe she hoped in her poor heart that I at least might try be good and pure, begin to live untempted, not go doomed and done with ere once found in fault, as she. Oh, and my mother, it all came to this. Why should I trust those that speak ill of you, when I mistrust who speaks even well of them? Why, since all bound to do me good did harm, may not you, seeming as you harmed me most, have meant to do most good, and feed your child from bramble bush, whom not one orchard tree but drew back bough from, nor let one fruit fall? This it was for you sacrificed your babe, gained just this, giving your heart's hope away as I might give mine, loving it as you, but that never could be asked of me. There, enough. I have my support again the knowledge that my babe was, is, will be mine only. Him by death I give outright to God, without a further care, but not to any parent in the world. So to be safe, why is it we repine? What guardianship were safer could we choose? All human plans and projects come to naught. My life, and what I know of other lives, prove that. No plan nor project, God shall care. And now you are not tired? How patient then all of you! Oh yes, patient this long while listening and understanding, I am sure. 4 days ago, when I was sound and well and like to live, no one would understand. People were kind, but smiled, and what of him, your friend, whose tonsure the rich dark brown hides? There, your lover, do we dream he was? A priest, too, never were such naughtiness. Still, he thinks many a long think, never fear, after the shy pale lady lays so light for a moment in his arms, the lucky one, and so on. Wherefore should I blame you much? So we are made, such difference in minds, such difference too in eyes that see the minds. That man you misinterpret and misprize. The glory of his nature, I had thought, shot itself out in white light, blazed the truth through every atom of his act with me. Yet where I point you, through the crystal shrine, purity in quintessence, one dewdrop, you all descry a spider in the midst. One says, the head of it is plain to see, and one, they are the feet by which I judge. All say, those films were spun by nothing else. Then I must lay my babe away with God, nor think of him again for gratitude. Yes, my last breath shall wholly spend itself in one attempt more to disperse the stain, the mist from other breath fond mouths have made about a lustrous and pellucid soul. So that, when I am gone, but sorrow stays, and people need assurance in their doubt if God yet have a servant, man a friend, the weak a saviour, and the vile a foe. Let him be present, by the name invoked, Giuseppe Maria Caponsacchi. There. Strength comes already with the utterance. I will remember once more for his sake the sorrow, for he lives and is belied. Could he be here?
Section 97 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued.
I had been miserable 3 drear years in that dread palace, and lay passive now, when I first learned there could be such a man. Thus it fell. I was at a public play in the last days of Carnival last March, brought there I knew not why, but now know well. My husband put me where I sat, in front, then crouched down, breathed cold through me from behind. Stationed i' the shadow, none in front could see. I it was faced the stranger throng beneath, the crowd with upturned faces, eyes one stare, voices one buzz. I looked but to the stage, whereon two lovers sang and interchanged, "True life is only love, love only bliss. I love thee, thee I love." Then they embraced. I looked thence to the ceiling and the walls, over the crowd, those voices and those eyes. My thoughts went through the roof and out, to roam on wings of music, waft of measured words. Set me down there, a happy child again, sure that tomorrow would be festa day, hearing my parents praise past festas more, and seeing they were old if I was young. Yet wondering why they still would end discourse with, "We must soon go, you abide your time," and "Might we haply see the proper friend throw his arm over you and make you safe?" Sudden I saw him. Into my lap there fell a foolish twist of comfits, broke my dream and brought me from the air and laid me low. As ruined as the soaring bee that's reached, so Pietro told me at the villa once, by the dust handful. There the comfits lay. I looked to see who flung them, and I faced this Caponsacchi, looking up in turn. Ere I could reason out why, I felt sure whoever flung them, his was not the hand. Up rose the round face and good-natured grin of him who, in effect, had played the prank, from covert close beside the earnest face, fat waggish Conti, friend of all the world. He was my husband's cousin, privileged to throw the thing. The other, silent, grave, solemn almost, saw me as I saw him. There is a psalm Don Celestine recites, "Had I a dove's wings, how I fain would flee." The psalm runs not, I hope, I pray for wings, not, if wings fall from heaven, I fix them fast. Simply, how good it were to fly and rest, have hope now, and one day expect content. How well to do what I shall never do. So I said, had there been a man like that, to lift me with his strength out of all strife into the calm, how I could fly and rest. I have a keeper in the garden here whose sole employment is to strike me low if ever I, for solace, seek the sun. Life means with me successful feigning death, lying stone-like, eluding notice so, foregoing here the turf and there the sky. Suppose that man had been instead of this. Presently Conti laughed into my ear, had tripped up to the raised place where I sat.
"Cousin, I flung them brutishly and hard, because you must be hurt, to look austere as Caponsacchi yonder, my tall friend a-gazing now. Ah, Guido, you so close! Keep on your knees, do! Beg her to forgive, my cornet battered like a cannon ball. Goodbye, I'm gone."
Nor waited the reply. That night at supper, out my husband broke.
"Why was that throwing, that buffoonery? Do you think I am your dupe? What man would dare throw comfits in a stranger lady's lap? 'Twas knowledge of you bred such insolence in Caponsacchi.
he dared shoot the bolt, using that Conti for his stalking horse. How could you see him this once and no more, when he is always haunting hereabout at the street corner or the palace side, publishing my shame and your impudence? You are a wanton, I a dupe, you think? O Christ, what hinders that I kill her quick? Whereat he drew his sword and feigned a thrust. All this, now, being not so strange to me, used to such misconception day by day and broken in to bear, I bore, this time, more quietly than woman should perhaps, repeated the mere truth and held my tongue. Then he said, "Since you play the ignorant, I shall instruct you. This amour, commenced or finished or midway in act, all's one. 'Tis the town talk, so my revenge shall be. Does he presume because he is a priest? I warn him that the sword I wear shall pink his lily-scented cassock through and through, next time I catch him underneath your eaves." But he had threatened with the sword so oft, and, after all, not kept his promise. All I said was, "Let God save the innocent. Moreover, death is far from a bad fate. I shall go pray for you and me, not him." And then I looked to sleep, come down. Section 98 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. There may have elapsed a week when Margherita, called my waiting maid, whom it is said my husband found too fair, who stood and heard the charge and the reply, who never once would let the matter rest from that night forward, but rang changes still on this the thrust and that the shame, and how good cause for jealousy cures jealous fools. And what a paragon was this same priest she talked about, until I stopped my ears. She said, "A week is gone. You comb your hair, then go mope in a corner, cheek on palm, till night comes round again. So waste a week as if your husband menaced you in sport. Have not I some acquaintance with his tricks? Oh no, he did not stab the serving man who made and sang the rhymes about me once. For why? They sent him to the wars next day. Nor poisoned he the foreigner, my friend, who wagered on the whiteness of my breast, the swarth skins of our city in dispute. For, though he paid me proper compliment, the Count well knew he was besotted with somebody else, as skin as black as ink, as all the town knew save my foreigner. He found and wedded presently. Why need better revenge?" the Count asked. "But what's here? A priest that does not fight and cannot wed, yet must be dealt with. If the Count took fire for the poor pastime of a minute, me, what were the conflagration for yourself, Countess and lady wife and all the rest? The priest will perish. You will grieve too late. So shall the city ladies' handsomest, frankest and liberalest gentlemen die for you. To appease a scurvy dog, hanging's too good for. Is there no escape? Were it not simple Christian charity to warn the priest be on his guard, save him assured death, save yourself from causing it. I meet him in the street, give me a glove, a ring to show for token. Mum's the word. I answered, if you were as styled my maid, I would command you. As you are, you say my husband's intimate. Assist his wife, who can do nothing but entreat, be still. Even if you speak truth, and a crime is planned, leave help to God, as I am forced to do. There is no other course, or we should craze, seeing such evil with no human cure. Reflect that God, who makes the storm desist, can make an angry, violent heart subside. Why should we venture teach him governance? Never address me on this subject more. Next night she said, but I went all the same. I saw your Caponsacchi in his house, and come back stuffed with news I must outpour. I told him, Sir, my mistress is a stone. Why should you harm her for no good you get? For you do harm her, prowl about our place with the Count never distant half the street, lurking at every corner, would you look? 'Tis certain she has witched you with a spell. Are there not other beauties at your beck? We all know Donna this and Monna that die for a glance of yours. Yet here you gaze. Go make them grateful, leave the stone its cold. And he, oh, he turned first white, then red, and then to her behest I bow myself, whom I love with my body and my soul. Only a word i' the bowing. See, I write one little word, no harm to see or hear, then fear no further. This is what he wrote. I know you cannot read, therefore let me. My idol! But I took it from her hand and tore it into shreds. Why join the rest to harm me? Have I ever done you wrong? People have told me 'tis you wrong myself. Let it suffice, I either feel no wrong or else forgive it. Yet you turn my foe. The others hunt me, and you throw a noose. She muttered, have your wilful way. I slept. Whereupon, no, I leave my husband out. It is not to do him more hurt I speak. Let it suffice, when misery was most, one day, I swooned and got a respite so. She stooped, as I was slowly coming to, this Margherita ever on my trace, and whispered, Caponsacchi. If I drowned, but woke afloat I' the wave with upturned eyes, and found their first sight was a star, I turned, for the first time I let her have her will, heard passively. The imposthume at such head, one touch, one lancet puncture would relieve, and still no glance the good physician's way who rids you of the torment in a trice. Still he writes letters you refuse to hear. He may prevent your husband, kill himself, so desperate and all fordone is he. Just hear the pretty verse he made to-day, a sonnet from Mirtillo. Peerless fair. All poetry is difficult to read. The sense of it is, anyhow, he seeks leave to contrive you an escape from hell, and for that purpose asks an interview. I can write, I can grant it in your name. Or, what is better, lead you to his house. Your husband dashes you against the stones. This man would place each fragment
Section 99 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. I returned. It is not true I love my husband. No, nor hate this man. I listen while you speak, assured that what you say is false the same. Much as when once, to me a little child, a rough gaunt man in rags, with eyes on fire, a crowd of boys and idlers at his heels, rushed as I crossed the square and held my head in his two hands. Here, she will let me speak. You, little girl, whose eyes do good to mine, I am the Pope, am Sextus, now the 6th, and that 12th, innocent, proclaimed today, is Lucifer disguised in human flesh. The angels met in conclave, crowned me. Thus he gibbered, and I listened. But I knew all was delusion, ere folks interposed, unfasten him, the maniac. Thus I know all your report of Caponsacchi false, folly or dreaming. I have seen so much by that adventure at the spectacle, the face I fronted that one first last time. He would belie it by such words and thoughts. Therefore, while you profess to show him me, I ever see his own face. Get you gone. That will I, nor once open mouth again. No, by Saint Joseph and the Holy Ghost, on your head be the damage. So adieu. And so more days, more deeds I must forget, till, what a strange thing now is to declare, since I say anything, say all if true, and how my life seems lengthened as to serve. It may be idle or inopportune, but true? Why, what was all I said but truth, even when I found that such as are untrue could only take the truth in through a lie? Now I am speaking truth to the truth's self. God will lend credit to my words this time. It had got half through April. I arose one vivid daybreak, who had gone to bed in the old way, my wont those last 3 years, careless until, the cup drained, I should die. The last sound in my ear, the overnight, had been a something let drop on the sly in prattle by Margherita. Soon enough gaiety's end. Now Easter's past. A week, and the Archbishop gets him back to Rome. Everyone leaves the town for Rome this spring. Even Caponsacchi, out of heart and hope, resigns himself and follows with the flock. I heard this drop and drop like rain outside fast falling through the darkness while she spoke. So had I heard with like indifference, and Michael's pair of wings will arrive first at Rome to introduce the company, will bear him from our picture where he fights Satan, expect to have that dragon loose and never a defender. My sole thought being still, as night came, done another day, how good to sleep and so get nearer death. When, what, first thing at daybreak, pierced the sleep with a summons to me? Up I sprang alive, light in me, light without me, everywhere change. A broad yellow sunbeam was let fall from heaven to earth. A sudden drawbridge lay, along which marched a myriad merry motes, mocking the flies that crossed them and recrossed in rival dance, companions new-born too. On the house-eaves, a dripping shag of weed shook diamonds on each dull grey lattice square,
as first one, then another bird leapt by, and light was off, and lo was back again, always with one voice, "Where are two such joys?" The blessed building sparrow. I stepped forth, stood on the terrace, o'er the roofs, such sky! My heart sang. I too am to go away. I too have something I must care about, carry away with me to Rome, to Rome. The bird brings hither sticks and hairs and wool, and nowhere else i' the world. What fly breaks rank, falls out of the procession that befits, from window here to window there, with all the world to choose, so well he knows his course? I have my purpose, and my motive too, my march to Rome like any bird or fly. Had I been dead, how right to be alive! Last night I almost prayed for leave to die, wished Guido all his pleasure with the sword or the poisoned sword was but a trick, harmless. May God forgive him the poor jest! My life is charmed, will last till I reach Rome. Yesterday, but for the sin, nameless be the deed I could have dared against myself. Now, see if I will touch an unripe fruit, and risk the health I want to have and use. Not to live now would be the wickedness, for life means to make haste and go to Rome.
Section 100 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued.
Now understand here, by no means mistake. Long ago had I tried to leave that house when it seemed such procedure would stop sin, and still failed more the more I tried. At first the Archbishop, as I told you, next our Lord the Governor. Indeed, I found my way. I went to the great palace where he rules, though I knew well 'twas he who, when I gave a jewel or two, themselves had given me back to my parents, since they wanted bread. They who had never let me want a nosegay. He spoke of the jail for felons, if they kept what was first theirs, then mine, so doubly theirs, though all the while my husband's most of all. I knew well who had spoke the word wrought this. Yet, being in extremity, I fled to the Governor, as I say, scarce opened lip when the cold cruel snicker close behind. Guido was on my trace, already there, exchanging nod and wink for shrug and smile, and I pushed back to him and, for my pains, paid with... But why remember what is past? I sought out a poor friar, the people call the Roman, and confessed my sin which came of their sin. That fact could not be repressed. The frightfulness of my despair in God, and feeling through the grate his horror shake, implored him, "Write for me who cannot write, apprise my parents, make them rescue me. You bid me be courageous and trust God, do you in turn dare somewhat, trust and write, dear friends, who used to be my parents once, and now declare you have no part in me. This is some riddle I want wit to solve, since you must love me with no difference. Even suppose you altered, there's your hate to ask for. Hate of you two dearest ones I shall find liker love than love found here, if husbands love their wives. Take me away and hate me as you do the gnats and fleas, even the scorpions, how I shall rejoice! Write that and save me." And he promised, wrote or did not write. Things never changed at all. He was not like the Augustinian here. Last, in a desperation, I appealed to friends, whoever wished me better days, to Guillichini, that's of kin. What, I travel to Rome with you? A flying gout bids me deny my heart and mind my leg. Then I tried Conti, used to brave, laugh back the lowering thunder when his cousin scowled at me, protected by his presence. You, who well know what you cannot save me from, carry me off? What frightens you, a priest? He shook his head, looked grave.
Above my strength. Guido has claws that scratch, shows feline teeth, a formidabler foe than I dare fret. Give me a dog to deal with twice the size. Of course I am a priest and canon too, but by the by, though both not quite so bold as he, my fellow canon, brother priest, the personage in such ill odour here because of the reports. Pure birth o' the brain, our Caponsacchi. He's your true Saint George to slay the monster, set the princess free, and have the whole high altar to himself. I always think so when I see that piece i' the Pieve. That's his church and mine, you know, though you drop eyes at mention of his name.
That name had got to take a half grotesque, half ominous, wholly enigmatic sense, like any byword, broken bit of song born with a meaning, changed by mouth and mouth that mix it in a sneer or smile, as chance bids, till it now means naught but ugliness and perhaps shame. All this intends to say that overnight the notion of escape had seemed distemper, dreaming, and the name, not the man, but the name of him, thus made into a mockery and disgrace. Why, she who uttered it persistently had laughed. I name his name, and there you start and wince as criminal from red tongue's touch. Yet now as I stood letting morn bathe me bright, choosing which butterfly should bear my news, the white, the brown one, or that tinier blue, the Margherita I detested so, in she came. The fine day, the good springtime, what, up and out at window? That is best. No thought of Caponsacchi, who stood there all night on one leg, like the sentry crane, under the pelting of your water spout, looked last look at your lattice ere he leave our city, bury his dead hope at Rome. I go to the looking-glass and make you fine, while he may die ere touch one least loose hair you drag at with the comb in such a rage. I turned, tell Caponsacchi he may come. Tell him to come? Ah, but for charity, a truce to fooling. Come? What? Come this eve? Peter and Paul, but I see through the trick. Yes, come and take a flower pot on his head flung from your terrace. No joke? Sincere truth? How plainly I perceived hell flash and fade o' the face of her, the doubt that first pale joy, then final reassurance I indeed was caught now, never to be free again. What did I care, who felt myself of force to play with the silk and spurn the horsehair springe? But Do you know that I have bade him come, and in your own name? I presumed so much, knowing the thing you needed in your heart. But somehow, what had I to show in proof? He would not come, have promised, that was all, and wrote the letters you refused to read. What is the message that shall move him now? After the Ave Maria, at first dark, I will be standing on the terrace. Say, I would I had a good
Section 101 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued.
Off she went. May he not refuse, that's all, fearing a trick. I answered, he will come. And all day I sent prayer like incense up to God the strong, God the beneficent, God ever mindful in all strife and strait, who for our own good makes the need extreme, till at the last he puts forth might and saves. An old rhyme came into my head and rang of how a virgin, for the faith of God, hid herself from the paynims that pursued in a cave's heart, until a thunderstone wrapped in a flame revealed the couch and prey. And they laughed. Thanks to lightning, ours at last. And she cried, Wrath of God, assert his love. Servant of God, thou fire, befriend his child. And lo, the fire she grasped at, fixed its flash, lay in her hand a calm, cold, dreadful sword she brandished till pursuers strewed the ground. So did the souls within them die away, as o'er the prostrate bodies, sordid, safe, she walked forth to the solitudes and Christ. So should I grasp the lightning and be saved. And still, as the day wore, the trouble grew whereby I guessed there would be born a star, until at an intense throe of the dusk, I started up, was pushed, I dare to say, out on the terrace, leaned and looked at last where the deliverer waited me, the same silent and solemn face I first descried at the spectacle confronted mine once more. So was that minute twice vouchsafed me, so the manhood, wasted then, was still at watch to save me yet a second time. No change here, though all else changed in the changing world. I spoke on the instant, as my duty bade, in some such sense as this, whatever the phrase. Friend, foolish words were born from you to me. Your soul behind them is the pure strong wind, not dust and feathers, which its breath may bear. These to the witless seem the wind itself, since proving thus the first of it they feel. If by mischance you blew offence my way, the straws are dropped, the wind desists no whit. And how such strays were caught up in the street and took a motion from you, why inquire? I speak to the strong soul, no weak disguise. If it be truth, why should I doubt it truth? You serve God specially, as priests are bound, and care about me, stranger as I am, so far as wish my good. That miracle I take to intimate, he wills you serve by saving me. What else can he direct? Here is the service. Since a long while now, I am in course of being put to death. While death concerned nothing but me, I bowed the head and bade, in heart, my husband strike. Now I imperil something more, it seems, something that's trulier me than this myself, something I trust in God and you to save. You go to Rome, they tell me. Take me there. Put me back with my people. He replied, the first word I heard ever from his lips, all himself in it, an eternity of speech to match the immeasurable depths of the soul that then broke silence. I am yours. So did the star rise, soon to lead my step, lead on, nor pause before it should stand still above the house of the babe, my babe to be, that knew me first, and thus made me know him, that had his right of life and claim on mine, and would not let me die till he was born, but pricked me at the heart to save us both, saying, have you the will? Leave God the way. And the way was Caponsacchi. Mine, thank God, he was mine, he is mine, he will be mine. No pause i' the leading and the light, I know. Next night there was a cloud came, and not he, but I prayed through the darkness till it broke and let him shine. The second night he came. The plan is rash, the project desperate. In such a flight needs must I risk your life, give food for falsehood, folly or mistake, ground for your husband's rancour and revenge. So he began again with the same face. I felt that, the same loyalty, one star turning now red that was so white before, one service apprehended newly, just a word of mine, and there the white was back. No, friend, for you will take me, 'tis yourself risk all, not I, who let you, for I trust in the compensating great God. Enough, I know you. When is it that you will come? Tomorrow, at the day's dawn. Then I heard what I should do, how to prepare for flight and where to fly. That night my husband bade, you whom I loathe, beware you break my sleep this whole night. Couch beside me like the corpse I would you were. The rest you know, I
Section 102 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued.
And this man men call sinner, Jesus Christ, of whom men said, with mouths thyself madest once, he hath a devil. Say he was thy saint, my Caponsacchi. Shield and show, unshroud in thine own time the glory of the soul, if aught obscure, if ink spot from vile pens scribbling a charge against him. I was glad then, for the first time, that I could not write, flirted his way, have flecked the blaze. For me 'tis otherwise. Let men take, sift my thoughts I throw like the flax for sun to bleach. I did pray, do pray, in the prayer shall die. Oh, to have Caponsacchi for my guide! Ever the face upturned to mine, the hand holding my hand across the world, a sense that reads, as only such can read, the mark God sets on women, signifying so she should, shall peradventure be divine. Yet where, the while, how weakness mars the print, and makes confusion, leaves the thing men see, not this man, who from his own soul rewrites the obliterated charter, love and strength mending what's marred. So kneels a votarist, weeds some poor ways traditionary plot where shrine once was, where temple yet may be, purging the place but worshipping the while, by faith and not by sight, sight clearest so. Such way the saints work, says Don Celestine. But I, not privileged to see a saint of old when such walked earth with crown and palm, if I call saint what saints call something else, the saints must bear with me, impute the fault to a soul i' the bud, so starved by ignorance, stinted of warmth. It will not blow this year, nor recognise the orb which spring flowers know. But if meanwhile some insect with a heart worth floods of lazy music, spendthrift joy, some firefly renounce spring for my dwarfed cup, crept close to me with lustre for the dark, comfort against the cold, what though excess of comfort should miscall the creature sun? What did the sun to hinder while harsh hands, petal by petal, crude and colourless, tore me? This one heart brought me all the spring. Is all told? There's the journey, and where's time to tell you how that heart burst out in shine? Yet certain points do press on me too hard. Each place must have a name, though I forget. How strange it was, there where the plain begins and the small river mitigates its flow. When eve was fading fast, and my soul sank, and he divined what surge of bitterness, in overtaking me, would float me back whence I was carried by the striding day. So, this great place was famous once, said he. And he began that legend of the place as if in answer to the unspoken fear, and told me all about a brave man dead, which lifted me and let my soul go on. How did he know, too, at that town's approach by the rock side, that in coming near the signs of life, the house roofs and the church and tower, I saw the old boundary and wall o' the world rise plain as ever round me, hard and cold, as if the broken circlet joined again, tightened itself about me with no break, as if the town would turn Arezzo's self, the husband there, the friends my enemies, all ranged against me. Not an avenue I try, but would be blocked and drive me back on him. This other, oh, the heart in that! Did not he find, bring, put into my arms a new-born babe? And I saw faces beam of the young mother proud to teach me joy, and gossips round expecting my surprise at the sudden hole through earth that lets in heaven. I could believe himself by his strong will had woven around me what I thought the world we went along in, every circumstance, towns, flowers and faces, all things helped so well. For through the journey, was it natural such comfort should arise from first to last? As I look back, all is one milky way, still bettered more, the more remembered. So do new stars bud while I but search for old, and fill all gaps i' the glory, and grow Him I now see make the shine everywhere, even at the last when the bewildered flesh, the cloud of weariness about my soul, clogging too heavily, sucked down all sense. Still its last voice was, "He will watch and care. Let the strength go, I am content, He stays." I doubt not He did stay and care for all. From that sick minute when the head swam round, and the eyes looked their last and died on Him, as in His arms He caught me, and, you say, carried me in, that tragical red eve, and laid me where I next returned to life in the other red of morning, two red plates that crushed together, crushed the time between, and are since then a solid fire to me. When in my dreadful husband and the world broke, and I saw Him, master by hell's right, and saw my angel helplessly held back by guards that helped the malice, the Lamb prone, the serpent towering and triumphant, then came all the strength back in a sudden swell. I did for once see right, do right, give tongue the adequate protest, for a worm must turn if it would have its wrong observed by God. I did spring up, attempt to thrust aside that ice block twixt the sun and me, lay low the neutralizer of all good and truth. If I sinned so, never obey voice more o' the just and terrible, who bids us bear, not stand by, bear to see my angels bear. I am clear it was on impulse to serve God, not save myself, no, nor my child unborn. Had I else waited patiently till now, who saw my old kind parents, silly sooth and too much trustful for their worst of faults, cheated, browbeaten, stripped and starved, cast out into the kennel, I remonstrated, then sank to silence, for, their woes at end, themselves gone, only I was left to plague. If only I was threatened and belied, what matter? I could bear it, and did bear. It was a comfort, still one lot for all. They were not persecuted for my sake, and I, estranged, the single happy one. But when at last, all by myself I stood obeying the clear voice which bade me rise, not for my own sake, but my babe unborn, and take the angel's hand was sent to help, and found the old adversary athwart the path, not my hand simply struck from the angel's, but the very angel's self made foul I' the face by the fiend who struck there, that I would not bear, that only I resisted. So my first and last resistance was invincible. Prayers move God, threats and nothing else move men. I must have prayed a man as he were God when I implored the governor to right my parents' wrongs. The answer was a smile. The Archbishop, did I clasp his feet enough, hide my face hotly on them, while I told more than I dared make my own mother known? The profit was compassion and a jest. This time the foolish prayers were done with. Right used might, and solemnized the sport at once. All was against the combat. Vantage mine? The runaway avowed, the accomplice wife in company with the plan-contriving priest? Yet shame thus rank and patent, I struck bare, at foe from head to foot in magic mail, and off it withered, cobweb armoury against the lightning. 'Twas truth singed the lies and saved me.
Section 103 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued.
You see, I will not have the service fail. I say the angel saved me. I am safe. Others may want and wish. I wish nor want one point of the circle plainer, where I stand traced round about with white to front the world. What of the calumny I came across? What of the way to the end? The end crowns all. The judges judged aright to the main, gave me the uttermost of my heart's desire, a truce from torture and arezzo, balm for hurt with the quiet nuns. God recompense the good, who said and sang away the ugly past. And when my final fortune was revealed, what safety while, amid my parents' arms, my babe was given me. Yes, he saved my babe. It would not have peeped forth, the bird-like thing, through that arezzo noise and trouble. Back had it returned, nor ever let me see. But the sweet peace cured all, and let me live, and give my bird the life among the leaves God meant him. Weeks and months of quietude, I could lie in such peace and learn so much. Begin the task, I see how needful now, of understanding somewhat of my past. Know life a little, I should leave so soon. Therefore, because this man restored my soul, all has been right. I have gained my gain, enjoyed as well as suffered, nay, got foretaste too of better life beginning where this ends, all through the breathing while allowed me thus, which let good premonitions reach my soul unthwarted, and benignant influence flow and interpenetrate and change my heart, uncrossed by what was wicked, nay, unkind. For as the weakness of my time drew nigh, nobody did me one disservice more, spoke coldly or looked strangely, broke the love I lay in the arms of, till my boy was born all in love, with naught to spoil the bliss a whole long fortnight. In a life like mine, a fortnight filled with bliss is long and much. All women are not mothers of a boy. though they lived twice the length of my whole life, and, as they fancy, happily all the same. There I lay then, all my great fortnight long, as if it would continue, broaden out happily more and more, and lead to heaven. Christmas before me, was not that a chance? I never realized God's birth before, how he grew likest God in being born. This time I felt like Mary, had my babe lying a little on my breast like hers. So all went on till just 4 days ago, the night and the tap. Oh, it shall be success to the whole of our poor family, my friends, nay, father and mother, give me back my word. They have been rudely stripped of life, disgraced like children who must needs go clothed too fine, carry the garb of carnival in Lent. If they too much affected frippery, they have been punished and submit themselves. Say no word, all is over. They see God who will not be extreme to mark their fault, or he had granted respite. They are safe. For that most woeful man, my husband once, who, needing respite, still draws vital breath, I pardon him? So far as lies in me, I give him for his good the life he takes, praying the world will therefore acquiesce. Let him make God amends. None to me who thank him rather that, whereas strange fate mockingly styled him husband and me wife, himself this way at least pronounced divorce, blotted the marriage bond. This blood of mine flies forth exultingly at any door, washes the parchment white, and thanks the blow. We shall not meet in this world nor the next, but where will God be absent? In his face is light, but in his shadow healing too. Let Guido touch the shadow and be healed. And as my presence was importunate, my earthly good, temptation and a snare, nothing about me but drew somehow down his hate upon me, somewhat so excused therefore, since hate was thus the truth of him. May my evanishment for evermore help further to relieve the heart that casts such object of its natural loathing forth. So he was made, he nowise made himself. I could not love him, but his mother did. His soul has never lain beside my soul. But for the unresisting body, thanks. He burned that garment spotted by the flesh. Whatever he touched is rightly ruined. Plague it caught, and disinfection it had craved still but for Guido. I am saved through him so as by fire. To him, thanks and farewell. Even for my babe, my boy, there's safety thence. From the sudden death of me, I mean, we poor weak souls, how we endeavour to be strong. I was already using up my life. This portion now should do him such a good, this other go to keep off such an ill. The great life, see, a breath, and it is gone. So is detached, so left all by itself, the little life, the fact which means so much. Shall not God stoop the kindlier to his work? His marvel of creation, foot would crush, now that the hand he trusted to receive and hold it lets the treasure fall perforce. The better, he shall have in orphanage his own way all the clearlier, if my babe outlive the hour, and he has lived 2 weeks. It is through God, who knows I am not by. Who is it makes the soft gold hair turn black, and sets the tongue, might lie so long at rest, trying to talk? Let us leave God alone. Why should I doubt He will explain in time what I feel now, but fail to find the words? My babe nor was, nor is, nor yet shall be Count Guido Franceschini's child at all. Only his mother's, born of love, not hate. So shall I have my rights in after time. It seems absurd, impossible today. So seems so much else not explained, but known. Ah, friends, I thank and bless you, every one. No more now. I withdraw from earth and man to
Section 104 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued.
Well, and there is more. Yes, my end of breath shall bear away my soul in being true. He is still here, not outside with the world. Here, I have him in his rightful place. 'Tis now, when I am most upon the move, I feel for what I verily find, again the face, again the eyes, again, through all, the heart and its immeasurable love of my one friend, my only, all my own, who put his breast between the spears and me. Ever with Caponsacchi, otherwise here alone would be failure, loss to me. How much more loss to him, with life debarred from giving life, love locked from love's display, the day-star stopped its task that makes night morn. O lover of my life, O soldier saint, no work begun shall ever pause for death. Love will be helpful to me more and more the coming course. The new path I must tread, my weak hand in thy strong hand, strong for that. Tell him that if I seem without him now, that's the world's insight. Oh, he understands. He is at Civita. Do I once doubt the world again is holding us apart? He had been here, displayed in my behalf the broad brow that reverberates the truth, and flashed the word God gave him back to man. I know where the free soul is flown. My fate will have been hard for even him to bear. Let it confirm him in the trust of God, showing how holily he dared the deed. And for the rest, say from the deed no touch of harm came, but all good, all happiness, not one faint fleck of failure. Why explain? What I see, oh, he sees, and how much more. Tell him, I know not wherefore the true word should fade and fall unuttered at the last. It was the name of him I sprang to meet when came the knock, the summons and the end. My great heart, my strong hand are back again. I would have sprung to these, beckoning across murder and hell, gigantic and distinct of the threshold, posted to exclude me heaven. He is ordained to call and I to come. Do not the dead wear flowers when dressed for God? Say, I am all in flowers from head to foot. Say, not one flower of all he said and did might seem to flit unnoticed, fade unknown. But dropped a seed has grown a balsam tree, whereof the blossoming perfumes the place at this supreme of moments. He is a priest. He cannot marry, therefore, which is right. I think he would not marry if he could. Marriage on earth seems such a counterfeit, mere imitation of the inimitable. In heaven we have the real and true and sure. 'Tis there they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels. Right, oh, how right that is! How like Jesus Christ to say that! Marriage making for the earth, with gold so much, birth, power, repute so much, or beauty, youth so much in lack of these. Be as the angels rather, who apart know themselves into one, are found at length married, but marry never, no, nor give in marriage. They are man and wife at once when the true time is. Here we have to wait not so long neither. Could we by a wish have what we will and get the future now? Would we wish aught done undone in the past? So let him wait God's instant, men call years. Meantime, hold hard by truth and his great soul. Do out the duty. Through such souls alone, God stooping shows sufficient of his light for us in the dark to rise by. And I rise.
Section 105 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Ah, my Giacinto, he's no ruddy rogue, is not Cinone. What, today we're 8? 7 and 1's 8. I hope old curly pate branches me out his verb tree on the slate. Amo, as, avi, atum, are, ans, up to aturus, person, tense, and mood, quies mecum subjunctivo. I could cry, and choose Corderius with his morning crust. Look 8 years onward, and he's perched, dapper and deft on stool beside this chair. Cinozzo, Cinoncello, who but he, trying his milk teeth on some crusty case like this? Papa shall triturate full soon to smooth Papinianian pup. It trots already through my head, though noon be now, thus supper time, and what belongs to Eve. Dispose, O dawn of the day, first work, then play, the proverb bids. And then means, won't we hold our little yearly lovesome frolic feast, Cignolo's birth-night, Cinicello's own, that makes gruff January grin perforce? For too contagious grows the mirth, the warmth escaping from so many hearts at once, when the good wife, buxom and bonny yet, jokes the hale grandsire, such are just the sort to go off suddenly. He who hides the key of the box beneath his pillow every night, which box may hold a parchment, someone thinks, will show a scribbled something like a name, Cinino, Cinicino, near the end, to whom I give, and I bequeath my lands, estates, tenements, hereditaments, when I decrease as honest grandsire ought. Wherefore, yet this one time again, perhaps, shan't my Orvieto fuddle his old nose. Then uncles, one or the other, well o' the world, may drop in merely, trudge through rain and wind rather. The smell feasts rouse them at the hint there's cookery in a certain dwelling place. Gossips, too, each with keepsake in his poke, will pick the way, thrid lane by lantern light, and so find door, put galligaskin off at entry of a decent domicile, cornered in snug condotti, all for love, all to crush cup with Cinucciatolo. Well, let others climb the heights of the court, the camp. How vain are chambering and wantonness, revel and rout and pleasures that make mad. Commend me to home joy, the family board, altar and hearth. These, with a brisk career, a source of honest profit and good fame, just so much work as keeps the brain from rust, just so much play as lets the heart expand, honouring God and serving man. I say, these are reality, and all else fluff. Nutshell and knot. Thank Flaccus for the phrase. Suppose I had been Fisc, yet bachelor. Why, work with a will then, wherefore lazy now? Turn up the hourglass, whence no sand-grain slips, but should have done its duty to the saint of the day, the son and heir that's 8 years old. Let law come dimple Cinoncino's cheek, and Latin dumple Cinarello's chin, the while we spread him fine and toss him flat this pulp that makes the pancake, trim our mass of matter into argument the first, prime pleading in defence of our accused, which once a waft on paper wing shall soar, shall signalize before a plausive Rome what study, and mayhap some mother wit, can do toward making Master Fop and fiscal bachelor Bottinius bite his thumb. Now, how good God is! How falls plumb to point this murder, gives me Guido to defend now, of all days i' the year, just when the boy verges on Virgil, reaches the right age for some such illustration from his sire, stimulus to himself. One might wait years and never find the chance which now finds me. The fact is, there's a blessing on the hearth, a special providence for fatherhood. Here's a man, and what's more, a noble, kills, not sneakingly, but almost with parade, wife's father, and wife's mother, and wife's self, that's mother's self of son and heir, like mine. And here stand I, the favoured advocate who plucked this flower o' the field no Solomon was ever clothed in glorious gold to match, and set the same in Cinoncino's cap. I defend Guido and his comrades, I! Pray God, I keep me humble, not to me, non nobis Domine sed tibi laus. How the fop chuckled when they made him fisc. We'll beat you, my Bottinius, all for love, all for our tribute to Cinotto's day. Why, Spudicans, old innocent himself, may rub his eyes at the bustle, ask, what's this rolling from out the rostrum, as Augusta the Pro Milone had been prisoned there, and rattled Rome awake? Awaken Rome! How can the Pope doze on in decency? He needs must wake up also, speak his word, have his opinion like the rest of Rome, about this huge, this hurly-burly case. He wants who can excogitate the truth, give the result in speech, plain black and white, to mumble in the mouth and make his own, a little changed, good man, a little changed. No matter, so his gratitude be moved, by when my Giacintino gets of age, mindful of who thus helped him at a pinch, Archangelus procurator pauperum, and proved.
Section 106 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis pauperum procurator. Continued. You, to earn the est, merit the minced herb that mollifies the liver's leathery slice, with here a goose foot, there a coxcomb stuck, cemented in an element of cheese. I doubt if dainties do the grandsire good. Last June he had a sort of strangling. Bah! He's his own master. And his will is made. So liver fizz, law flit, and Latin fly as we rub hands or dish by way of grace. May I lose cause if I vent one word more, except with fresh cut quill we ink the white. P-R-O, pro, Guidone et Sociis. There. Count Guido married.
Or in Latin due, what? Duxit in uxorem, commonplace. Te das jugales init subit, ha! He underwent the matrimonial torch. Connubio stabili sibi junxit. In stable bond of marriage bound his own. That's clear of any modern taint, and yet Virgil is little help to who writes prose. He shall attack me, Terence, with the dawn, shall chino. Mum, my business, sir. Thus circumstantially evolve we facts. Ita se abet ideo series facti. He wedded, with owls for augury, nupserat eu sinistris avibus. One of the blood Arezzo boasts her best. Dominus Guido nobili genere ortus Pompiliae. But the version afterward, curb we this ardour. Notes alone today, the speech tomorrow, and the Latin last. Such was the rule in Farinacci's time. Indeed, I hitched it into verse and good. Unluckily, law quite absorbs a man. Or else I think I too had poetized. Law is the pork substratum of the fry. Goose foot and coxcomb are latinitae. And in this case, if circumstance assist, we'll garnish law with idiom, never fear. Out of the way events extend our scope. For instance, when Bottini brings his charge, that letter which you say Pompilia wrote to criminate her parents and herself, and disengage her husband from the coil, that Guido Franceschini wrote, say we, because Pompilia could nor read nor write. Therefore he pencilled her such letter first, then made her trace in ink the same again. Ha, my Bottini, have I thee on hip? How will he turn this, nor break Tully's pate? Existemandum, don't I hear the dog? Quod Guido designa verit elementa dictes pistolae quae fuerint super inducto ab ea calamo notata atramento. There's a style. Quia ipsa scribere nescebat. Bah! Now my turn. Either insulse, I outburst, stupidly put. Inane is the response. Inannis est responsio, or the like. To wit, that each of all those characters, quod singula elementa epistolae, had first of all been traced for her by him, fueran per eum prius designata, and then the ink applied atop of that, et deinde superinducto calamo. The piece, she says, became her handiwork. Per eam e formata ut ipsa asserit. Inane was such response a second time. Her husband outlined her the whole, forsooth. Vir eius lineabat epistolam? What, she confesses that she wrote the thing? Fatetur eam scripsisse? Scorn that scathes, that she might pay obedience to her lord, ut viro obtemperaret apices. Here repeat charge with proper varied phrase. Eo designante ipsaque calamum superinducente. By such argument, ita pariter, she seeks to show the same. Ay, by Saint Joseph, and what saints you please. Epistolam ostendit medius fidius. No voluntary deed, but fruit of force. Non voluntarie, sed coacte scriptam. That's the way to write Latin, friend my Fisc. Bottini is a beast, one barbarous. Look out for him when he attempts to say, "Armed with a pistol, Guido followed her." Will not I be beforehand with my Fisc? Cut away phrase by phrase from underfoot. Guido Pompiliam, Guido thus his wife, following with igneous engine, shall I have? Armis munitus igneis persequens. Arma sulphurea gestans, sulphury arms. Or might one style a pistol popping piece? Armatus breviori sclopulo? Well, let him have been armed so, though it make somewhat against us. I had thought to own provided with a simple travelling sword, ense solum modo viatorio instructus, but we'll grant the pistol here. Better we lost the cause than lacked the gird at the Fisc's Latin, lost the judge's laugh. It's Venturini that decides for style. Tomati rather goes upon the law. So, as to law. Ah, but with law ne'er hope to level the fellow. Don't I know his trick? How he draws up, ducks under, twists aside. He's a lean-gutted hectic rascal, fine as pale-haired, red-eyed ferret which pretends 'tis ermine, pure soft snow from tail to snout. He eludes law by piteous looks aloft, lets Latin glance off, as he makes appeal to the saint that's somewhere in the ceiling top. Do you suppose that I don't see the beast? Plague of the ermine vermin! For it takes It takes, and here's the fellow fist, you see. And judge, you'll not be long in seeing next. Confound the fop, he's now at work like me. Into his study, as I seem to do, hear him read out his writing to himself. I know he writes as if he spoke. I hear the hoarse, shrill throat, see shut eyes, neck shot forth. I see him strain on tiptoe, slur and pour eloquence out, nor stay nor stint at all, perorate in the air, and so to press with a product. What abuse of type is here! He'll keep clear of my cast, my logic throw, let argument slide, and then deliver swift some bull from quite an unguessed point of stand. Having the luck of the last word, the reply, a plaguy cast, a mortifying stroke. You face a fellow, cries, so there you stand, but I, discourteous, jump clean o'er your head. You play ship carpenter, not pilot so, stop rat holes, while the sea sweeps through the breach, hammer and fortify at puny points. Do, clamp and tenon, make all tight and safe. 'Tis here, and here, and here you ship a sea. No good.
Section 107 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator, continued. Yet what do I name little and a leak? The main defence of the murderers used to death. By this time dry bare bones, no scrap to pick. Safer I worked at the new, the unforeseen, the nice by-stroke, the fine and improvised point that can titillate the brain of the bench, torpid with over-teaching by this time. As if Tomati, that has heard, reheard, and heard again, first this side and then that. Guido and Pietro, Pietro and Guido, din and deafen full 3 years, at each long ear. Don't want amusement for instruction now, won't rather feel a flea run o'er his ribs, than a daw settle heavily on his head? Oh, I was young and had the trick of fence, knew subtle pass and push with careless right, the left arm ever quietly behind, back, with a dagger in it, not both hands to blade. Puff and blow, put the strength out, blunderbore. That's my subordinate, young Spreti now, pedant and prig. He'll pant away at proof, that's his way. Now for mine, to rub some life into one's choppy fingers this cold day. I trust Chinuzzo ties on tippet, guards the precious throat on which so much depends. Guido must be all goose-flesh in his hole,
despite the prison straw, bad carnival for captives, no sliced fry for him, poor Count. Carnival time, another providence. The town aswarm with strangers to amuse, to edify, to give one's name and fame in charge of, till they find, some future day, Cintino come and claim it, his name too, pledge of the pleasantness they owe Papa. Who else was it cured Rome of all her great qualms, when she must needs have her own judgment? Ay, since all her topping wits had set to work, pronounced already on the case, mere boys twice Cineruggiolo's age and half his sense, as good as tell me, when I cross the court, "Master Arcangeli," plucking at my gown, "we can predict, we comprehend your play, we'll help you save your client, tra-la-la. I've travelled ground from childhood till this hour to have the town anticipate my track." The old fox takes the plain and velvet path, the young hound's predilection, prints the dew, don't he, to suit their pulpy pads of paw? No, burying nose deep down i' the briery bush, thus I defend Count Guido. Where are we weak? First, which is foremost in advantage too, our murder we call killing is a fact confessed, defended, made a boast of. Good! To think the Fisc claimed use of torture here, and got thereby avowal plump and plain that gives me just the chance I wanted. Scope, not for brute force, but ingenuity, explaining matters, not denying them. One may dispute, as I am bound to do, and shall, validity of process here, inasmuch as a noble is exempt from torture which plebeians undergo in such a case. For law is lenient, lax, remits the torture to a nobleman unless suspicion be of twice the strength attaches to a man born vulgarly. We don't card silk with comb that dresses wool. Moreover, 'twas severity undue in this case, even had the lord been lout. What utters on this head our oracle, our Farinacci, my Gamaliel erst, in those immortal questions? What I quote: "Of all the tools at law's disposal, sure that named vigiliarum is the best, that is, the worst to whoso has to bear, lasting as it may do from some 7 hours to 10. Beyond 10 we've no precedent. Certain have touched their 10, but bah, they died. It does so efficaciously convince that, speaking by much observation here, out of each 100 cases, by my count, never I knew of patients beyond 4 withstand its taste, or less than 96 end by succumbing. Only martyrs 4, of obstinate silence, guilty or no, against 96 full confessors, innocent or otherwise. So shrewd a tool have we. No marvel either. In unwary hands, death on the spot is no rare consequence. as indeed all but happened in this case to one of ourselves, our young tough peasant friend, the accomplice called Baldeschi. They were rough, dosed him with torture as you drench a horse, not modify your treatment to a man. So 2 successive days he fainted dead, and only on the 3rd essay gave up. Confessed like flesh and blood. We could reclaim, blockhead Bottini giving cause enough. But no, we'll take it as spontaneously confessed. We'll have the murder beyond doubt. Ah, fortunate! The poet's word reversed, inasmuch as we know our happiness. Had the antagonist left dubiety, here were we proving murder a mere myth, as Guido innocent, ignorant, absent, aye, absent. He was, why, where should Christian be? Engaged in visiting his proper church, the duty of us all at Christmas time, when Caponsacchi, the seducer, stung to madness by his relegation, cast about him and contrived a remedy to stave off what opprobrium broke afresh by the birth of the babe on him, the imputed sire. He came and quietly sought to smother up his shame and theirs together, killed the 3 and fled. Go seek him where you please to search. Just at the moment, Guido, touched by grace, devotions ended, hastened to the spot, meaning to pardon his convicted wife. Neither do I condemn thee, go in peace. Who thus arrived in the nick of time to catch the charge of the killing, though great-heartedly he came but to forgive and bring to life. Doubt ye the force of Christmas on the soul? Section 108 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator, continued. So doubtless had I needed argue here but for the full confession round and sound. Thus might you wrong some kingly alchemist, whose concern should not be with showing brass transmuted into gold, but triumphing, rather, above his gold changed out of brass, not vulgarly, to the mere sight and touch, but in the idea, the spiritual display, the apparition buoyed by winged words, hovering above its birthplace in the brain. Thus would you wrong this excellent personage, forced by the gross need to gird apron round, plant forge, light fire, ply bellows, in a word demonstrate, when a faulty pipkin's crack may disconcert you, his presumptive truth. Here were I hanging to the testimony of one of these poor rustics. For, ye gods, whom the first taste of friend the fiscal's cord might drive into undoing my whole speech, shaming truth so, I wonder, all the same, not so much at those peasants' lack of heart, but Guido Franceschini, nobleman, bear pain no better. Everybody knows it used once, when my father was a boy, to form a proper, nay, important point to the education of our well-born youth, to take the torture handsomely at need, without confessing in this clownish guise. Each noble had his rack for private use, and would, for the diversion of a guest, bid it be set up in the yard of arms, to take thereon his hour of exercise, command the varletry stretch, strain their best, while friends looked on, admired my lord could smile mid tugging which had caused an ox to roar. Men are no longer men, and advocates no longer Farinacci. Let us add, if I one more time fly from point proposed. So, vindicatio, here begins the same. Honoris causa, so we make our stand. Honour in us had injury, we shall prove. Or, if we fail to prove such injury more than misprision of the fact, what then? It is enough, authorities declare, if the result, the deed in question now, be caused by confidence that injury is veritable and no figment, since what, though proved fancy afterward, seemed fact at the time, they argue shall excuse result. That which we do, persuaded of good cause for what we do, hold justifiable. The casuists bid, man bound to do his best. They would not have him leave that best undone and mean to do the worst. Though fuller light show best was worst, and worst would have been best. Act by the present light, they ask of man. Ultra quodic non agitur. Besides, it is not anyway our business here. De probatione adulterii, to prove what we thought crime was crime indeed, ad irrogandam penam, and require its punishment. Such nowise do we seek, sed ad effectum, but 'tis our concern, excusandi, here to simply find excuse, occisorem, for who did the killing work, et ad illius defensionem, mark the difference, and defend the man, just that. Quo casu levior probatio exuberaret, to which end far lighter proof suffices than the prior case would claim. It should be always harder to convict, in short, than to establish innocence. Therefore we shall demonstrate first of all that honour is a gift of God to man precious beyond compare, which natural sense of human rectitude and purity, which white man's soul is born with, brooks no touch. Therefore, the sensitivest spot of all, woundable by a wafture breathed from black, is honour within honour, like the eye centred in the ball, the honour of our wife. Touch us o' the pupil of our honour, then, not actually, since so you slay outright, but by a gesture simulating touch, presumable mere menace of such taint. This were our warrant for eruptive ire to whose dominion I impose no end. Virgil, now, should not be too difficult to chino. Say the early books, pen. Truce to further gambols, poscimur. Nor can revenge of injury done here to the honour proved the life and soul of us be too excessive, too extravagant. Such wrong seeks and must have complete revenge. Show we this, first, on the mere natural ground. Begin at the beginning, and proceed incontrovertibly. Theodoric, in an apt sentence Cassiodorus cites, propounds for basis of all household law. I hardly recollect it, but it ends: bird mates with bird, beast genders with his like, and brooks no interference. Bird and beast, very insects. If they wyver know, how dare I say when Aristotle doubts? But the presumption is they likewise wive, at least the nobler sorts. For take the bee as instance, copying King Solomon. Why that displeasure of the bee to aught that savours of incontinency makes the unchaste a very horror to the hive? Whence comes it bees obtain the epithet of caste apes, notably the chaste? Because, ingeniously saith Scaliger, the young one, see his book of Table Talk, such is their hatred of immodest act, they fall upon the offender, sting to death. I mind a passage much confirmative, the Idyllist, though I read him Latinized. Why, asks a shepherd, is this bank unfit for celebration of our vernal loves? O swain, returns the wiser shepherdess, bees swarm here, and would quick resent our warmth. Only cold-blooded fish lack instinct here, nor gain nor guard connubiality. But beasts quadrupedal, mammiferous, do credit to their beasthood. Witness him that alien cites the noble elephant, or if not alien, somebody a sage, who, seeing much offence beneath his nose, his master's friend exceed in courtesy the due allowance to that master's wife, taught them good manners, and killed both at once, making his master and all men admire. Indubitably, then, that master's self, favoured by circumstance, had done the same, or else stood clear rebuked by his own beast. Adeo ut qui honorem spernit, thus who values his own honour not a straw, et non recuperare curat, nor labours by might and main to salve its wound, se ucciscendo, by revenging him, nil differat abelvis, is a brute. Qui nemo irrationabilior ipsismet belluis, nay, contrariwise, much more irrational than brutes themselves, should be considered reputetur. How? If a poor animal feel honour smart, taught by blind instinct nature plants in him, shall man, confessed creation's master stroke, nay, intellectual glory, nay, a god, nay, of the nature of my judges here. Shall man prove the insensible, the block, the blot of the earth he crawls on to disgrace? Come, that's both solid and poetic. Man, derogate, live for the low tastes alone. Section 109 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. May Gigia have remembered nothing stings fried liver out of its monotony of richness like a root of fennel, chopped fine with the parsley. Parsley sprigs, I said. Was there need I should say, and fennel too? But no, she cannot have been so obtuse. To our argument, the fennel will be chopped. From beast to man, next mount we. Ay, but mine still mere man, not yet Christian. That in time. Not too fast, mark you. 'Tis on heathen grounds we next defend our act. Then fairly urge, if this were done of old, in a green tree, allowed in the spring rawness of our kind, what may be licensed in the autumn dry and ripe, the latter harvest tide of man? If, with his poor and primitive half-lights, the pagan whom our devils served for gods, could stigmatize the breach of marriage vow as that which blood only might efface, absolve the husband outraged, whose revenge anticipated law, plied sword himself, how with the Christian in full blaze of day? Shall not he rather double penalty, multiply vengeance, than degenerate, let privilege be minished, droop, decay? Therefore, set forth at large the ancient law, superabundant the examples be, to pick and choose from. The Athenian Code, Solon's, the name is serviceable, then the laws of the 12 Tables, that 15th, Romulus likewise rolls out round and large, the Julian, the Cornelian, Gracchus law. So old a chime, the bells ring of themselves. Spreti can set that going if he please. I point you, for my part, the belfry out, intent to rise from dusk, diluculum, into the Christian day shall broaden next. First, the fit compliment to his holiness, happily reigning. Then sustain the point. All that was long ago declared as law by the early revelation stands confirmed by apostle and evangelist and saint. To wit, that honor is the supreme good. Why should I balk Saint Jerome of his phrase? Ubi honor non est, where no honor is,
ibi contemptus est, and where contempt, ibi injuria frequens, and where that the frequent injury, ibi et indignatio, and where the indignation, ibi quies nulla, and where there is no quietude, why, ibi there the mind is often cast down from the heights where it proposed to dwell. Mensa proposito sepe deicitur. And naturally the mind is so cast down, since harder 'tis, quum difficilius sit, iram cohibere, to coerce one's wrath, quam miracula facere, than work miracles. St. Gregory smiles in his first dialogue. Whence we infer the ingenuous soul, the man who makes esteem of honour and repute, wherever honour and repute are touched, arrives at term of fury and despair, loses all guidance from the reason check, as in delirium or a frenzy fit, nor fury nor despair he satiates. No, not even if he attain the impossible, or turn the hinges of the universe to annihilate, not who's caused the smart solely, the author simply of his pain, but the place, the memory, vituperii, oh, the shame and scorn, quia, says Solomon, the Holy Spirit speaking by his mouth in Proverbs, the 6th chapter, near the end, because the zeal and fury of a man, zelus et furor viri, will not spare non parcet in the day of his revenge, in die vindite, nor will acquiesce, nec acquiescet, through a person's prayers, cuius dam precibus, nec suscipiet, nor yet take, pro redemptione, for redemption, dona plurium, gifts of friends, nor money payment to compound for ache. Who recognizes not my client's case? Whereto, as strangely consentaneous here, adduce Saint Bernard in the epistle writ to Robertulus, his nephew, too much grief, dolor quippe nimius non deliberat, does not excogitate propriety, non verecundatur, nor knows shame at all, non consulit rationem, nor consults reason, non dignitatis metuit damnum, nor dreads the loss of dignity, modum et ordinem, order and the mode, ignorat, it ignores. Why, trait for trait, was ever portrait lined so like the life? By Cavalier Maratta, shall I say? I hear he's first in reputation now. Yes, that of Samson in the sacred text. That's not so much the portrait as the man. Samson in Gaza was the antitype of Guido at Rome. For note the Nazarite. Blinded he was, an easy thing to bear. Intrepidly he took imprisonment, gyves, stripes, and daily labour at the mill.
But when he found himself i' the public place, destined to make the common people sport, disdain burned up with such an impetus i' the breast of him, that, all of him on fire, "Moriatur!" roared he, "Let my soul self die, anima mea, with the Philistines!" So pulled down pillar, roof, and death and all, multosque plures interfecit, ay, and many more he killed thus, moriens, dying, quam vivus than in his whole life, occiderat, he ever killed before. Are these things writ for no example, sirs? One instance more, and let me see who doubts. Our Lord himself, made up of mansuetude, sealing the sum of sufferance up, received opprobrium, contumely, and buffeting without complaint. But when he found himself touched in his honour never so little for once, then outbroke indignation pent before. Honorem meum nemini dabo. No, my honour I to nobody will give. And certainly the example so hath wrought, that whosoever at the proper worth apprizes worldly honour and repute, esteems it nobler to die honoured man beneath Manaia than live centuries disgraced in the eye of the world. We find Saint Paul no miscreant to this faith delivered once. Far worthier were it that I died, cries he, expedit mihi magis mori, than that any one should make my glory void, quam ut gloria meam quis evacuet. See ad Corinthienses, whereupon Saint Ambrose makes a comment with much fruit. Doubtless my judges long since laid to heart, so I desist from bringing forward here.
Section 110 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. Have I proved satis superque both enough and to spare, that revelation old and new admits the natural man may effervesce in ire, or flood earth, or froth heaven with foamy rage at the first puncture to his self-respect? Then, sirs, this Christian dogma, this law-bud full-blown now, soon to bask the absolute flower of papal doctrine in our blaze of clay, bethink you, shall we miss one promised streak, one doubtful birth of dawn crepuscular, one dewdrop comfort to humanity, now that the chalice teems with noonday wine? Yea, argue Molinists, who bar revenge, referring just to what makes out our case. Under old dispensation, argue they, the doom of the adulterous wife was death, stoning by Moses' law.
Nay, stone her not, put her away, next legislates our Lord. And last of all, nor yet divorce a wife, ordains the Church. She typifies ourself. The bride no fault shall cause to fall from Christ. Then, as no jot nor tittle of the law has passed away, which who presumes to doubt? As not one word of Christ is rendered vain, which could it be, though heaven and earth should pass? Where do I find my proper punishment for my adulterous wife? I humbly ask of my infallible Pope, who now remits even the divorce allowed by Christ in lieu of lapidation Moses licensed me. The gospel checks the law which throws the stone. The Church tears the divorce bill gospel grants. The wife sins and enjoys impunity. What profits me the fullness of the days, the final dispensation? I demand, unless law, gospel, and the Church subjoin. But who hath barred the primitive revenge, which, like fire damped and dammed up, burns more fierce? Use thou thy natural privilege of man, else wert thou found like those old ingrate Jews, despite the manna banquet on the board, a longing after melons, cucumbers, and such like trash of Egypt left behind. There was one melon had improved our soup, but did not Cinoncino need the rind to make a boat with? So I seem to think. Law, gospel, and the Church. From these we leap to the very last revealment, easy rule befitting the well-born and thoroughbred of the happy day we live in, not the dark of the early rood and acorn-eating race. Behold, quoth James, we bridle in a horse and turn his body as we would thereby. Yea, but we change the bit to suit the growth, and rasp our colt's jaw with a rugged spike we hasten to remit our managed steed who wheels round at persuasion of a touch. Civilization bows to decency, the acknowledged use and wont, the manners. Mild but yet imperative law, which make the man. Thus do we pay the proper compliment to rank, and that society of Rome hath so obliged us by its interest, taken our client's part instinctively, as unaware defending its own cause. What dictum doth society lay down in the case of one who hath a faithless wife? Wherewithal should the husband cleanse his way? Be patient and forgive? Oh, language fails, shrinks from depicturing his punishment. For if wronged husband raise not hue and cry, quod si maritos de adulterio non conquereretur, he's presumed a foe, presumitur leno. So complain he must. But how complain? At your tribunal, lords? Far weightier challenge suits your sense, I wot. You sit not to have gentlemen propose questions gentility can itself discuss. Did not you prove that to our brother Paul? The Abate, quum judicialiter proce queretur, when he tried the law, Guidonis causam, in Count Guido's case, accidit ipsi, this befell himself, quod risum moverit et cacinos, that he moved to mirth and cachinnation, all, or nearly all, fere in omnibus etiam sensatis et cordatis, men strong-sensed, sound-hearted, nay, the very court, ipsis metin judicibus. I might add, non tamen dicam, in a cause like this, so multiplied were reasons pro and con, delicate, intertwisted and obscure, that law were shamed to lend a finger-tip to unravel, readjust the hopeless twine, while half a dozen steps outside the court there stood a foolish trifler with a tool a-dangle to no purpose by his side, had clearly cut the tangle in a trice. Asserunt enim unanimiter doctores, for the doctors all assert that husbands, quod mariti, must be held viles, cornuti reputantur, vile and branching forth a florid infamy, si propiis manibus, if with their own hands non sumunt, they take not straightway revenge, vindictam, but expect the deed be done by the court, expectant illam fieri per judices. Qui sum opere rident, which gives an enormous guffaw for reply, et cacinantur, for he ran away, deliquit enim, just that he might scape the censure of both counsellors and crowd, ut vulgi et doctorum evitaret censuram. And lest so he superadd to loss of honour, ignominy too, et sic ne istam quoque ignominiam amiso honore superaderet. My lords, the inconsiderate step was, we referred ourselves to law at all. Twit me not with law else had punished you. Each punishment of the extra-legal step, to which the high-born preferably revert, is ever for some oversight, some slip i' the taking vengeance, not for vengeance self. A good thing done unhandsomely turns ill, and never yet lacked ill the law's rebuke. For pregnant instance, let us contemplate the luck of Leonardus. See at large of Sicily's decisions 61st. This Leonard finds his wife is false. What then? He makes her own son snare her, and entice out of the town walls to a private walk, wherein he slays her with commodity. They find her body half devoured by dogs, Leonard is tried, convicted, punished, sent to labour in the galleys 7 years long. Why? For the murder? Nay, but for the mode, malus modus occidendi. Ruled the court, an ugly mode of killing, nothing more. Another fructuous sample. See de re criminali in Mattheus, divine peace. Another husband, in no better plight, simulates absence, thereby tempts the wife, on whom he falls out of sly ambuscade, backed by a brother of his, and both of them armed to the teeth with arms that law had blamed. Nimis dolose over wilily fuisse operatum, was it worked? Pronounced the law. Had all been fairly done, law had not found him worthy, as she did, of 4 years' exile. Why cite more? Enough is good as a feast, unless a birthday feast for one's Cinuccio. So we'll finish here. My lords, we rather need defend ourselves inasmuch as for a twinkling of an eye we hesitatingly appealed to law, rather than deny that, on mature advice, we blushingly bethought us, bade revenge back to the simple, proper, private way of decent, self-dealt, gentlemanly death. Judges, there is the law, and this Section 111 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator, continued. Pause and breathe. So far is only too plain. We must watch. Bottini will scarce hazard an attack here. Let's anticipate the fellow's play, and guard the weaker places. Warily ask, what if considerations of a sort, reasons of a kind, arise from out the strange, peculiar, unforeseen new circumstance of this our Candour owns abnormal act, to bar the right of us revenging so? Impunity were otherwise your meed. Go slay your wife and welcome, may be urged. But why the innocent old couple slay, Pietro, Violante? You may do enough, not too much, not exceed the golden mean, neither brute beast nor pagan, Gentile, Jew nor Christian, no, nor votarist of the mode, were free at all to push revenge so far. No, indeed? Why, thou very sealest the actual wrong Pompilia seemed to do, was virtual wrong done by the parents here, imposing her upon us as their child, themselves allow. Then her fault was their fault, her punishment be theirs accordingly. But wait a little, sneak not off so soon. Was this cheat solely harm to Guido, pray? The precious couple you call innocent, why, they were felons that law failed to clutch. qui ut fraudarent, who that they might rob, legitime vocatos, folks law called, ad fidei commissum, true heirs to the trust, partum supposuerunt, feigned this birth, immemores reos factos esse, blind to the fact that, guilty, they incurred thereby, ultimi supplici, hanging or aught worse. Do you blame us that we turn law's instruments not mere self-seekers, mind the public weal, nor make the private good our sole concern? That having, shall I say, secured a thief, not simply we recover from his pouch the stolen article our property, but also pounce upon our neighbour's purse we opportunely find reposing there, and do him justice while we right ourselves? He owes us for our part a drubbing, say, but owes our neighbour just a dance i' the air under the gallows. So we throttle him. The neighbour's law, the couple, are the thief. We are the over-ready to help law. Zeal of her house hath eaten us up, for which, can it be, law intends to eat up us? Crudum priamum, devour poor Priam raw. 'Twas Jupiter's own joke. With babes to boot, Priamique Pisinos, in Homeric phrase. Shame! And so ends the period prettily. But even prove the pair not culpable, free as unborn babe from connivance at, participation in their daughter's fault, ours the mistake, is that a rare event? Non semel, it is anything but rare. In contingentia facti, that by chance impunes evaserunt, go scot-free, qui, such well-meaning people as ourselves, justo dolore moti, who aggrieved with cause, apposuerunt manus, lay rough hands in innocentes on wrong heads. Cite we an illustrative case in point. Mulier Smyrnea quaedam, good my lords, a gentlewoman lived in Smyrna once, virum et filium ex eo conceptum, who both husband and her son begot by him, killed interfecerat ex quo, because vir filium suum perdiderat. Her spouse had been beforehand with her, killed her son, matrimonii primi, of a previous bed, deinde accusata, then accused, apud dolabellam, before him that sat proconsul, nec duabus cedibus contaminatam liberare, nor to liberate a woman doubly dyed with murder, voluit, made he up his mind, nec condemnare, nor to doom to death, justo dolore impulsam, one impelled by just grief, sed remisit, but sent her up ad Areopagum, to the hill of Mars, sapientissimorum judicum cetum, to that assembly of the sage, paralleled only by my judges here, ubi cognito de causa, where the cause well weighed, responsum est, they gave reply, ut ipsa et accusator, that both sides of the suit redirent, should come back again, post 100 annos, after 100 years, for judgment. Et sic, by which sage decree, duplici parricidio rea, one convicted of a double parricide, quam vis etiam innocentem, though in truth, out of the pair one innocent at least, she, occidisset, plainly had put to death, unde quaque, yet she altogether escaped, evasit impunis. See the case at length in Valerius, fittingly styled Maximus, that 8th book of his memorable facts. Nor Cyriacus cites beside the mark, similiter uxorque mandaverat, just so a lady who had taken care, homicidium viri, that her lord be killed, ex denegatione debiti, for denegation of a certain debt, matrimonialis, he was loath to pay, fuit pecuniaria multa, was amerced in a pecuniary mulct, punita et ad penam, and to pains temporalem, for a certain space of time, in monasterio, in a convent. Ay, in monasterio. How he manages in with the ablative, the accusative! I had hoped to have hitched the villain into verse for a gift this very day, a complete list of the prepositions, each with proper case, telling a story long was in my head. What prepositions take the accusative? Ad, to, or at. Who saw the cat? Down to ob, for, because of, keep her claws off. Ah, law in a man takes the whole liberty.
Section 112 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. And now sea widens, and the coast is clear. What of the dubious act you bade excuse? Surely things brighten, till at length remains, so far from act that needs defence, apology to make for act delayed 1 minute, let alone 8 mortal months of hesitation. Why procrastinate? Out with it, my Bottinius, ease thyself. Right promptly done is twice right. Right delayed turns wrong. We grant you should have killed your wife, but on the moment, at the meeting her in company with a priest. Then did the tongue of the brazen head give license. Time is now. You make your mind up. Time is past. It peals. Friend, you are competent to mastery of the passions that confessedly explain an outbreak,
yet allow an interval, and then break out as if time's clock still clanged. You have forfeited your chance, and flat you fall into the commonplace category of men bound to go softly all their days, obeying law. Now, which way make response? What was the answer Guido gave himself? That so to argue came of ignorance how honour bears a wound, for wound, said he, my body, and the smart is worst at first, while wound my soul, where honour sits and rules, longer the sufferance, stronger grows the pain. 'Tis ex incontinenti, fresh as first. But try another tack, calm common sense by way of contrast, as too true, my lords, we did demur, a while did hesitate, yet husband sure should let a scruple speak ere he slay wife, for his own safety, lords. Carpers abound in this misjudging world. Moreover, there's a nicety in law that seems to justify them should they carp. Suppose the source of injury a son. Father may slay such son, yet run no risk. Why graced with such a privilege? Because a father so incensed with his own child, or must have reason, or believe he has. Quia semper, seeing that in such event, presumitur, the law is bound to suppose, quod capiat pater, that the sire must take bonum consilium pro filio, the best course as to what befits his boy, through instinct, ex instincto, of mere love, amoris, and paterni, fatherhood, quam confidentiam, which confidence non habet, law declines to entertain, de viro, of the husband. Where has he an instinct that compels him love his wife? Rather is he presumably her foe. So let him ponder long in this bad world ere do the simplest act of justice. But again, and here we brush Bottini's breast, object you. See the danger of delay? Suppose a man murdered my friend last month. Had I come up and killed him for his pains in rage, I had done right, allows the law. I meet him now and kill him in cold blood, I do wrong, equally allows the law. Wherein do actions differ, yours and mine? In plenitudine intellectus es, hast thy wits, Fisc? To take such slayer's life, returns it life to thy slain friend at all? Had he stolen ring instead of stabbing friend, today, tomorrow, or next century, meeting the thief, thy ring upon his thumb, thou justifiably hadst wrung it thence. So, couldst thou wrench thy friend's life back again, though prisoned in the bosom of his foe? Why, law would look complacent on thy rush. Our case is, that the thing we lost, we found. The honour we were robbed of 8 months since, being recoverable at any day by death of the delinquent. Go thy ways. Ere thou hast learned law, will be much to do, as said the rustic while he shod the goose. Nay, if you urge me, interval was none. From the inn to the villa, blank or else a bar of adverse and contrarious incident solid between us and our just revenge. What with the priest who flourishes his blade, the wife who like a fury flings at us, the crowd, and then the capture, the appeal to Rome, the journey there, the journey thence, the shelter at the house of convertites, the visits to the villa, and so forth. Where was 1 minute left us all this while to put in execution that revenge we planned of the instant? As it were, plumped down a round sound egg of a spot some 8 months since, Rome, more propitious than our nest, should hatch. Object not! You reached Rome on Christmas Eve, and despite liberty to act at once, waited a week in decorous delay. Hath so the Molinism canker, lords, eaten to the bone? Is no religion left? No care for aught held holy by the Church? What, would you have us skip and miss those feasts o' the natal time? Must we go prosecute secular business on a sacred day? Should not the merest charity expect, setting our poor concerns aside for once, we hurried to the song matutinal, i' the Sistine, and pressed forward for the mass the Cardinal, that's Camerlengo, chants, then rushed on to the blessing of the hat and rapier, which the Pope sends to what prince has done most detriment to the infidel, and thereby whet our courage, if 'twere blunt? Meantime, allow we kept the house a week, suppose not we were idle in our mew, picture Count Guido raging here and there. Money, I need none. Friends, the world is null. Match me the white was on that shield of mine borne at, wherever might be shield to bear. I see my grandsire, he who fought so well at... Here find out and put in time and place of what might be a fight his grandsire fought. I see this, I see that. See to it all, or I shall scarce see lamb's fry in an hour. Not to the uncle, as I bid advance the smoking dish. This for your tender teeth, behoves us care a little for our kin. You, sir, who care so much for cousinship, as come to your poor loving nephew's feast. He has the reversion of a long lease yet, land to bequeath.
Section 113 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Jacintus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator continued. Here fall to be considered those same 6 qualities, what Bottini needs must call so many aggravations of our crime, parasite growth upon mere murder's back. We summarily might dispose of such by some offhand and jaunty fling, some skit. So, since there's proved no crime to aggravate, a fico for your aggravations, Fisc. No, handle mischief rather. Play with spells were meant to raise a spirit, and laugh the while we show that, did he rise, we are his match. Therefore, first aggravation, we made up, over and above our simple murdering selves, a regular assemblage of armed men, coadunatio armatorum. Unluckily, it was the very judge who sits in judgment on our cause today that passed the law as governor of Rome,
for men armed, though for lawful purpose, mark, much more for an acknowledged crime, shall die. We 5 were armed to the teeth, meant murder too? Why, that's the very point that saves us, Fisc. Let me instruct you. Crime nor done nor meant, you punish still who arm and congregate. For why have used bad means to a good end? Crime being meant, not done, you punish still the means to crime. You haply pounce upon, though circumstance have balked you of their end. But crime not only compassed, but complete, meant and done too? Why, since you have the end, be that your sole concern, nor mind those means no longer to the purpose. Murdered we? Which that our luck was in the present case, quod contigisse in presenti casu, is palpable manibus palpatum est, make murder out against us, nothing less. Of many crimes committed with a view to one main crime, you overlook the less, intent upon the large. Suppose a man having in view commission of a theft, climb the town wall. 'Tis for the theft he hangs. Suppose you can convict him of such theft. Remitted whipping due to who climbs wall for bravery or wantonness alone, just to dislodge a daw's nest and no more. So I interpret you the manly mind. Of him the judge shall judge both you and me. The governor, who, being no babe, my Fisc, cannot have blundered on ineptitude. Next aggravation, that the arms themselves were specially of such forbidden sort through shape or length or breadth as prompt law plucks from single hand of solitary man and makes him pay the carriage with his life. Delatio armorum, arms against the rule, contra formam constitutionis, of Pope Alexander's blessed memory. Such are the poignard, with the double prong, horn-like, when times make bold the antlered buck, and all of brittle glass, for man to stab and break off short, and so let fragments stick fast in the flesh to baffle surgery. And such the Genoese blade, with hooks at edge, that did us service at the villa here. Sed parcat mihi tam eximius vir. But let so rare a personage forgive, Fisc, thy objection is a foppery. Thy charge runs that we killed 3 innocents. Killed, dost see? And if killed, what matter how? By stick or stone, by sword or dagger, tool long or tool short, round or triangular. Poor folks, they find small comfort in a choice. Means to an end, means to an end, my Fisc. Nature cries out, take the first arms you find. Furor ministrat arma. Where's a stone? Unde mi lapidem? Where darts for me? Unde sagittas? But subdue the bard and rationalize a little. 8 months since had we, or had we not, incurred your blame for letting scape unpunished this bad pair? I think I proved that in last paragraph. Why did we so? Because our courage failed. Wherefore? Through lack of arms to fight the foe. We had no arms, or merely lawful ones, an unimportant sword and blunderbuss against a foe, polent in potency, the Amazius and our vixen of a wife. Well then, how culpably do we gird loin and once more undertake the high emprise unless we load ourselves this second time with handsome superfluity of arms, since, better say, too much than not enough, and plus non vitiat, too much does no harm, except in mathematics, sages say. Gather instruction from the parable. At first we are advised, a lad hath here 7 barley loaves and 2 small fishes. What is that among so many? Aptly asked. But put that question twice, and quite as apt the answer is, fragments 12 baskets full. And while we speak of superabundance, fling a word by the way to fools that cast their flout on Guido. Punishment exceeds offence. You might be just, but you were cruel too. If so you stigmatize the stern and strict, still he is not without excuse. May plead transgression of his mandate, overzeal o' the part of his companions. All he craved was they should fray the faces of the 3. Solum modo fasus est. He owns no more dedisse mandatum than that he desired ad Strisiandum dicam, that they hack and hew, i' the customary phrase, his wife, uxorem tantum, and no harm beside, if his instructions then be misconceived, nay, disobeyed, impute you blame to him? Cite me no panicolus to the point, as adverse. Oh, I quite expect his case. How certain noble youths of Sicily, having good reason to mistrust their wives, killed them and were absolved in consequence, while others who had gone beyond the need by mutilation of the paramour, so Galba in the Horatian satire grieved, these were condemned to the galleys, as for guilt exceeding simple murder of a wife. But why? Because of ugliness, and not cruelty, in the said revenge, I trow. Ex causa abscissionis partium, quia nempe id facientes reputantur naturae inimici. Man revolts against such as the natural enemy. Pray grant to one who meant to slit the nose and slash the cheek and slur the mouth, at most a somewhat more humane award than these. Objectum funditus corruit. Flat you fall, my fisc.
Section 114 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 8. Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. Third aggravation. That our act was done, not in the public street, where safety lies, not in the by-place, caution me avoid, wood, cavern, desert, spots contrived for crime, but in the very house, home, nook, and nest of the victims murdered in their dwelling place, in domo ac habitatione propria, where all presumably is peace and joy. The spider crime pronounce we twice a pest when, creeping from congenial cottage, she taketh hold with her hands to horrify his household more i' the palace of the king. All 3 were housed and safe and confident. Moreover, the permission that our wife should have at length domum pro carcere, her own abode in place of prison, why we ourselves granted by our other self and proxy Paolo, did we make such grant meaning a lure? Elude the vigilance of the jailer, lead her to commodious death, while we ostensibly relented? Ay, just so did we, nor otherwise, my Fisc. Is vengeance lawful? We demand our right, but find it will be questioned or refused by jailer, turnkey, hangdog, what know we? Pray, how is it we should conduct ourselves to gain our private right? Break public peace, do you bid us? Trouble order with our broils? In danger, shall I shrink to own, ourselves? Who want no broken head nor bloody nose, while busied slitting noses, breaking heads, from the first tipstaff shall please interfere. Nam quicquid sit, for howsoever it be, ande consensu nostro, if with leave or not, a monasterio from the nuns, educta esset, she had been led forth, potuimus id dissimulare. We may well have granted leave in pure pretense, ut additum abere, that thereby an entry we might compass, a free move, potuissemus, to her easy death, ad eam occidendam. Privacy of the hearth and sanctitude of home, say you? Would you give man's abode more privilege than God's? For in the churches where he dwells, in quibus assistit regum rex, by means of his essence, per essentiam, all the same, et nihil hominus, therein in eis ex justa via delinquens, whoso dares to take a liberty on ground enough, is pardoned, excusatur. That's our case. Delinquent through befitting cause. You hold to punish a false wife in her own house is graver than what happens every day, to hale a debtor from his hiding place in church protected by the sacrament? To this conclusion have I brought my Fisc. Foxes have holes, and fowls of the air their nests. Praise you the impiety that follows, Fisc? Shall false wife yet have where to lay her head? Contra fiscum definitum est. He's done. Surge et scribe. Make a note of it. If I may dally with Aquinas' word. Or in the death throe does he mutter still? Fourth aggravation, that we changed our garb and rusticized ourselves with uncouth hat, rough vest, and goatskin wrappage, murdered thus mutatione vestium in disguise, whereby mere murder got complexed with wile, turned homicidium ex insidiis. Fisc, how often must I round thee in the ears? All means are lawful to a lawful end. Concede he had the right to kill his wife. The Count indulged in a travesty. Why? De laut vindictam sumeret, that on her he might lawful vengeance take. Commodius, with more ease, et tutius, and safelier. Once he warrant for the step? Read to thy prophet how the apostle once for ease and safety, when Damascus raged, was let down in a basket by the wall to 'scape the malice of the governor. Another sort of governor boasts Rome. Many are of opinion, covered close, concealed with, what except that very cloak he left behind at Troas afterward? I shall not add a syllable. Molinists may. Well, have we more to manage? Ay, indeed. Fifth aggravation. That our wife reposed sub potestate judicis, beneath protection of the judge. Her house was styled a prison, and his power became its guard in lieu of wall and gate and bolt and bar. This is a tough point, shrewd, redoubtable, because we have to supplicate the judge shall overlook wrong done the judgment seat. Now I might suffer my own nose be pulled as man, but then as father, if the fist touched one hair of my boy who held my hand in confidence, he could not come to harm crossing the Corso at my own desire, going to see those bodies in the church. What would you say to that, Don Hyacinth? This is the sole and single knotty point, for bid Tomati blink his interest, you laud his magnanimity the while, but balk Tomati's office. He talks big. My predecessors in the place, those sons of the prophets that may hope succeed me here, shall I diminish their prerogative? Count Guido Franceschini's honour, well, has the governor of Rome none? You perceive the cards are all against us. Make a push, kick over table, as our gamesters do. We, do you say, encroach upon the rights, deny the omnipotence of the judge forsooth? We, who have only been from first to last intent on that his purpose should prevail, nay, more, Section 115 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Hyacinthus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator. Continued. But wait a while. Cannot we lump this with the sixth and last of the aggravations, that the majesty of the sovereign here received a wound, to wit, lesa majestas, since our violence was out of envy to the course of law in odium litis? We cut short thereby 3 pending suits promoted by ourselves i' the main, which worsens crime, accedit ad exasperationem criminis. Yes, hear the eruptive wrath with full effect. How did not indignation chain my tongue, could I repel this last, worst charge of all? There is a porcupine to barbecue. Gigia can jug a rabbit well enough, with sour sweet sauce and pine pips. But, good Lord, suppose the devil instigate the winch to stew, not roast him. Stew my porcupine. If she does, I know where his quill shall stick. Come, I must go myself and see to things. I cannot stay much longer stewing here. Our stomach, our soul, is stirred within, and we want words. We wounded majesty fall under such a censure, we, who yearn so much that majesty dispel the cloud and shine on us with healing on its wings. We prayed the Pope,
majestas very self, to anticipate a little the tardy pack, bell us forth deep the authoritative bay should start the beagles into sudden yelp unisonous. And gospel leading law, grant there assemble in our own behoof a congregation, a particular court, a few picked friends of quality and place, to hear the several matters in dispute, causes big, little, and indifferent, bred of our marriage like a mushroom growth, all at once. Can one brush off such too soon? And so with laudable dispatch decide whether we, in the main, to sink detail, were one the Church should hold fast or let go. What? Take the credit from the law, you ask? Indeed we did. Law ducks to gospel here. Why should law gain the glory, and pronounce a judgment shall immortalize the Pope? Yes, our self-abnegating policy was Joab's. We would rouse our David's sloth, bid him encamp against a city, sack a place whereto ourselves had long laid siege, lest taking it at last, it take our name and be not innocenti nopolis. But no, the modesty was in alarm, the temperance refused to interfere, returned us our petition with the word ad judices suos, leave him to his judge. As who should say, why trouble my repose? Why consult Peter in a simple case? Peter's wife's sister in her fever fit might solve as readily as the apostle's self. Are my tribunals posed by aught so plain? Hath not my court a conscience? It is of age? Ask it. We do ask, but inspire reply to the court thou bidst me ask, as I have asked, O thou who vigilantly dost attend to even the few, the ineffectual words which rise from this our low and mundane sphere up to thy region, out of smoke and noise, seeking corroboration from thy nod who art all justice, which means mercy too, in a low, noisy, smoky world like ours, where Adam's sin made peccable his seed. We venerate the father of the flock, whose last faint sands of life, the frittered gold, fall noiselessly, yet all too fast, o' the cone and tapering heap of those collected years. Never have these been hurried in their flow, though justice fain would jog reluctant arm, in eagerness to take the forfeiture of guilty life. Much less shall mercy sue in vain, that thou let innocence survive, precipitate no minim of the mass of the all so precious moments of thy life, by pushing Guido into death and doom. Our cardinal engages read my speech. They say the Pope has 1/2 hour in 12 of something like a moderate return of the intellectuals. Never much to lose. If I adroitly plant this passage there, the Fisc will find himself forestalled, I think, though he stand beat till the old eardrum break. Ah, boy of my own bowels, Hyacinth,
Wilt ever catch the knack, requite the pains of poor Papa, become proficient too the how and why and when, the time to laugh, the time to weep, the time again to pray, and all the times prescribed by Holy Writ? Well, we fathers can but care, but cast our bread upon the waters. In a word, these secondary charges go to ground, since secondary, so superfluous, motes quite from the main point. We did all and some, little and much, adjunct and principal, causa honoris. Is there such a cause? As the sake of honour? By that sole test try our action, nor demand it more or less. Because of the action's mode, we merit blame or maybe deserve praise. The court decides. Is the end lawful? It allows the means. What we may do, we may with safety do. And what means safety? We ourselves must judge. Put case, a person wrongs me past dispute. If my legitimate vengeance be a blow, mistrusting my bare arm can deal the same, I claim cooperation of a stick. Doubtful if stick be tough, I crave a sword. Diffident of ability in fence, I fee a friend, a swordsman, to assist. Take one who may be coward, fool, or knave, why not take 50? And if these exceed the due degree of drubbing, whom accuse but the first author of the aforesaid wrong, who put poor me to such a world of pains? Surgery would have just excised a wart. The patient made such pother, struggled so that the sharp instrument sliced nose and all. Taunt us not that our friends performed for pay. For us, enough were simple honour's sake. Give country clowns the dirt they comprehend, the piece of gold, our reasons, which suffice ourselves, be ours alone. Our piece of gold be, to the rustic, reason and to spare. We must translate our motives, like our speech, into the lower phrase that suits the sense of the limitedly apprehensive. Let each level have its language. Heaven speaks first to the angel, then the angel tames the word down to the ear of Talbot. He, in turn, diminishes the message to his dog, and finally that dog finds how the flea, which else importunate might check his speed, shall learn its hunger must have holiday. How many varied sorts of language here, each following each with pace to match the step. Section 116 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Jacintus de Archangelis, Pauperum Procurator, continued. Talking of which flea reminds me, I must put in special word for the poor humble following, the 4 friends, sicarii, our assassins in your charge.
Ourselves are safe in your approval now, yet must we care for our companions, plead the cause of the poor, the friends of old world faith, who are in tribulation for our sake. Pauperum procurator is my style. I stand forth as the poor man's advocate. And when we treat of what concerns the poor, et cum agatur de pauperibus, in bondage carceratis, for their sake in eorum causis, natural piety, pietas, ever ought to win the day, triumphare debet, quia ipsi sunt, because those very paupers constitute thesaurus Christi, all the wealth of Christ. Nevertheless, I shall not hold you long with multiplicity of proofs, nor burn candle at noontide, clarify the clear. There beams a case refulgent from our books, Castrensis Butringarius. Everywhere I find it burn to dissipate the dark. 'Tis this: a husband had a friend, which friend seemed to him over-friendly with his wife in thought and purpose. I pretend no more. To justify suspicion or dispel, he bids his wife make show of giving heed, semblance of sympathy, propose, in fine, a secret meeting in a private place. The friend, enticed thus, finds an ambuscade, to wit, the husband posted with a pack of other friends, who fall upon the first and beat his love and life out both at once. These friends were brought to question for their help. Law ruled, the husband being in the right, who helped him in the right, can scarce be wrong. Opinio, an opinion every way, multum tenenda cordi, heart should hold. When the inferiors follow as befits the lead of the principal, they change their name, and non dicuntur are no longer called his mandatories, mandatorii, but helpmates, sed auxiliatores, since to that degree does honour's sake lend aid. A Deo honoris causa est efficax. That not alone, non solum, does it pour itself out, se diffundat. On mere friends we bring to do our bidding of this sort in mandatorios simplices, but sucks along with it in wide and generous whirl, sed etiam assassinii qualitate qualificatos, people qualified by the quality of assassination's self. Dare I make use of such neologism? Ut utar verbo. Haste we to conclude. Of the other points that favour, leave some few for Spreti, such as the delinquent's youth. One of them falls short by some months, of age fit to be managed by the gallows. Two may plead exemption from our laws of ward, being foreigners, subjects of the Grand Duke. I spare that bone to Spreti, and reserve myself the juicier breast of argument, flinging the breastblade i' the face of the Fisc, who furnished me the tidbit. He must needs play off his armoury and rack the clowns. And they, at instance of the rack, confessed all four unanimously did resolve that night of the murder, in brief minutes snatched behind the back of Guido as he fled, that, since he had not kept his promise, paid the money for the murder on the spot, and reaching home again, might even ignore the past or pay it in improper coin, they one and all resolved, these hopeful friends, they would inaugurate the morrow's light, having recruited strength with needful rest, by killing Guido as he lay asleep pillowed by wallet which contained their fee. I thank the fisc for knowledge of this fact. What fact could hope to make more manifest their rectitude? Guido's integrity. For who fails recognize apparent here, that these poor rustics bore no envy, hate, malice, nor yet uncharitableness against the people they had put to death? In them did such an act reward itself? All done was to deserve their simple pay, obtain the bread they earned by sweat of brow. Missing this pay, they missed of everything, hence claimed it, even at expense of life to their own lord, so little warped were they by prepossession. Such the absolute instinct of equity in rustic souls. While he the Count, the cultivated mind, he, wholly wrapped in his serene regard of honour, as who contemplates the sun and hardly minds what tapers blink below, he, dreaming of no argument for death except the vengeance worthy noble hearts, would be to desecrate the deed forsooth, vulgarize vengeance, as defray its cost by money dug out of the dirty earth, mere irritant, in Maro's phrase, to ill? What though he lured base hinds by lucre's hope, the only motive they could masticate, milk for babes, not strong meat which men require? The deed done, those coarse hands were soiled enough. He spared them the pollution of the pay. So much for the allegement. Thine, my fisc, quo nil absurdius, than which naught more mad, excogitari potest, may be squeezed from out.
Section 117 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 8, Dominus Jacintus de Archangelis Pauperum Procurator, continued.
And now, thou excellent, the governor,
push to the peroration.
Ceterum enixe supplico, I strive in prayer, ut Dominis meis, that unto the court, benigna fronte, with a gracious brow, et oculis serenis, and mild eyes, perpendere placeat, it may please them weigh, quod Dominus Guido, that our noble Count, occidit, did the killing in dispute, ut eius honor tumulatus, that the honour of him buried fathom deep in infamy, in infamia might arise, resurgeret, as ghosts break sepulchre, occidit, for he killed uxorem wife, quia illi fuit, since she was to him opprobrio, a disgrace, and nothing more. Et genitores, killed her parents too, who, posposita verecundia, having thrown off all sort of decency, filiam repudiarunt, had renounced their daughter, atque declarare non erubuerunt, nor felt blush-tinged cheek, declaring meretricis genitam esse. She was the offspring of a drab, ut ipse dehonestaretur, just that so himself might lose his social rank, cujus mentem, and which daughter's heart and soul they perverterunt, turned from the right course, et ad illicitos amores non dum taxat pellexerunt, and to love not simply did alluringly incite, sed vi obedientiae, but by force of the duty filialis daughters coegerunt, forced and drove her to the deed, occidit, I repeat, he killed the clan, ne scilicet amplius in decore, lest peradventure longer life might trail, viveret link by link his turpitude in visus consanguineis, hateful so to kith and kindred, a nobilibus notatus, shunned by men of quality, relictus ab amicis, left to the lurch by friends, ab omnibus derisus, turned a common hack block to try edge of jokes. Occidit, and he killed them here in Rome, in urbe, the eternal city, sirs, nempeque alias spectata est, the appropriate theatre which witnessed once matronam nobilem, Lucretia's self, abluere pudicitiae maculas, wash off the spots of her pudicity, sanguine proprio, with her own pure blood, que vidit, and which city also saw patrem Virginius undequaque, quite impunem, with no sort of punishment, nor et non illaudatum, lacking praise, sed polluentem parricidio, imbrue his hands with butchery, filiae of chaste Virginia, to avoid a rape, ne raperetur ad stupra. So to heart, tanti illi cordi fuit, did he take, suspicio, the mere fancy men might have, honoris amittendi, of fame's loss, ut potius voluerit filia urbari, that he chose to lose his child, quam illa incederet, rather than she walk the ways an inhonesta, child disgraced, licet non sponte, though against her will, occidit, kill them, I reiterate, in propria domo, in their own abode, ut adultera et parentes, that each wretch, conscii agnoscerent, might both see and say, nullum locum, there's no place, nullumque esse asylum, nor yet refuge of escape, impenetrabilem, shall serve as bar, honore leso, to the wounded one in honour, neve ibi opprobria continuarentur, Kill them on the spot, moreover, dreading lest within those walls the opprobrium peradventure be prolonged, et domusque testis fuit turpium. And that the domicile which witnessed crime, esset et pene, might watch punishment, occidit, killed, I round you in the ears, quia alio modo, since by other mode, non poterat eius existimatio, there was no possibility his fame, lesa, gashed, grisly, tam enormiter, ducere cicatrices, might be healed, occidit ut exemplum preberit uxoribus, killed her so to lessen wives, jura conjugii, that the marriage oath, esse servanda, must be kept henceforth, occidit denique, killed her, in a word, ut propose honestus viveret, that he, please God, might creditably live sin minus. But if fate willed otherwise, proprii honoris, of his outraged fame, offensi by manaia, if you please, commiseranda victima caderet, the pitiable victim he should fall. Done! I' the rough, but done! And lo, landed and stranded lies my very own, my miracle, my monster of defence, Leviathan into the nose whereof I have put fish hook, pierced his jaw with thorn, and given him to my maidens for a play. I' the rough. Tomorrow I review my piece, tame here and there undue floridity. It's hard. You have to plead before these priests and poke at them with scripture, or you pass for heathen, and, what's worse, for ignorant of the quality of the court and what it likes by way of illustration of the law. Tomorrow stick in this, and throw out that, and, having first ecclesiasticized, regularize the whole, next emphasize, then Latinize, and lastly Ciceroize, giving my fisc his finish. There's my speech. And where's my fry, and family, and friends? Where's that old Hyacinth I mean to hug till he cries out, Iam satis, let me breathe! Oh, what an evening have I earned today! Hail, ye true pleasures, all the rest are false! Oh, the old mother! Oh, the fattish wife! Rogue Hyacinth shall put on paper toque, and wrap himself around with mamma's veil done up to imitate papa's black robe. I'm in the secret of a comedy, part of the programme leaked out long ago, and call himself advocate of the poor, mimic Don Father that defends the Count, and for reward shall have a small full glass of manly red rosolio to himself, always provided that he conjugate bibo, I drink, correctly, nor be found make the perfectum bipsi as last year. How the ambitious do so harden heart as lightly hold by these home sanctitudes, to me is a matter of bewilderment. Bewilderment! Because ambition's range is nowise tethered by domestic tie. Am I refused an outlet from my home to the world's stage, whereon a man should play the man in public? vigilant for law, zealous for truth, a credit to his kind? Nay, through the talent so employed as yield the Lord his own again with usury, a satisfaction, yea, to God himself. Well, I have modelled me by Agur's wish. Remove far from me vanity and lies, feed me with food convenient for me. What i' the world should a wise man require beyond? Can I but coax the good fat little wife to tell her fool of a father of the prank his scape-crazed nephew played this time, last year at Carnival? He could not choose, I think, but modify that inconsiderate gift o' the cup and cover. Somewhere in the will under the pillow, someone seems to guess. Correct that clause in favour of a boy the trifle ought to grace with name engraved, would look so well produced in years to come, to pledge a memory when poor Papa Latin and law are long since laid at rest. Jacinto dono deditavus. Why, the wife should get a necklace for her pains, the very pearls that made Violante proud, and Pietro Pond for half their value once, redeemable by somebody. Ne sit marita que rotundioribus onusta mammis bacis ambulet. Her bosom shall display the big round balls. No braver should be borne by wedded wife. With which Horatian promise I conclude. Into the pigeon-hole with thee, my speech! Off and away, first work, then play, play, play. Bottini, burn your books, you blazing ass! Sing tra-la-la for lambkins, we
Section 118 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, Reverende Camere Apostolice Advocatus. Had I God's leave, how I would alter things, if I might read instead of print my speech, ay, and enliven speech with many a flower refuses obstinately blow in print as wildings planted in a prim parterre. This scurvy room were turned an immense hall, opposite 50 judges in a row. This side and that of me, for audience, Rome, and where yon window is, the Pope should be. Watch, curtained, but yet visibly enough. A buzz of expectation. Through the crowd, jingling his chain and stumping with his staff, up comes an usher, louts him low. The court requires the allocution of the fisc. I rise, I bend, I look about me, pause o'er the hushed multitude. I count 1, 2. Have ye seen, judges, have ye, lights of law, when it may hap some painter, much in vogue throughout our city, nutritive of arts, ye summoned to a task shall test his worth, and manufacture, as he knows and can, a work may decorate a palace wall, afford my lords their
Holy Family! Hath it escaped the acumen of the court how much a painter sets himself to paint? Suppose that Joseph, Mary and her babe a journeying to Egypt prove the piece. Why, first he sedulously practiseth, this painter, girding loin and lighting lamp, on what may nourish eye, make facile hand, getteth him studies, styled by draftsmen so, from some assistant corpse of Jew or Turk, or, happily, Molinist, he cuts and carves, this Luca, or this Carlo, or the like. To him the bones their inmost secret yield, each notch and nodule signify their use. On him the muscles turn in triple tier, and pleasantly entreat the entrusted man. Familiarize thee with our play that lifts thus, and thus lowers again leg, arm, and foot, ensuring due correctness in the nude. Which done, is all done? Not a whit, ye know. He, to art's surface rising from her depth, if some flax-polled, soft-bearded sire be found, may simulate a Joseph, happy chance! Limneth exact each wrinkle of the brow, loseth no involution, cheek or chap, till lo, in black and white, the senior lives. Is it a young and comely peasant nurse that poseth? Be the phrase accorded me. Each feminine delight of florid lip, eyes brimming o'er, and brow bowed down with love, marmoreal neck and bosom uberous. Glad on the paper, in a trice they go to help his notion of the mother maid. Methinks I see it, chalk a little stumped. Yea, and her babe, that flexure of soft limbs, that budding face imbued with dewy sleep, contribute each an excellence to Christ. Nay, since he humbly lent companionship, even the poor ass, unpanniered and elate stands, perks an ear up, he a model too, while clouted shoon, staff, scrip, and water-gourd, aught may betoken travel, heat and haste. No jot nor tittle of these but in its turn ministers to perfection of the piece. Till now, such piece before him, part by part, such prelude ended, pause our painter may, submit his 50 studies one by one, and in some sort boast, I have served my lords. But what? And hath he painted once this while? Or when ye cry, produce the thing required, show us our picture shall rejoice its niche, thy journey through the desert done in oils. What, doth he fall to shuffling mid his sheets, fumbling for first this, then the other fact consigned to paper? Studies, bear the term, and stretch a canvas, mix a pot of paste, and fasten here a head and there a tail. The ass hath one, my judges, so dovetail, or rather ass-tail, in, piece sorrily out, by bits of reproduction of the life, the picture, the expected family? I trow not. Do I miss with my conceit the mark, my lords? Not so my lords were served. Rather your artist turns abrupt from these, and preferably buries him and broods quite away from aught vulgar and extern, on the inner spectrum, filtered through the eye, his brain deposit, bred of many a drop, e pluribus unum, and the wiser he. For in that brain their fancy sees at work, could my lords peep indulged. Results alone, not processes which nourish the result, would they discover and appreciate. Life fed by digestion, not raw food itself, no gobbets, but smooth, comfortable chyme, secreted from each snapped-up crudity, less distinct part by part, but in the whole truer to the subject, the main central truth and soul of the picture, would my judges spy. Not those mere fragmentary studied facts which answer to the outward frame and flesh, not this nose, not that eyebrow, the other fact of man's staff, woman's stole or infant's clout, but lo, a spirit birth conceived of flesh, truth rare and real, not transcripts, fact and false. The studies for his pupils and himself. The picture be for our eximious Rome, and, who knows, satisfy its governor, whose new wing to the villa he hath bought, God give him joy of it, by Capena, soon 'tis bruited, shall be glowing with the brush of who hath long surpassed the Florentine, the Urbinate, and, what if I dared add, even his master, yea, the Cortonese, I mean the accomplished Ciro Ferri, sirs.
Section 119 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, continued. End we exordium. Phoebus plucks my ear. Thus then, just so, and no whit otherwise, have I, engaged as I were Ciro's self, to paint a parallel, a family, the patriarch Pietro, with his wise old wife to boot, as if one introduced Saint Anne by bold conjecture to complete the group, and juvenile Pompilia with her babe, who, seeking safety in the wilderness, were all surprised by Herod, while outstretched in sleep beneath the palm tree by a spring, and killed, the very circumstance I paint, moving the pity and terror of my lords. Exactly so have I, a month at least, your fiscal, made me cognizant of facts, searched out, pried into, pressed the meaning forth of every piece of evidence in point, how bloody Herod slew these innocents, until the glad result is gained, the group demonstrably presented in detail, their slumber and his onslaught, like as life. Yea, and, availing me of help allowed by law, discreet provision, lest my lords be too much troubled by effrontery, the rack, law plies suspected crime withal, law that hath listened while the lyrist sang Lene tormentum ingenio admoves. Gently thou joggest by a twinge the wit. Plerumque duro, else were slow to blab. Through this concession my full cup runs o'er. The guilty owns his guilt without reserve.
Therefore by part and part I clutch my case, which in entirety now, momentous task, my lords demand, so render them I must. Since one poor pleading more, and I have done. But shall I ply my papers, play my proofs, parade my studies, 50 in a row, as though the court were yet in pupilage, and not the artist's ultimate appeal? Much rather let me soar the height prescribed and, bowing low, proffer my picture's self. No more of proof, disproof. Such virtue was, such vice was never in Pompilia. Now, far better say, behold Pompilia! For I leave the family as unmanageable, and stick to just one portrait, but life-size. Hath calumny imputed to the fair a blemish, mole on cheek or wart on chin? Much more, blind hidden horrors best unnamed? Shall I descend to prove you point by point, never was knock-knee known nor splay-foot found in Phryne? I must let the portrait go, content me with the model I believe. I prove this, an indignant sweep of hand, dash at, and doing away with drapery, and use your eyes, Athenians, smooth she smiles. Or, since my client can no longer smile, and more appropriate instances abound, what is this tale of Tarquin? How the slave was caught by him, preferred to Collatine? Thou, even from thy corpse clothes virginal, look'st the lie dead, Lucretia. Thus at least I, by the guidance of antiquity, our one infallible guide, now operate, sure that the innocency shown is safe, sure too that while I plead, the echoes cry, "Lend my weak voice thy trump, sonorous Fame! Monstrosity the Phrynean shape shall mar, Lucretia's soul comport with Tarquin's lie, when thistles grow on vines or thorns yield figs, or oblique sentence leave this judgment seat. A great theme, may my strength be adequate. For, paint Pompilia, dares my feebleness. How did I unaware engage so much, find myself undertaking to produce a faultless nature in a flawless form? What's here? Oh, turn aside, nor dare the blaze of such a crown, such constellation, say, as jewels here thy front, humanity! First, infancy pellucid as a pearl, then childhood, stone which, dewdrop at the first, an old conjecture, sucks by dint of gaze, blue from the sky, and turns to sapphire. So, yet both these gems eclipsed by last and best, womanliness and wifehood, opaline, its milk-white pallor, chastity, suffused with here and there a tint and hint of flame, desire, the lapidary loves to find. Such jewels bind conspicuously thy brow, Pompilia, infant, child, maid, woman, wife, crown the ideal in our earth at last. What should a faculty like mine do here? Close eyes, or else the rashlier hurry hand? Which is to say, lose no time, but begin. sermocinando ne declamem, sirs, ultra clepsydram, as our preachers say, lest I exceed my hourglass. Whereupon, as Flaccus prompts, I dare the epic plunge. Begin at once with marriage, up till when little or nothing would arrest your love. In the easeful life o' the lady, lamb and lamb, how do they differ? No one, you know all manners of maidenhood, mere maiden she. And since all lambs are like in more than fleece, prepare to find that, lamb-like, she too frisks. The weaker sex, my lords, the weaker sex, to whom the Teian teaches us for gift, not strength, man's dower, but beauty nature gave. Beauty in lieu of spears, in lieu of shields. And what is beauty's sure concomitant? Nay, intimate, essential character, but melting wiles, deliciousest deceits, the whole redoubted armoury of love. Therefore, of vernal pranks, dishevellings o' the hair of youth that dances April in, and easily imagined Hebe slips or sward, which May makes over smooth for foot. These shall we pry into, or wiselier wink, though Section 120 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, continued. For lo, advancing Hymen and his pomp, discedunt nunc amores, love's farewell. Maneat amor, let love the soul remain. Farewell to dewiness and prime of life. Remains the rough, determined day. Dance done, to work with plough and harrow. What comes next? 'Tis Guido henceforth guides Pompilia's step. Cries, no more friskings o'er the foodful glebe, else wear the whip. Accordingly, first crack o' the thong, we hear that his young wife was barred, cohibita fuit, from the old free life, vitam liberiorem ducere. Demur we no wise. Heifer brave the hind? We seek not there should lapse the natural law, the proper piety to lord and king and husband. Let the heifer bear the yoke. Only I crave he cast not patience off. This hind, for deem you she endures the whip, nor winces at the goad, nay, restive kicks? What if the adversary's charge be just, and all untowardly she pursue her way with groan and grunt, though hind strike ne'er so hard? If petulant remonstrance made appeal unseasonable or protracted, if importunate challenge taxed the public ear when silence more decorously had served for protestation, if Pompilian plaint wrought but to aggravate Guidonian ire, Why, such mishaps, ungainly though they be, ever companion change, are incident to altered modes and novelty of life. The philosophic mind expects no less, smilingly knows and names the crisis, sits waiting till old things go and new arrive. Therefore, I hold a husband but inept who turns impatient at such transit time, as if thus running from the rod would last. Since, even while I speak, the end is reached, success awaits the soon disheartened man, the parents turn their backs and leave the house, the wife may wail, but none shall intervene. He hath attained his object. Groom and bride partake the nuptial bower, no soul to see. Old things are past, and all again is new. Over and gone the obstacles to peace, novorum. Tenderly the Mantuan turns the expression, some such purpose in his eye. Nascitur ordo. Every storm is laid, and forth from plain each pleasant herb may peep. Each bloom of wifehood in abeyance late, confer a passage in the canticles. But what if, as 'tis wont with plant and wife, flowers, after a suppression to good end, still, when they do spring forth, sprout here, spread there, anywhere likelier than beneath the foot of the lawful good man gardener of the ground? He dug and dibbled, sowed and watered, still 'tis a chance wayfarer shall pluck the increase. Just so, respecting persons not too much, the lady, foes allege, put forth each charm and proper floweret of feminity to whosoever had a nose to smell or breast to deck. What if the charge be true? The fault were graver had she looked with choice, fastidiously appointed who should grasp, who, in the whole town, go without the prize. To nobody she destined donative, but first come was first served, the accuser saith. Put case her sort of, in this kind, escapes were many and oft and indiscriminate. Impute ye as the action were prepense, the gift particular, arguing malice so? Which butterfly of the wide air shall brag, I was preferred to Guido, when 'tis clear the cup he quaffs at lay with olent breast open to gnat, midge, bee, and moth as well. One chalice entertained the company, and if its peevish lord object the more, mistake, misname such bounty in a wife, haste we to advertise him charm of cheek, lustre of eye, allowance of the lip, all womanly components in a spouse. These are no household bread each stranger's bite leaves by so much diminished for the mouth of the master of the house at supper time, but rather like a lump of spice they lie, morsel of myrrh, which scents the neighbourhood, yet greets its lord no lighter by a grain. Nay, even so he shall be satisfied. Concede we there was reason in his wrong, grant we his grievance, and content the man. For lo, Pompilia, she submits herself, Ere 3 revolving years have crowned their course, off and away she puts this same reproach of lavish bounty, inconsiderate gift of the sweets of wifehood stored to other ends. No longer shall he blame, she none excludes, but substitute she laudably sees all, searches the best out and selects the same. For who is here, long sought and latest found, waiting his turn, unmoved amid the whirl, constans in levitate? Ha, my lords, calm in his levity, indulge the quip, since 'tis a Levite bears the bell away, parades him henceforth as Pompilia's choice. 'Tis no ignoble object, husband, doubtst, when here comes tripping Flaccus with his phrase, trust me, no miscreant singled from the mob, crede non illum tibi de scelesta, plebe delectum, but a man of mark, a priest, dost hear? Why then submit thyself. Priest, ay, and very phaenix of such fowl, well born, of culture, young and vigorous, comely too, since precise the precept points, on the selected Levite be there found not mole nor scar nor blemish, lest the mind come all uncandid through the thwarting flesh. Was not the son of Jesse ruddy, sleek, pleasant to look on, pleasant every way? Since well he smote the harp and sweetly sang, and danced till Abigail came out to see, and seeing smiled, and smiling ministered, the raisin duster and the cake of figs. With ready meal refreshed the gifted youth, till Nabal, who was absent shearing sheep, felt heart sink, took to bed, discreetly done, they might have been beforehand with him else, and died. Would Guido had behaved as well! But the faith of early days is gone. Eu prisca fides. Nothing died in him save courtesy, good sense, and proper trust, which, when they ebb from souls they should o'erflow, discover stub, weed, sludge, and ugliness. The Pope, you know, is Neapolitan and relishes a seaside simile. Deserted by each charitable wave, Guido, left high and dry, shows jealous now. Jealous, avouched, paraded, tax the fool with any peccadillo. He responds, truly I beat my wife through jealousy, imprisoned her, and punished otherwise. Being jealous, now would threaten, sword in hand, now manage to mix poison in her sight, and so forth. Jealously I dealt in fine. Concede the fact, and what remains to prove? Have I to teach my masters what effect hath jealousy, and how, befooling men, it makes false true, abuses eye and ear, turns the mist adamantine, loads with sound silence, and into void and vacancy crowds a whole phalanx of conspiring foes? Therefore, who owns, I watched with jealousy my wife, adds, for no reason in the world. What need that who says madman should remark the thing he thought a serpent proved an eel? Perchance the right Comachian 6 foot length, and not an inch too long for that same pie. Master Arcangeli has heard of such, whose succulence makes fasting bearable, meant to regale some moody splenetic who pleases to mistake the donor's gift, and spies I know not what Lernaean snake i' the luscious Lenten creature
Section 121 of The Ring in the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius continued. Enough! Prepare! His loon's announced for downright lunacy. Insanit homo, threat succeeds to threat, and blow redoubles blow, his wife the block. But if a block, shall not she jar the hand that buffets her? The injurious idle stone rebounds and fits the head of him who flung. Causeless rage breeds the wife now, rageful cause. Tyranny wakes rebellion from its sleep. Rebellion, say I? Rather self-defense. Laudable wish to live and see good days. Pricks our Pompilia on to fly the foe by any means. At any price. Nay, more, nay, most of all, i' the very interest of the foe, that, baffled by his blind desire at any price, is truliest victor so. Shall he effect his crime and lose his soul? No, dictates duty to a loving wife. Far better that the unconsummate blow, adroitly balked by her, should back again, correctively admonish his own pate. Crime, then, the court is with me? She must crush. How crush it? By all efficacious means. And these, why, what in a woman should they be? With horns the bull, with teeth the lion fights. To woman, quoth the lyrist, quoted late, nor teeth, nor horns, but beauty nature gave. Pretty the pagan. Who dares blame the use of the armoury thus allowed for natural? Exclaim against a seeming dubious play of the sole permitted weapon, spear and shield alike, resorted to i' the circumstance by poor Pompilia. Grant she somewhat plied arts that allure, the magic nod and wink, the witchery of gesture, spell of word, whereby the likelier to enlist this friend, yet stranger, as a champion on her side? Such being but mere man, 'twas all she knew, must be made sure by beauty's silken bond, the weakness that subdues the strong, and bows wisdom alike and folly. Grant the tale o' the husband, which is false, foreproved, and true to the letter, or the letters, I should say, the abominations he professed to find and fix upon Pompilia and the priest, allow them hers. For though she could not write, in early days of Eve-like innocence that plucked no apple from the knowledge tree, yet at the serpent's word Eve plucks and eats and knows, especially how to read and write. And so Pompilia, as the move o' the maw, quoth Perseus, makes a parrot bid good day, a crow salute the concave, and a pie endeavour at proficiency in speech, so she, through hunger after fellowship, may well have learned, though late, to play the scribe. As indeed, there's one letter on the list explicitly declares did happen here. "You thought my letters could be none of mine," she tells her parents, "mine, who wanted skill, but now I have the skill, and write, you see." She needed write love letters, so she learned negatas artifex sequi voces. Though this letter no wise scapes the common lot, but lies i' the condemnation of the rest, found by the husband's self who forged them all. Yet for the sacredness of argument, for this once an exemption shall it plead. Anything to let the wheels of argument run glibly to their goal. Concede she wrote, which were preposterous, this and the other epistle, what of it? Where does the figment touch her candid fame? Being in peril of her life, my life not an hour's purchase, as the letter runs, and having but one stay in this extreme, and out of the wide world a single friend, what could she other than resort to him? And how, with any hope, resort but thus? Shall modesty dare bid a stranger brave danger, disgrace, nay death in her behalf, think to entice the sternness of the steel save by the magnet moves the manly mind? Most of all when such mind is hampered so by growth of circumstance athwart the life of the natural man, that decency forbids he stoop and take the common privilege, say frank, I love, as all the vulgar do. A man is wedded to philosophy, married to statesmanship. A man is old, a man is fettered by the foolishness he took for wisdom and talked 10 years since. A man is, like our friend the canon here, a priest, and wicked if he break his vow. He dare to love, who may be pope one day? Suppose this man could love, though, all the same, from what embarrassment she sets him free should one, a woman he could love, speak first. 'Tis I who break reserve, begin appeal, confess that, whether you love me or no, I love you. What an ease to dignity! What help of pride from the hard-backed chair down to the carpet where the kittens bask? All Section 122 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius continued. From all which I deduce, the lady here was bound to proffer nothing short of love to the priest whose service was to save her. What? Shall she propose him lucre, dust o' the mine, rubbish o' the rock, some diamond, muckworm's prize, or pearl secreted by a sickly fish? Scarcely. She caters for a generous taste. 'Tis love shall beckon, beauty bid to breast, till all the Samsons sink into the snare. Because, permit the end, permit therewith means to the end. How say you, good my lords? I hope you heard my adversary ring the changes on this precept. Now, let me reverse the peal.
quia dato licito fine ad illum assequendum ordinata non sunt damnanda media. Licit end enough was the escape from death. I hope to legalize the means illicit else of feigned love, false allurement, fancied fact. Thus Venus losing Cupid on a day, see that idyllium moschi, seeking help in the anxiety of motherhood, allowably promised. Who shall bring report where he is wandered to, my winged babe? I give him for reward a nectared kiss. But who brings safely back the truant self? His be a super sweet, makes kiss seem cold. Are not these things writ for example's sake? To such permitted motive, then, refer all those professions, else were hard explain of hope, fear, jealousy, and the rest of love. He is Myrtillus, Amaryllis she burns, he freezes, all a mere device to catch and keep the man may save her life, whom otherwise nor catches she nor keeps. Worst once is best now, in all faith she feigns, feigning the liker innocence to guilt, the truer to the life in what she feigns. How if Ulysses, when for public good he sunk particular qualms and played the spy, entered Troy's hostile gate in beggar's garb, how if he first had boggled at this clout, grown dainty o'er that clack dish? Grime is grace to whoso gropes amid the dung for gold. Hence, beyond promises, we praise each proof that promise was not simply made to break, no moonshine structure meant to fade at dawn. So call proofs consequent and requisite what enemies allege of, more than words, deeds, meeting at the window, twilight tryst, nocturnal entertainment in the dim old labyrinthine palace, lies we know, inventions we, long since turned inside out. Would such external semblance of intrigue demonstrate that intrigue must lurk perdu? Does every hazel sheath disclose a nut? He were a Molinist who dared maintain that midnight meetings in a screened alcove must argue folly in a matron, since so would he bring a slur on Judith's self, commended beyond women that she lured the lustful to destruction through his lust. Pompilia took not Judith's liberty, no falchion find you in her hand to smite, no damsel to convey the head in dish of Holofernes, style the canon so, or is it the Count? If I entangle me with my similitudes, if wax wings melt and earthward down I drop, not mine the fault, blame your beneficence. O court, O sun, whereof the beamy smile affects my flight! What matter, so Pompilia's fame revive I' the warmth that proves the bane of Icarus? Yea, we have shown it lawful, necessary Pompilia leave her husband, seek the house o' the parents, and because 'twixt home and home lies a long road with many a danger rife, lions by the way and serpents in the path, to rob and ravish, Much behoves she keep each shadow of suspicion from fair fame, for her own sake much, but for his sake more, the ingrate husband. Evident shall be, some witness to the world, how white she walks i' the mire she wanders through, ere Rome she reach. And who so proper witness as a priest? Gainsay ye? Let me hear who dares gainsay. I hope we still can punish heretics. Give me the man, I say with him of Gath, that we may fight together. None, I think. The priest is granted me. Then, if a priest, one juvenile and potent, else mayhap that dragon our Saint George would slay, slays him, and should fair face accompany strong hand, the more complete equipment, nothing mars work, else praiseworthy, like a bodily flaw i' the worker, as 'tis said Saint Paul himself deplored the check o' the puny presence, still cheating his fulmination of its flash, albeit the bolt therein went true to oak. Therefore the agent, as prescribed, she takes, a priest, juvenile, potent, handsome too, in all obedience. Good, you grant again. Do you? I would ye were the husband, lords. How prompt and facile might departure be! How boldly would Pompilia and the priest march out of door, spread flag at beat of drum, but that inapprehensive Guido grants neither premise nor yet conclusion here, and, purblind, dreads a bear in every bush. For his own quietude and comfort, then, means must be found for flight in masquerade, at hour when all things sleep, save jealousy. Right, judges! Therefore shall the lady's wit supply the boon thwart nature balks him of, and do him service with the potent drug. Helen's nepenthe, as my lords opine, shall respite blessedly each frittered nerve o' the much enduring man. Accordingly there lies he, duly dosed and sound asleep, relieved of woes, or real or raved about. While soft she leaves his side, he shall not wake, nor stop who steals away to join her friend, nor do him mischief, should he catch that friend intent on more than friendly office, nay, nor get himself raw head and Section 123 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, continued. Thus would I defend the step, were the thing true, which is a fable. See my former speech, that Guido slept, who never slept a wink, through treachery, an opiate from his wife, who not so much as knew what opiates mean. Now she may start, but a stoppage still. A journey is an enterprise which costs, as in campaigns we fight and others pay. Suis expensis, nemo militat. 'Tis Guido's self we guard from accident, ensuring safety to Pompilia, versed nowise in misadventures by the way,
hard riding and rough quarters, the rude fare, the unready host. What magic mitigates each plague of travel to the unpractised wife? Money, sweet sirs, and were the fiction fact, she helped herself thereto with liberal hand from out the husband's store. What fitter use was ever husband's money destined to? With bag and baggage, thus did Dido once decamp, for more authority, a queen. So is she fairly on her route at last, prepared for either fortune. Nay, and if the priest, now all aglow with enterprise, cool somewhat presently when fades the flush of the first adventure, clouded o'er belike by doubts, misgivings how the day may die, though born with such auroral brilliance, if the brow seem over-pensive, and the lip 'gin lag, and lose the prattle lightsome late, vanquished by tedium of a prolonged jaunt in a close carriage or a jolting road, with only one young female substitute for 17 other canons of ripe age were wont to keep him company in church, shall not Pompilia haste to dissipate the silent cloud that, gathering, bodes her bale? Prop the irresoluteness, may portend suspension of the project, check the flight, bring ruin on them both. Use every means, since means to the end are lawful. What i' the way of wile should have allowance like a kiss, sagely and sisterly administered? Sororia saltem oscula? We find such was the remedy her wit applied to each incipient scruple of the priest. If we believe, as while my wit is mine, I cannot, what the driver testifies, Borsi, called Venerino, the mere tool of Guido and his friend the governor, the avowal I proved wrung from out the wretch after long rotting in imprisonment as price of liberty and favour. Long they tempted, he at last succumbed, and lo, counted them out full tale each kiss required. The journey was one long embrace, quoth he. Still, though we should believe the driver's lie, nor even admit as probable excuse right reading of the riddle, as I urged in my first argument, with fruit perhaps, that what the owl-like eyes at back of head of the driver, drowsed by driving night and day, supposed a vulgar interchange of love, this was but innocent jog of head 'gainst head, cheek meeting jowl, as apple may touch pear from branch, and branch contiguous in the wind, when autumn blusters and the orchard rocks. The rapid run and the rough road were cause of the casual ambiguity, no harm i' the world, to eyes awake and penetrative. Yet, not to grasp a truth I can forego and safely fight without and conquer still, say, she kissed him, and he kissed her again. Such osculation was a potent means, a very efficacious help, no doubt. This with a third part of her nectar did Venus imbue. Why should Pompilia fling the poet's declaration in his teeth? Pause to employ what, since it had success and kept the priest her servant to the end, we must presume of energy enough, no whit superfluous, so permissible? The goal is gained. Day, night, and yet a day have run their round. A long and devious road is traversed. Many manners, various men passed in review. What cities did they see? What hamlets mark? What profitable food for after meditation, cull and store? Till Rome, that Rome whereof this voice would it might make our Molinists observe that she is built upon a rock, nor shall their powers prevail against her. Rome, I say, is all but reached. One stage more, and they stop saved. Pluck up heart, ye pair, and forward then! Ah, nature, baffled she recurs, alas! Nature imperiously exacts her due. Spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Pompilia needs must acquiesce and swoon, give hopes alike and fears a breathing while. The innocent sleeps soundly, sound she sleeps. So let her slumber, then, unguarded save by her own chastity, a triple male, and his good hand, whose stalwart arms have borne the sweet and senseless burthen like a babe from coach to couch, the serviceable man. Nay, what and if he gazed rewardedly on the pale beauty prisoned in embrace, stooped over, stole a balmy breath perhaps for more assurance sleep was not decease? Ut vidi, how I saw, succeeded by ut perii, how I sudden lost my brains. What harm ensued to her, unconscious quite? For curiosity, how natural! Importunateness, what a privilege in the ardent sex! And why curb ardour here? How can the priest but pity whom he saved? And pity is how near to love, and love how neighbourly to unreasonableness. And for love's object, whether love were sage or foolish, could Pompilia know or care, being still sound asleep, as I premised? Thus the philosopher absorbed by thought, even Archimedes, busy o'er a book, the while besiegers sacked his Syracuse, was ignorant of the imminence of the point of the sword, till it surprised him, let it stab, and never knew himself was dead at all. So sleep thou on, secure whate'er betide. For thou too hast thy problem hard to solve. How so much beauty?
Section 124 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, continued.
Fit place, methinks, while in this task she, Rosalie, is lost, to treat of and repel objection here which, frivolous I grant, but still misgives my mind. It may have flitted gadfly-like and teased the court at times, as if, all said and done, there still seemed, one might nearly say, in a certain acceptation, somewhat more of what may pass for insincerity. Falsehood throughout the course Pompilia took, than befits Christian. Pagans held, we know, we always ought to aim at good and truth, not always put one thing in the same words, non idem semper dicere sed spectare debemus, but the pagan yoke was light. Lie not at all, the exacter precept bids. Each least lie breaks the law, is sin, ye hold. I humble me, but venture to submit, what prevents sin, itself is sinless, sure. And sin which hinders sin of deeper dye, softens itself away by contrast so. Conceive me, little sin by none at all, were properly condemned for great, but great by greater dwindles into small again. Now, what is greatest sin of womanhood? That which unwomans it, abolishes the nature of the woman. Impudence. Who contradicts me here? Concede me, then, whatever friendly fault may interpose to save the sex from self-abolishment is 3 parts on the way to virtue's rank. Now, what is taxed here as duplicity, feint, wile and trick, admitted for the nonce, what worse do one and all than interpose, hold, as it were, a deprecating hand, statuesquely in the Medicean mode, before some shame which modesty would veil? Who blames the gesture prettily perverse? Thus, lest ye miss a point illustrative, admit the husband's calumny, allow that the wife, having penned the epistle fraught with horrors, charge on charge of crime, she heaped o' the head of Pietro and Violante, still presumed her parents, and dispatched the thing to their arch-enemy Paolo, through free choice and no sort of compulsion in the world, put case that she discards simplicity for craft, denies the voluntary act, declares herself a passive instrument i' the hands of Guido, duped by knavery, she traced the characters she could not write, and took on trust the unread sense which read were recognised but to be spurned at once. Allow this calumny, I reiterate. Who is so dull as wonder at the pose of our Pompilia in the circumstance? Who sees not that the too ingenuous soul, repugnant even at a duty done which brought beneath too scrutinising glare the misdemeanours, buried in the dark, of the authors of her being, she believed, stung to the quick at her impulsive deed, and willing to repair what harm it worked, she, wise in this beyond what Nero proved, who, when needs were the candid juvenile should sign the warrant, doom the guilty dead, "Would I had never learned to write," quoth he, Pompilia rose above the Roman, cried, "To read or write I never learned at all." Oh, splendidly mendacious! But time fleets. Let us not linger, hurry to the end, since end does flight, and all disastrously. Beware ye blame desert for unsuccess. Disparage each expedient else to praise, call failure folly. Man's best effort fails. After 10 years' resistance, Troy fell flat. Could valour save a town, Troy still had stood. Pompilia came off halting in no point of courage, conduct, the long journey through. But nature sank exhausted at the close, and, as I said, she swooned and slept all night. Morn breaks and brings the husband. We assist at the spectacle. Discovery succeeds. Ha! How is this? What moonstruck rage is here? Though we confess to partial frailty now, to error in a woman and a wife, is it by the rough way she shall be reclaimed? Who bursts upon her chambered privacy? What crowd profanes the chaste cubiculum? What outcries and lewd laughter, scurril gibe and ribald jest to scare the ministrant good angels that commerce with souls in sleep? Why, had the worst crowned Guido to his wish, confirmed his most irrational surmise, yet there be bounds to man's emotion, checks to an immoderate astonishment. 'Tis decent horror, regulated wrath, befit our dispensation. Have we back the old pagan licence? Shall a Vulcan clap his net of a sudden and expose the pair to the unquenchable universal mirth? A feat antiquity saw scandal in so clearly that the nauseous tale thereof, Demodocus, his nugatory song, hath ever been concluded modern stuff, impossible to the mouth of the grave muse, so foisted into that eighth Odyssey by some impertinent pickfank. O thou fool, Count Guido Franceschini! What were gained by publishing thy shame thus to the world? Were all the precepts of the wise a waste? Bred in thee not one touch of reverence? Why, say thy wife, admonish we the fool, were false, and thou bid chronicle thy shame? Much rather should thy teeth bite out thy tongue, dumb lip consort with desecrated brow, silence become historiographer, and thou thine own Cornelius Tacitus. But virtue, barred, still leaps the barrier, lords. Still, moonlike, penetrates the encroaching mist and bursts, all broad and bare, on night ye know. Surprised, then, in the garb of truth, perhaps, Pompilia, thus opposed, breaks obstacle, springs to her feet, and stands Thalassian pure, confronts the foe, nay, catches at his sword, and tries to kill the intruder. He complains. Why, so she gave her lord his lesson back, crowned him, this time, the virtuous woman's way, with an exact obedience. He brought sword, she drew the same, since swords are meant to draw. Tell not me 'tis sharp play with tools on edge. It was the husband chose the weapon here. Why did not he inaugurate the game with some gentility of apothegm still pregnant on the philosophic page, some captivating cadence still a lisp of the poet's lyre? Such spells subdue the surge, make tame the tempest, much more mitigate the passions of the mind, and probably had moved Pompilia to a smiling blush. No, he must needs prefer the argument of the blow. She obeyed in duty bound, returned him buffet ratiocinative. Ay, in the reasoner's own interest. For wife must follow whither husband leads, vindicate honour as himself prescribes, save him the very way himself bids save. No question but who jumps into a quag should stretch forth hand and pray one pull me out by the hand. Such were the customary cry. But Guido pleased to bid, leave hand alone, join both feet, rather, jump upon my head, I extricate myself by the rebound. And dutifully, as enjoined, she jumped, drew his own sword, and menaced his own life. Section 125 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannes Baptista Bottinius, continued. And so he was contented. One must do justice to the expedient which succeeds, strange as it seem. At flourish of the blade, the crowd drew back, stood breathless and abashed, then murmured, "This should be no wanton wife, no conscience-stricken creature, caught i' the act and patiently awaiting our first stone, but a poor, hard-pressed, all-bewildered thing has rushed so far, misguidedly perhaps, meaning no more harm than a frightened sheep. She sought for aid, and if she made mistake i' the man could aid most, why, so mortals do. Even the blessed Magdalene mistook far less forgivably. Consult the place, supposing him to be the gardener. 'Sir,' said she, and so following. Why more words? Forthwith the wife is pronounced innocent. What would the husband more than gain his cause, and find that honour flash in the world's eye his apprehension was, lest soil had smirched? So, happily the adventure comes to close, whereon my fat opponent grounds his charge preposterous. At midday he groans, "How dark! Listen to me, thou archangelic swine! Where is the ambiguity to blame, the flaw to find in our Pompilia? Safe she stands, see! Does thy comment follow quick? Safe inasmuch as at the end proposed, but thither she picked way by devious path, stands dirty, no dubiety at all. I recognize success, yet all the same, importunately will suggest prick. What? Had Pompilia gained the right to boast no devious path, no doubtful patch was mine, I saved my head, nor sacrificed my foot? Why, being in a peril, show mistrust of the angels set to guard ye innocent? Why rather hold by obvious vulgar help of stratagem and subterfuge, excuse somewhat, but still no less a foil, a fault, since low with high and good with bad is linked? Methinks I view some ancient bas-relief. There stands Hesione, thrust out by Troy. Her father's hand has chained her to a crag. Her mother's from the Virgin plucked the vest. And a safe distance, both distressful, watch, while near and nearer comes the snorting orc. I look that, white and perfect to the end, she wait till Jove dispatch some demigod, not that, impatient of celestial club, Alcmena's son should brandish at the beast, she daub, disguise her dainty limbs with pitch, and so elude the purblind monster. Ay, the trick succeeds, but 'tis an ugly trick, where needs have been no trick. My answer, faugh, nimis incongrue, too absurdly put. Sententiam ego teneo contrariam. Trick, I maintain, had no alternative. The heavens were bound with brass, Jove far at feast. No feast like that thou didst not ask me to, Arcangeli. I heard of thy regale. With the unblamed Aethiop. Hercules spun wool i' the lap of Omphale, while virtue shrieked. The brute came paddling all the faster. You of Troy, who stood at distance, where's the aid you offered in the extremity? Most and least,
gentle and simple, here the governor, there the archbishop, everywhere the friends shook heads and waited for a miracle, or went their way, left virtue to her fate. Just this one rough and ready man leapt forth, was found sole antifabius, dare I say, to restore things with no delay at all. Qui aut cunctando rem restituit, he only, Caponsacchi, mid a crowd, caught virtue up, carried Pompilia off through the gaping impotence of sympathy in ranged Arezzo. What you take for pitch is nothing worse, belike, than black and blue, mere evanescent proof that hardy hands did yeoman service, cared not where the gripe was more than duly energetic. Bruised, she smarts a little, but her bones are saved a fracture, and her skin will soon show sleek. How it disgusts when weakness, false refined, censures the honest, rude, effective strength, when sickly dreamers of the impossible decry plain sturdiness which does the feat with eyes wide open. Did occasion serve, I could illustrate, if my lords allow. Quid vetat? What forbids? I aptly ask with Horace, that I give my anger vent, while I let breathe, no less, and recreate the gravity of my judges, by a tale, a case in point. What though an apologue graced by tradition? Possibly a fact. Tradition must precede all scripture. Words serve as our warrant ere our books can be. So, to tradition back we needs must go for any fact's authority, and this hath lived so far, like jewel hid in muck, o' the page of that old lying vanity called Zephyr toldoth Yeshu. God be praised, I read no Hebrew. Take the thing on trust. But I believe the writer meant no good, blind as he was to truth in some respects. To our pestiferous and schismatic, well, my lord's conjecture be the touchstone. Show the thing for what it is. The author lacks discretion, and his zeal exceeds, but zeal, how rare in our degenerate day! Enough! Here is the story. Fear not, I shall chop and change a little, else might you... Section 126 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannes Baptista Bottinius, continued. It happened once, begins this foolish Jew, pretending to write Christian history, that three held greatest, best, and worst of men, Peter and John and Judas, spent a day in toil and travel through the countryside on some sufficient business, I suspect suppression of some Molinism i' the bud. Footsore and hungry, dropping with fatigue, they reached by nightfall a poor lonely grange, hostel or inn, so knocked and entered there. Your pleasure, great ones! Shelter, rest, and food. For shelter, there was one bare room above, for rest therein 3 beds of bundled straw, for food one wretched starveling fowl no more. Meat for one mouth, but mockery for three. You have my utmost. How should supper serve?" Peter broke silence. "To the spit with fowl, and while 'tis cooking, sleep, since beds there be, and so far satisfaction of our want. Sleep we an hour, awake at supper time, then each of us narrate the dream he had, and he whose dream shall prove the happiest, point the clearliest out the dreamer as ordained beyond his fellows to receive the fowl. Him let our shares be cheerful tribute too, his the entire meal, may it do him good." Who could dispute so plain a consequence? So said, so done. Each hurried to his straw, slept his hour's sleep, and dreamed his dream, and woke. "I," commenced John, "dreamed that I gained the prize we all aspire to. The proud place was mine throughout the earth, and to the end of time. I was the loved disciple, mine the meal. But I," proceeded Peter, "dreamed a word gave me the headship of our company, made me the vicar and vice-regent, gave the keys of heaven and hell into my hand, and o'er the earth dominion, mine the meal. While I," submitted in soft undertone the Iscariot, sense of his unworthiness turning each eye up to the inmost white, with long-drawn sigh, yet letting both lips smack, "I have had just the pitifullest dream that ever proved man meanest of his mates, and born foot-washer and foot-wiper, nay, foot-kisser to each comrade of you all. I dreamed, and in that mimic dream, impalpable to dream as dream to fact, methought I meanly chose to sleep no wink, but wait until I heard my brethren breathe, then stole from couch, slipped noiseless to the door, slid downstairs, furtively approached the hearth, found the fowl duly brown, both back and breast, hissing in harmony with the cricket's chirp, grilled to a point. Said no grace, but fell to, nor finished till the skeleton lay bare. In penitence for which ignoble dream, lo, I renounce my portion cheerfully. Fie on the flesh, be mine the ethereal gust, and yours the sublunary sustenance. See that whate'er be left ye give the poor." Down the two scuttled, one on other's heel, stung by a fell surmise, and found, alack, a goodly savour, both the drumstick bones and that which henceforth took the appropriate name of the merry thought, in memory of the fact that to keep wide awake is our best dream. So, as was said once of Thucydides and his sole joke, the lion low hath laughed. Just so, the governor, and all that's great i' the city, never meant that innocents should starve thus while authority set at meat. They meant to fling a bone at banquet's end, wished well to our Pompilia in their dreams, nor bore the secular sword in vain, asleep. Just so the Archbishop and all good like him went to bed, meaning to pour oil and wine i' the wounds of her next day. But long ere day they had burned the one and drunk the other, while, just so, again, contrariwise, the priest sustained poor nature in extremity by stuffing barley bread into her mouth, saving Pompilia. Grant the parallel. By the plain, homely, and straightforward way taught him by common sense, let others shriek, "Oh, what refined expedients did we dream proved us the only fit to help the fair!" He cried, "A carriage waits, jump in with me!" And now, this application pardoned, lords, this recreative pause and breathing while, back to beseemingness and gravity. For law steps in. Guido appeals to law, demands she arbitrate, does well for once. O law, of thee how neatly was it said by that old Sophocles, "Thou hast thy seat i' the very breast of Jove, no meanlier throned." Here is a piece of work now, hitherto begun and carried on, concluded near, without an eye glance cast thy sceptre's way. And lo, the stumbling and discomfiture! Well may you call them lawless, means men take to extricate themselves through mother wit, when tangled haply in the toils of life. Guido would try conclusions with his foe, whoe'er the foe was and whate'er the offence. He would recover certain dowry dues, instead of asking law to lend a hand. What pother of sword drawn and pistol cocked, what peddling with forged letters and paid spies, politic circumvention, all to end as it began, by loss of the fool's head, first in a figure, presently in a fact. It is a lesson to mankind at large. How other were the end, would men be sage and bear confidingly each quarrel straight, O law, to thy recipient mother knees! How would the children light come and prompt go, this with a red-cheeked apple for reward, the other peradventure red-cheeked too i' the rear, by taste of birch for punishment. No foolish brawling murders any more. Peace for the household, practice for the fisc, and plenty for the exchequer of my lords. Too much to hope in this world, in the next who knows? Since why should sit the 12 enthroned to judge the tribes, unless the tribes be judged? And 'tis impossible, but offences come. So all's one lawsuit, all one.
Section 127 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, continued. Forgive me this digression, that I stand entranced awhile at law's first beam, outbreak o' the business, when the Count's good angel bade, "Put up thy sword, born enemy to the ear, and let law listen to thy difference." And law does listen, and compose the strife, settle the suit, how wisely and how well! On our Pompilia, faultless to a fault, law bends a brow maternally severe, implies the worth of perfect chastity, by fancying the flaw she cannot find, superfluous sifting snow, nor helps nor harms. 'Tis safe to censure levity in youth, tax womanhood with indiscretion, sure, since toys permissible today become follies tomorrow, prattle shocks in church, and that curt skirt which lets a maiden skip, the matron changes for a trailing robe. Mothers may risk thus much with half-shut eyes nodding above their spindles by the fire, on the chance to hit some hidden fault, else safe. Just so law hazarded a punishment, if applicable to the circumstance, why, well; if not so apposite, well too. Quit the gay range of the world, I hear her cry. Enter in lieu the penitential pound, exchange the gauds of pomp for ashes, dust. Leave each malicious haunt of luxury, the golden garnished silken couched alcove, the many-columned terrace that so tempts feminine soul put foot forth, nor stop ear to fluttering joy of lovers' serenade. Leave these for cellular seclusion, mask and dance no more, but fast and pray. Avaunt, be burned, thy wicked townsman's sonnet book! Welcome, mild hymnal by some better scribe! For the warm arms were wont enfold thy flesh, let wire shirt plough and whipcord discipline. If such an exhortation proved perchance inapplicable, words bestowed in waste, what harm, since law has store, can spend nor miss? And so our paragon submits herself, goes at command into the holy house, and also at command comes out again. For could the effect of such obedience prove too certain, too immediate, being healed, go blaze abroad the matter, blessed one! Art thou sound forthwith? Speedily vacate the step by pool side, leave Bethesda free to patients plentifully posted round, since the whole need not the physician. Brief, she may betake her to her parents' place. Welcome her, Father, with wide arms once more. Motion her, Mother, to thy breast again. For why? The law relinquishes its charge, grants to your dwelling place a prison style, but gives you back Pompilia, golden days, redeunt Saturnia regna. 6 weeks slip, and she is domiciled in house and home as though she thence had never budged at all. And thither let the husband, joyous, ay, but contrite also, quick betake himself, proud that his dove which lay among the pots hath mewed those dingy feathers, moulted now, shows silver bosom clothed with yellow gold. Quick he shall tempt her to the perch she fled, bid to domestic bliss the truant back. Oh, let him not delay! Time fleets how fast, and opportunity, the irrevocable, once flown, will flout him. Is the furrow traced? If field with corn ye fail preoccupy, darnel for wheat and thistlebeards for grain, in felix lolium carduus horridus.
will grow apace in combination prompt, defraud the husbandman of his desire. Already, what murmurs, monish now the laggard, doubtful, nay, fantastic brute of such an apparition, such return interdum, to anticipate the spouse of Caponsacchi's very self. 'Tis said when nights are lone and company is rare, his visitations brighten winter up. If so they did, which nowise I believe, how can I? Proof abounding that the priest once fairly at his relegation place never once left it. Still, admit he stole a midnight march, would fain see friend again, find matter for instruction in the past, renew the old adventure in such chat as cheers a fireside. He was lonely too. He too must need his recreative hour. Should it amaze the philosophic mind if one was wont the empurpled cup to quaff, have feminine society at will, being debarred abruptly from all drink save at the spring which Adam used for wine, dread harm to just the health he hoped to guard, and, meaning abstinence, gain malady? Ask Tozzi, now physician to the Pope. Little by little break, I hear he bids Master Arcangeli, my antagonist, who loves good cheer, and may indulge too much. So I explain the logic of the plea wherewith he opened our proceedings late. Little by little break a habit, Don, become necessity to feeble flesh. And thus, nocturnal taste of intercourse, which never happened, but suppose it did, may have been used to dishabituate by sip and sip, this drainer to the dregs of the draught of conversation. Heady stuff, brewage which broached. It took 2 days and nights to properly discuss the journey, sirs. Such is the second nature men call use, that undelightful objects get to charm instead of chafe. The daily colocynth tickles the palate by repeated dose. Old sores scratch kindly. The ass makes a push, although the mill-yoke wound be smarting yet, for Mildor bolted on a holiday. And must we marvel if the impulse urge to talk the old story over now and then, the hopes and fears, the stoppage and the haste, subjects of colloquy to surfeit once? Here did you bid me twine a rosy wreath, and there you paid my lips a compliment. There you admired the tower could be so tall, and there you likened that of Lebanon to the nose of the beloved. Trifles, still, forsan et ec olim. Such trifles serve to make the minutes pass in winter time. Husband, return then, I recounsel thee. For finally, of all glad circumstance should make a prompt return imperative, what i' the world awaits thee, dost suppose? Of a sudden, as good gifts are wont befall, what is the hap of the unconscious count? That which lights bonfire and sets cask atilt, dissolves the stubborn start in jollity. Oh, admirable! There is born a babe, a son, an heir, a Franceschini, last and best o' the stock. Pompilia, thine the palm, repaying incredulity with faith, ungenerous thrift of each marital debt with bounty in profuse expenditure. Pompilia will not have the old year end without a present shall ring in the new. Bestows upon her parsimonious lord an infant for the apple of his eye. core of his heart and crown completing life, the summum bonum of the earthly lot. We, saith ingeniously the sage, are born solely that others may be born of us. So, Father, take thy child, for thine that child owe nothing doubt. In wedlock born, law holds baseness impossible, since filius est quem nuptiae demonstrant twin. Section 128 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 9, Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, continued. Yet doubt he dares. O faith, where art thou flown from out the world? Already on what an age of doubt we fall! Instead of each disputing for the prize, the babe is bandied here from that to this. Whose babe? Cuium pecus? Guido's lamb? An Melibei? Nay, but of the priest, non sed Egonis. Someone must be, sire, and who shall say in such a puzzling strait, if there were not vouchsafed some miracle to the wife who had been harassed and abused more than enough by Guido's family for non-production of the promised fruit of marriage? What if nature, I demand, touched to the quick by taunts upon her sloth, had roused herself, put forth recondite power, bestowed this birth to vindicate her sway? Like to the favour, Maro memorized, was granted Aristeus, when his hive lay empty of the swarm? Not one more bee, not one more babe to Franceschini's house. And lo, a new birth filled the air with joy, sprung from the bowels of the generous steer. Just so a son and heir rejoiced the Count. Spontaneous generation! Need I prove were facile feat to nature at a pinch? Let whoso doubts steep horsehair certain weeks in water, there will be produced a snake. A second product of the horse, which horse happens to be the representative, now that I think on't, of Arezzo's self, the very city our conception blessed. Is not a prancing horse the city arms? What sane eye sees not such coincidence? Cur ego boast thou, my Pompilia, then? Desperem fieri sine coniuge mater. How well the Ovidian distich suits! Et parere intacto dumodo casta viro? But language baffles here. Note further as to mark the prodigy, the babe in question, neither took the name of Guido from the sire presumptive, nor Giuseppe from the sire potential, but Gaetano, last saint of the hierarchy, and newest namer for a thing so new. What other motive could have prompted choice? Therefore be peace again, exalt ye hills, ye vales, rejoicingly break forth in song. Incipe parve puer, begin, small boy, risu cognoscere patrem, with a smile to recognize thy parent, nor do thou boggle, O parent, to return the grace, nec anceps are, pater, puero cognoscendo. One might well eke out the prayer. In vain. The perverse Guido doubts his eyes, distrusts assurance, lets the devil drive. Because his house is swept and garnished now, he, having summoned 7 like himself, must hurry thither, knock and enter in, and make the last worse than the first indeed. Is he content? We are. No further blame of the man and murder. They were stigmatized befittingly. The court heard long ago my mind o' the matter, which, outpouring full, has long since swept, like surge i' the simile of Homer, overborne both dyke and dam, and whelmed alike client and advocate. His fate is sealed, his life as good as gone. On him I am not tempted to waste word. Yet, though my purpose holds, which was and is and solely shall be to the very end, to draw the true effigium of a saint, do justice to perfection in the sex, yet let not some gross pamper of the flesh and niggard in the spirit's nourishment, whose feeding hath obfuscated his wit rather than law he never had to lose. Let not such advocate object to me, I leave my proper function of attack. What's this to Bacchus? In the classic phrase, well used for once, he hiccups probably. O advocate of the poor, thou born to make their blessing void, beati pauperis! By painting saintship, I depicture sin. Beside the pearl, I prove how black the jet, and through Pompilia's virtue, Guido's crime. Back to her, then. With but one beauty more, end we our argument, one crowning grace preeminent mid agony and death. For to the last Pompilia played her part, used the right means to the permissible end, and, wily as an eel that stirs the mud thick overhead, so baffling spearman's thrust, she, while he stabbed her, simulated death, delayed, for his sake, the catastrophe, obtained herself a respite, 4 days' grace, whereby she told her story to the world, enabled me to make the present speech, and, by a full confession, saved her soul. Yet hold! Even here would malice leer its last, gurgle its choked remonstrance, snake hiss free. Oh, that's the objection? And to whom? Not her but me? Forsooth, as, in the very act of both confession and, what followed close, subsequent talk, chatter and gossipry, babble to sympathizing he and she, whoever chose besiege her dying bed, as this were found at variance with my tale, falsified all I have adduced for truth, admitted not one peccadillo here, pretended to perfection, first and last, of the whole procedure, perfect in the end, perfect i' the means, perfect in everything, leaving a lawyer nothing to excuse, reason away and show his skill about. A flight impossible to Adamic flesh, just to be fancied, scarcely to be wished, and anyhow unpleadable in court. How reconcile? Gasps Mal. Section 129 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 9. Juris Doctor Ioannis Baptista Bottinius, continued. Your this, friend, is extraneous to the law, comes of men's outside meddling, the unskilled interposition of such fools as press out of their province. Must I speak my mind? Far better had Pompilia died of the spot than found a tongue to wag and shame the law. Shame most of all herself. Did friendship fail, and advocacy lie less on the alert? Listen how these protect her to the end. Do I credit the alleged narration? No. Lied our Pompilia then, to laud herself? Still no. Clear up what seems discrepancy? The means abound, art's long, though time is short. So, keeping me in compass, all I urge is, since confession at the point of death, nam in articulo mortis, with the Church passes for statement honest and sincere, nemo presumitur reus esse. Then, if sure that all affirmed would be believed, 'twas charity in one so circumstanced to spend her last breath in one effort more for universal good of friend and foe, and by pretending utter innocence, nay, freedom from each foible, we forgive, reintegrate not solely her own fame, but do the like kind office for the priest whom the crude truth might treat less courteously, indeed, expose to peril, abbreviate the life and long career of usefulness presumably before him, while her lord, whose fleeting life is forfeit to the law, what mercy to the culprit if, by just the gift of such a full certificate of his immitigable guiltiness, she stifled in him the absurd conceit of murder as it were a mere revenge, stopped confirmation of that jealousy which, had she but acknowledged the first flaw, the faintest foible, might embolden him to battle with his judge, balk penitence, bar preparation for impending fate, whereas persuade him he has slain a saint who sinned not, in the little she did sin, you urge him all the brisklier to repent of most and least and aught and everything. Next, if this view of mine content ye not, lords, nor excuse the genial falsehood here, 'tis come to our triarii, last resource, we fall back on the inexpugnable. Submit you, she confessed before she talked. The sacrament obliterates the sin. What is not, was not in a certain sense. Let Molinus distinguish. Souls washed white were red once, still show pinkish to the eye. We say, abolishment is nothingness, and nothingness has neither head nor tail, end nor beginning. Better estimate exorbitantly than disparage aught of the efficacy of the act, I hope. Solvuntur tabulae? May we laugh and go? Well, not before, in filial gratitude to law, whom mighty mother waves adieu, We take on us to vindicate law's self, for, yea, sirs, curb the start, curtail the stare, remains that we apologise for haste I' the law, our lady, who here bristles up. And my procedure, did the court mistake? Which were indeed a misery to think. Did not my sentence in the former stage O' the business bear a title plain enough? Decretum, I translate it word for word, decreed the priest for his complicity I' the flight and deviation of the dame, as well as for unlawful intercourse, is banished 3 years, crime and penalty declared alive. If he be taxed with guilt, how can you call Pompilia innocent? If they be innocent, have I been just? Gently, O mother, judge men, whose mistake is in the poor misapprehensiveness. The titulus atop of your decree was but to ticket there the kind of charge you in good time would arbitrate upon. Title is one thing, arbitration's self, probatio, quite another possibly. Subsistit, there holds good the old response, responsio tradita. We must not stick, quod non sit attendendus titulus, to the title, sed probatio, but to proof, resultans ex processu, and result of the trial, and the style of punishment, et pena per sententiam imposita. All is tentative till the sentence come, mere indication of what men expect, and nowise an assurance they shall find. Lords, what if we permissibly relax the tense bow, as the law god Phoebus bids, relieve our gravity at close of speech? I traverse Rome, feel thirsty, need a draught, look for a wine shop, find it by the bow projecting, as to say, here wine is sold. So much I know, sold. But what sort of wine? Strong, weak, sweet, sour, homemade or foreign drink? That much must I discover by myself. Wine is sold, quoth the bow, but good or bad? Find and inform us when you smack your lips. Exactly so. Law hangs her title forth to show she entertains you with such case about such crime. Come in! She pours, you quaff. You find the priest good liquor in the main, but heady and provocative of brawls. Remand the residue to flask once more. Lay it low where it may deposit lees, I' the cellar. Thence produce it presently. 3 years the brighter and the better. Thus, law's son, have I bestowed my filial help, and thus I end, tenax proposito. Point to point as I purposed, have I drawn Pompilia, and implied as terribly Guido. So gazing, let the world crown law, able once more, despite my impotence, and helped by the acumen of the court, to eliminate, display, make triumph truth. What other prize than truth were worth the pains? There's my oration,
much exceeds in length that famed panegyric of Isocrates. They say it took him 15 years to pen, but all those ancients could say anything. He put in just what rushed into his head, while I shall have to prune and pare and print. This comes of being born in modern times, with priests for auditory. Still, it pays. Section 130 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope. Like to Ahasuerus, that shrewd prince, I will begin, as is these 7 years now, my daily wont, and read a history written by one whose deft right hand was dust to the last digit, ages ere my birth. Of all my predecessors, popes of Rome, for though mine ancient early dropped the pen, yet others picked it up and wrote it dry, since of the making books there is no end. And so I have the papacy complete from Peter first to Alexander last, can question each and take instruction. So have I to dare, I ask, how dared this pope to suffer? Such an one, how suffered he? Being about to judge, as now, I seek, how judged once, well or ill, some other pope. Study some signal judgment that subsists to blaze on, or else blot, the page which seals the sum up of what gain or loss to God came of his one more vicar in the world. So do I find example, rule of life. So square and set in order the next page shall be stretched smooth o'er my own funeral cist. 800 years exact before the year I was made pope, men made Formosus pope, say Sigebert, and other chroniclers. Ere I confirm or quash the trial here of Guido Franceschini and his friends, read how there was a ghastly trial once of a dead man by a live man, and both popes. Thus, in the antique penman's very phrase, then Stephen, pope and 7th of the name, cried out in synod as he sat in state, while choler quivered on his brow and beard, "Come into court, Formosus, thou lost wretch, that claimedst to be late the Pope as I." And at the word the great door of the church flew wide, and in they brought Formosus' self, the body of him, dead, even as embalmed and buried duly in the Vatican 8 months before. Exhumed thus for the nonce. They set it, that dead body of a pope, clothed in pontific vesture now again,
upright on Peter's chair as if alive. And Stephen, springing up, cried furiously, "Bishop of Porto, wherefore didst presume to leave that see and take this Roman see, exchange the lesser for the greater see, a thing against the canons of the Church?" Then one, a deacon, who, observing forms, was placed by Stephen to repel the charge, be advocate and mouthpiece of the corpse, spoke as he dared, set stammeringly forth with white lips and dry tongue, as but a youth, for frightful was the corpse face to behold. How no wise lacked there precedent for this. But when for his last precedent of all, emboldened by the Spirit, out he blurts, "And, Holy Father, didst not thou thyself vacate the lesser for the greater see, half a year since, change Arago for Rome?" "Ye have the sin's defence now, synod mine," shrieks Stephen, in a beastly froth of rage. "Judge now betwixt him dead and me alive. Hath he intruded, or do I pretend? Judge, judge!" Breaks wave-like one whole foam of wrath. Whereupon they, being friends and followers, said, "Ay, thou art Christ's vicar, and not he. Away with what is frightful to behold! This act was uncanonic and a fault." Then, swallowed up in rage, Stephen exclaimed, "So guilty, so remains I punish guilt. He is unpoped, and all he did I damn. The bishop that ordained him I degrade, depose to laics those he raised to priests. What they have wrought is mischief, nor shall stand. It is confusion, let it vex no more. Since I revoke, annul, and abrogate all his decrees, in all kinds, they are void. In token whereof, and warning to the world, strip me yon miscreant of those robes usurped, and clothe him with vile serge befitting such. Then hale the carrion to the market-place. Let the town hangman chop from his right hand those same 3 fingers which he blessed withal. Next cut the head off. Once was crowned, forsooth. And last, go fling all, fingers, head and trunk, in Tiber, that my Christian fish may sup. Either because of ichthys, which means fish, and very aptly symbolizes Christ, or else because the Pope is fisherman, and seals with fisher's signet. Anyway, so said, so done. Himself to see it done. Following the corpse, they trailed from street to street, till into Tiber wave they threw the thing. The people crowded on the banks to see, were loud or mute, wept or laughed, cursed or jeered, according as the deed addressed their sense. A scandal verily. And out spake a Jew. What ye, your Christ, had vexed our Herod thus? Now, when Formosus, being dead a year, his judge, Pope Stephen, tasted death in turn, made captive by the mob and strangled straight,
Romanus, his successor for a month, did make protest, Formosus was with God, holy, just, true in thought and word and deed. Next Theodore, who reigned but 20 days, therein convoked a synod, whose decree did reinstate, repope the late unpoped, and do away with Stephen as accursed. So that when presently certain fisher folk, as if the queasy river could not hold its swallowed Jonahs, but discharged the meal, produced the timely product of their nets, the mutilated man, Formosus, saved from putrefaction by the embalmer's spice, or, as some said, by sanctity of flesh. Why, lay the body again, bade Theodore, among his predecessors in the church and burial place of Peter, which was done.
And addeth Luitron,
many of repute, pious, and still alive, avouch to me that as they bore the body up the aisle, the saints in imaged row bowed each his head for welcome to a brother saint come back. As for Romanus and this Theodore, these two popes, through the brief reign granted each, could but initiate what John came to close, and give the final stamp to. He it was, 9th of the name, I follow the best guides, who, in full synod at Ravenna, held with bishops 74, and present too, Eudes, king of France, with his archbishopry, did condemn Stephen, anathematize the disinterment, and make all blots blank. For, argueth here, Auxilius, in a place de ordinationibus, precedence had been, no lack, before Formosus, long, of bishops so transferred from see to see. Marinus
Section 131 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10. The Pope. Continued. But after John came Sergius, reaffirmed the right of Stephen, cursed Formosus, nay, cast out, some say, his corpse a second time. And here, because the matter went to ground, fretted by new griefs, other cares of the age, here is the last pronouncing of the Church, her sentence that subsists unto this day. Yet constantly opinion hath prevailed i' the Church, Formosus was a holy man. Which of the judgments was infallible? Which of my predecessors spoke for God? And what availed Formosus, that this cursed, that blessed, and then this other cursed again? Fear ye not those whose power can kill the body and not the soul, saith Christ, but rather those can cast both soul and body into hell. John judged thus in 898, exact 800 years ago today, when, sitting in his stead, vicegerent here, I must give judgment on my own behoof. So worked the predecessor. Now my turn. In God's name, once more on this earth of gods, while twilight lasts, and time wherein to work, I take his staff with my uncertain hand, and stay my 66 years, my due labour and sorrow, on his judgment seat, and forthwith think, speak, act in place of him, the Pope for Christ. Once more appeal is made from man's assize to mine. I sit and see another poor, weak, trembling human wretch, pushed by his fellows, who pretend the right up to the gulf which, where I gaze, begins from this world to the next, gives way and way, just on the edge over the awful dark, with nothing to arrest him but my feet. He catches at me with convulsive face, cries, "Leave to live the natural minute more," while hollowly the avengers echo, "Leave none." So has he exceeded man's due share in man's fit licence, wrung by Adam's fall, to sin and yet not surely die, that we, all of us sinful, all with need of grace, all chary of our life, the minute more or minute less of grace which saves a soul, bound to make common cause with who craves time, we yet protest against the exorbitance of sin in this one sinner, and demand that his poor soul, remaining piece of time, be plucked from out his clutch. Put him to death, punish him now. As for the weal or woe hereafter, God grant mercy, man be just, nor let the felon boast he went scot-free. And I am bound, the solitary judge, to weigh the worth, decide upon the plea, and either hold a hand out, or withdraw a foot, and let the wretch drift to the fall. Ay, and while thus I dally, dare perchance put fancies for a comfort twixt this calm and yonder passion that I have to bear, as if reprieve were possible for both prisoner and Pope. How easy were reprieve! A touch of the handbell here, a hasty word to those who wait, and wonder they wait long, i' the passage there, and I should gain the life. Yea, though I flatter me with fancy thus, I know it is but nature's craven trick. The case is over, judgment at an end, and all things done now and irrevocable. A mere dead man is Franceschini here, even as Formosus centuries ago. I have worn through this sombre wintry day, with winter in my soul beyond the worlds. Over these dismalest of documents which drew night down on me ere eve befell, pleadings and counter-pleadings, figure of fact beside fact's self. These summaries, to wit, how certain 3 were slain by certain 5. I read here why it was, and how it went, and how the chief of the 5 preferred excuse, and how law rather chose defence should lie, what argument he urged by wary word when free to play off wile, start subterfuge, and what the unguarded groan told, torture's feet when law grew brutal, outbroke, overbore and glutted hunger on the truth at last, no matter for the flesh and blood between. All's a clear rede, and no more riddle now. Truth nowhere lies yet everywhere in these, not absolutely in a portion, yet evolvable from the whole, evolved at last painfully, held tenaciously by me. Therefore there is not any doubt to clear when I shall write the brief word presently and chink the handbell, which I pause to do, irresolute, not I more than the mound with the pine trees on it yonder. Some surmise, perchance, that since man's wit is fallible, mine may fail here. Suppose it so. What then? Say, Guido, I count guilty. There's no babe so guiltless, for I misconceive the man. What's in the chance should move me from my mind? If, as I walk in a rough countryside, peasants of mine cry, "Thou art he can help, Lord of the land, and count it wise to boot. Look at our brother, strangling in his foam, he fell so where we find him. Prove thy worth." I may presume, pronounce, a frenzy fit, a falling sickness, or a fever stroke, breathe amain, copiously let blood at once. So perishes the patient, and anon I hear my peasants, "All was error, Lord, our story, thy prescription, for there crawled in due time from our hapless brother's breast the serpent which had stung him, bleeding, slew whom a prompt cordial had restored to health." What other should I say then? God so willed. Mankind is ignorant. A man am I. Call ignorance my sorrow, not my sin. So, and not otherwise, in after time, if some acuter wit, fresh probing, sound this multifarious mass of words and deeds deeper, and reach through guilt to innocence, I shall face Guido's ghost, nor blench a jot. God, who set me to judge thee, meted out so much of judging faculty, no more. Ask him if I was slack in use thereof. I hold a heavier fault imputable, inasmuch as I changed a chaplain once, for no cause. No, if I must bare my heart, save that he snuffled somewhat saying mass. For I am ware It is the seed of act God holds appraising in his hollow palm, not act grown great thence on the world below, leafage and branchage vulgar eyes admire. Therefore I stand on my integrity, nor fear at all. If I hesitate, it is because I need to breathe a while, rest, as the human right allows, review intent the little seeds of act, the tree, the thought, to clothe indeed, and give the world at chink of bell. Section 132 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. O pale departure, dim disgrace of day! Winter's in wane, his vengeful worst art thou, to dash the boldness of advancing march. Thy chill persistent reign has purged our streets of gossipry, pert tongue and idle ear by this. Consort 'neath archway, portico. But wheresoe'er Rome gathers in the grey, two names now snap and flash from mouth to mouth. Sparks, flint and steel strike. Guido and the Pope. By this same hour tomorrow eve, ah, how do they call him? The sagacious Swede who finds by figures how the chances prove why one comes rather than another thing, as, say, such dots turn up by throw of dice, or if we dip in Virgil here and there, and prick for such a verse, when such shall point. Take this Swede, tell him, hiding name and rank, 2 men are in our city this dull eve, one doomed to death, but hundreds in such plight slip aside, clean escape by leave of law which leans to mercy in this latter time. Moreover, in the plenitude of life is he, with strength of limb and brain adroit, presumably of service here. Beside, the man is noble, backed by nobler friends. Nay, for who wish him well? The city's self makes common cause with the house magistrate, the lord of hearth and home, domestic judge who ruled his own and let men cavil. Die? He'll bribe a jailer or break prison first. Nay, a sedition may be helpful. Give hint to the mob to batter wall, burn gate, and bid the favourite malefactor march. Calculate now these chances of escape. It is not probable, but well may be. Again, there is another man, weighed now by twice 8 years beyond the 7 times 10, appointed overweight to break our branch. And this man's loaded branch lifts more than snow, all the world's cark and care, though a bird's nest
were a superfluous burthen. Notably hath he been pressed, as if his age were youth, from to-day's dawn till now that day departs, trying one question with true sweat of soul: shall the said doomed man fitlier die or live? When a straw swallowed in his posset, stool stumbled on where his path lies, any puff that's incident to such a smoking flax, hurries the natural end and quenches him. Now calculate, thou sage, the chances here. Say, which shall die the sooner, this or that? That possibly, this in all likelihood. I thought so. Yet thou tripp'st, my foreign friend. No, it will be quite otherwise. To-day is Guido's last. My term is yet to run. But say the Swede were right, and I forthwith acknowledge a prompt summons and lie dead. Why, then I stand already in God's face and hear, since by its fruit a tree is judged, show me thy fruit, the latest act of thine. For in the last is summed the first and all, what thy life last put heart and soul into, there shall I taste thy product. I must plead this condemnation of a man to-day. Not so. Expect nor question nor reply at what we figure as God's judgment bar. None of this vile way by the barren words which, more than any deed, characterize man as made subject to a curse. No speech, that still bursts o'er some lie which lurks inside, as the split skin across the coppery snake, and most denotes man, since in all beside, in hate or lust or guile or unbelief, out of some core of truth, the excrescence comes, and, in the last resort, the man may urge, so was I made, a weak thing that gave way to truth, to impulse only strong, since true, and hated, lusted, used guile, forwent faith. But when man walks the garden of this world for his own solace, and, unchecked by law, speaks or keeps silence as himself sees fit, without the least incumbency to lie, why, can he tell you what a rose is like, or how the birds fly, and not slip to false, though truth serve better? Man must tell his mate of you, me, and himself, knowing he lies, knowing his fellow knows the same, will think he lies, it is the method of a man, and yet will speak for answer, it is truth. To him who shall rejoin, again a lie. Therefore these filthy rags of speech, this coil of statement, comment, query and response, tatters all too contaminate for use, have no renewing. He, the truth, is too the word. We men, in our degree, may know there, simply, instantaneously, as here after long time and amid many lies, whatever we dare think we know indeed, that I am I, as he is he. What else? But be man's method for man's life at least. Wherefore, Antonio Pignatelli, thou my ancient self, who wast no pope so long but studied God and man, the many years i' the school, i' the cloister, in the diocese, domestic, legate rule in foreign lands, thou other force, in those old busy days than this grey ultimate decrepitude, yet sensible of fires that more and more visit a soul, in passage to the sky, left nakeder than when flesh robe was new, thou, not pope, but the mere old man o' the world, supposed inquisitive and dispassionate, wilt thou, the one whose speech I somewhat trust, question thee after me, this self now pope? Hear his procedure, criticize his work. Section 133 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 10, The Pope, continued. This is why Guido is found reprobate. I see him furnished forth for his career, on starting for the life chance in our world, with nearly all we count sufficient help, body and mind in balance, a sound frame, a solid intellect, the wit to seek, wisdom to choose, and courage wherewithal to deal with whatsoever circumstance should minister to man, make life succeed. Oh, and much drawback. What were earth without? Is this our ultimate stage, or starting place to try man's foot, if it will creep or climb mid obstacles in seeming points that prove advantage for who vaults from low to high and makes the stumbling block a stepping stone? So Guido, born with appetite, lacks food, is poor, who yet could deftly play off wealth, straitened, whose limbs are restless till at large, and, as he eyes each outlet of the silk, the narrow penfold for probation, pines after the good things just outside the great, with less monition, fainter conscience twitch, rarer instinctive qualm at the first feel of the unseemly greed and grasp undue, than nature furnishes the main mankind, making it harder to do wrong than right the first time, careful lest the commoner break measure, miss the outstep of life's march, wherein I see a trial fair and fit for one else too unfairly fenced about, set above sin, beyond his fellows here, guarded from the arch-tempter, all must fight. By a great birth, traditionary name, diligent culture, choice companionship, above all, conversancy with the faith which puts forth for its base of doctrine just, Man is born nowise to content himself, but please God. He accepted such a rule, recognized man's obedience and the Church, which simply is such rule's embodiment. He clave to, he held on by, nay, indeed near pushed inside of, deep as layman durst, professed so much of priesthood as might sue for priest exemption where the layman sinned, got his arm frocked which bare the law would bruise. Hence, at this moment, what's his last resource? His extreme stray and utmost stretch of hope but that, convicted of such crime as law wipes not away save with a worldling's blood, Guido, the 3 parts consecrate, may scape? Nay, the portentous brothers of the man are veritably priests, protected each may do his murder in the Church's pale. Abate Paul, Canon Girolamo. This is the man proves irreligiousest of all mankind, religion's parasite. This may forsooth plead dinned ear, jaded sense, the vice of the watcher who bides near the bell, sleeps sound because the clock is vigilant, and cares not whether it be shade or shine, doling out day and night to all men else. Why was the choice of the man to niche himself perversely 'neath the tower where time's own tongue thus undertakes to sermonize the world? Why, but because the solemn is safe too, the belfry proves a fortress of a sort, has other uses than to teach the hour, turns sunscreen, paravent, and ombrifuge to whoso seek a shelter in its pale, ay, and attractive to unwary folk who gaze at storied portal, statued spire, and go home with full head but empty purse, nor dare suspect the sacristan the thief. Shall Judas, hard upon the donor's heel, to filch the fragments of the basket, plead he was too near the preacher's mouth, nor set a tent with 50s in a company? No, closer to promulgated decree, clearer the censure of default. Proceed. I find him bound, then, to begin life well, fortified by propitious circumstance, great birth, good breeding, with the Church for guide. How lives he? Cased thus in a coat of proof, mailed like a man at arms, though all the while a puny starveling. Does the breast pant big, the limbs swell to the limit, emptiness strive to become solidity indeed? Rather, he shrinks up like the ambiguous fish, detaches flesh from shell, and outside show, and steals by moonlight. I have seen the thing, in and out, now to pray, and now to skulk. Armour he boasts when a wave breaks on beach, or bird stoops for the prize, with peril nigh, the man of rank, the much befriended man, the man almost affiliate to the Church. Such is to deal with, let the world beware. Does the world recognize pass prudently. Do tides abate and sea-fowl hunt I' the deep? Already is the slug from out its mew, Ignobly faring with all loose and free, Sand-fly and slush-worm at their garbage feast, A naked blotch no better than they all. Guido has dropped nobility, slipped the church, Plays trickster, if not cut-purse, body and soul prostrate among the filthy feeders. Faugh! And when law takes him by surprise at last, Catches the foul thing on its carrion prey, behold! He points to shell left high and dry, Pleads, "But the case out yonder is myself." Nay, it is thou. Law prongs amid thy peers, congenial vermin, That was none of thee. Thine outside, give it to the soldier crab. For I find this black mark impinge the man, That he believes in just the vile of life, Low instinct, base pretension. Are these truth? Then, that aforesaid armour, probity he figures in, Is falsehood scale on scale, honour and faith, A lie and a disguise, probably for all livers in this world, Certainly for himself. All say good words to who will hear, All do thereby bad deeds to who must undergo, So thrive mankind. See this habitual creed exemplified most in the last deliberate act. As last, so very sum and substance of the soul Of him that planned and leaves one perfect peace, The sin brought under jurisdiction now, Even the marriage of the man. This act I sever from his life as sample, Show for Guido's self, intend to test him by, As from a cup filled fairly at the fount, By the components we decide enough Or to let flow as Section 134 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 10. The Pope continued. He purposes this marriage, I remark, on no one motive that should prompt thereto, farthest by consequence from ends alleged appropriate to the action. So they were the best he knew and feigned, the worst he took. Not one permissible impulse moves the man, From the mere liking of the eye and ear, To the true longing of the heart that loves. No trace of these, but all to instigate, Is what sinks man past level of the brute, Whose appetite, if brutish, is a truth. All is the lust for money, to get gold. Why, lie, rob, if it must be, murder, make body and soul wring gold out, Lured within the clutch of hate by love, the trap's pretence. What could else get from bodies and from souls? This got,
there were some life to lead thereby. What, where, or how, appreciate those who tell how the toad lives. It lives, enough for me. To get this good, with but a groan or so, then silence of the victims, were the feat. He foresaw, made a picture in his mind, of father and mother stunned and echoless to the blow, as they lie staring at fate's jaws their folly danced into, till the woe fell, edged in a month by strenuous cruelty from even the poor nook whence they watched the wolf feast on their heart. The lamb-like child his prey, plundered to the last remnant of their wealth. What daily pittance pleased the plunderer dole, hunted forth to go hide head, starve and die, so leave the pale awe-stricken wife, past hope of help i' the world now, mute and motionless, his slave, his chattel, to use and then destroy. All this he bent mind how to bring about, put this in act and life as painted plain, and have success, the crown of earthly good. In this particular enterprise of man, a marriage, undertaken in God's face with all those lies so opposite God's truth, for ends so other than man's end. Thus schemes Guido, and thus would carry out his scheme. But when an obstacle first blocks the path, when he finds there is no monopoly of lies and trick i' the tricking, lying world, that sorry timid natures, even this sort o' the comparini, want nor trick nor lie proper to the kind, that as the gore-crow treats the bramble-finch, so treats the finch the moth, and the great Guido is minutely matched by this same couple, whether true or false the revelation of Pompilia's birth, which in a moment brings his scheme to naught. Then he is piqued, advances yet a stage, leaves the low region to the finch and fly, soars to the zenith whence the fiercer fowl may dare the inimitable swoop. I see, he draws now on the curious crime, the fine felicity and flower of wickedness, determines, by the utmost exercise of violence, made safe and sure by craft, to satiate malice, pluck one last arch-pang from the parents, else would triumph out of reach, by punishing their child, within reach yet, who nowise could have wronged, thought, word or deed the matter that now moves him. So plans he, always subordinating, note the point, revenge, the manlier sin, to interest, the meaner, would pluck pang forth, but unclench no gripe in the act, let fall no money piece. Hence a plan for so plaguing body and soul, his wife, so putting day by day and hour by hour, the untried torture to the untouched place, as must precipitate an end foreseen, goad her into some plain revolt, most like plunge upon patent suicidal shame, death to herself, damnation by rebound to those whose hearts he, holding hers, holds still. Such a plan as, in its completeness, shall ruin the three together and alike, yet leave himself in luck and liberty, no claim renounced, no right of forfeiture, his person unendangered, his good fame without a flaw, his pristine worth intact, while they, with all their claims and rights that cling, shall forthwith crumble off him every side, scorched into dust, a plaything for the winds. As when, in our Campagna, there is fired the nest-like work that lets a peasant house, and, as the thatch burns here, there, everywhere, even to the ivy and wild vine, that bound and blessed the hut where men were happy once, there rises gradual, black amid the blaze, some grim and unscathed nucleus of the nest, some old malicious tower, some obscene tomb they thought a temple in their ignorance, and clung about and thought to lean upon. There laughs it o'er their ravage. Where are they? So did his cruelty burn life about, and lay the ruin bare in dreadfulness. Try the persistency of torment so o' the wife, that at some fierce extremity, some crisis brought about by fire and flame, the patient, stung to frenzy, should break loose, fly anyhow, find refuge anywhere, even in the arms of who might front her first. No monster, but a man, while nature shrieked, or thus escape or die. The spasm arrived, not the escape by way of sin. O God, who shall pluck sheep thou holdest from thy hand? Therefore she lay resigned to die. So far the simple cruelty was foiled. Why then craft to the rescue? Craft should supplement cruelty, and show hell a masterpiece. Hence this consummate lie, this love intrigue, unmanly simulation of a sin, with place and time and circumstance to suit. These letters false beyond all forgery, not just handwriting and mere authorship, but false to body and soul they figure forth, as though the man had cut out shape and shape from fancies of that other Aretine to paste below, incorporate the